a very happy Independence Day. And most of us would have heard the Prime Minister speech today from the Lal Killa, and he mentioned many things. And one of the subject that he mentioned was Make in India. It's a very big subject, and he also talked about how the India is, trying to get the Indian manufacturers to manufacture some of the equipment used by the army. So I don't want to go in a lot of depth in this subject, although I have a lot of material, but I want to focus on something else today. Uh, the whole objective behind getting Make in India in the defense services is simply because India being the third largest army in the world. So if you look at the global powers, there are top five, and India being the third. But if you look at other superpower, like if you look at the US, UK, China, India, France, etc., all these countries except the Indians manufacture whatever they need for their defense. And India is the only country which is the third largest superpower in terms of arms and armaments, is dependent on imports. So even though we have a huge army, but our imports are also huge. And that is why the government of India has realized this. I'm surprised that this was not realized earlier, but they are saying that 101 items will not be imported anymore. So there is an embargo on these items, which I think you can go on the net and see what are these items. These are starting from small things to even high-tech stuff. So the army has to find their own suppliers, manufacturers within India. The manufacturers are free to have their technology transfer from anywhere across the world or indigenously develop, but army cannot procure anything which is not made in India when it comes to these 101 items. So my topic of discussion today is I'm taking the example of HAL, because HAL being one of the most successful defense manufacturer and very old one. There is a long history around it. Uh, and how the entrepreneurship innovation was systematically removed from the from Indian population. So I will take this example of HAL, how it began, and many of you will not even know what is the history of HAL and how it came up. And today HAL is one of the biggest aircraft manufacturer for and the spare parts and also the assembler of all the aircrafts that Indian Defense Services use, whether Air Force or the aircraft used by Army and Navy and so on. So to start with my discussion, I would like to take a name of a gentleman called Walchand Hirachand. Now you would think, who is this guy? Because I did not know about this until and unless I actually started digging into the net and trying to do research on HAL. You will be surprised, viewers, that this gentleman called Waljal Hirachand is a Gujarati Jain person, born in 1800 century, and so much enterprising. He actually inherited sugar factory from his father, but he was not interested in the sugar business and also the railway contract business, and he was enterprising. So he is the person who established. He got inspired by the American aircraft industry at that point in time, and he approached the Maharaja of Mysore, Badiyar, and they actually formed a company called Hindustan Aircraft Limited way back in 1939. This company was established, and the Maharaja actually gave him the land, and there was a shareholding. There were a bunch of other guys, and this company was started, and they manufactured some of these aircraft which were used for training initially, and so on and so forth. But remember, in 1939, the World War broke, the Second World War, and British were the ruler of India at that point in time, and this company was then nationalized in 1942 on a pretext or a pretense by the British ruling class that during the war, and when Japanese are having so much influence in the Asia Pacific region, they cannot have a private enterprise producing aircraft in the territory which is run by them. So that was the excuse given for nationalizing the Hindustan Aircraft Limited. It was still called Hindustan Aircraft Limited at that point in time. And during the acquisition of this company, Walchand Hirachand was made to let go his shares, and he was paid appropriately. And there were other shareholders, other prominent business shareholders who were given compensation, and they were asked to leave their share so that the government of UK can own this factory, which was producing aircrafts. And however, the Maharaja of Mysore refused to let go his shares, and he maintained his holding in the company. But he had to let go his controlling rights in the board of directors. So all of this happened in 1942. So remember, viewers, the company was established in 1939 by a gentleman called Walchand Hirachand. None of us know about this. And in partnership with Maharaja of Mysore, which is Vadiyar. None of us knows about it. Anyway, let's move ahead. So British were very busy fighting the battle with Germany, and Americans anyway were fighting war with Japan. So this factory, which is called Hindustan Aircraft Limited in Bangalore, was handed over to Americans. And Americans were using this factory to produce a lot of the spare parts and aircraft which were used during Second World War by Americans. And it became such a big operation. It was the biggest aircraft company in the entire Asia Pacific, including Australia. So it became such a big factory. In any case, Americans moved out and World War ended. India got independence, and we continued as a nationalized company, and it was still called Hindustan Aircraft Limited. And it was merged with the Air Force establishment, which was in Kanpur. And after that, in 1961, the name was changed to Hindustan Aeronautics Limited. Now, my question is, how many of us know that this company was a private enterprise? It was an innovation done by an individual who was a businessman, smart businessman. And he came up with an idea of establishing the aircraft factory in India to manufacture aircrafts. It's not the only achievement of this gentleman called Walchand Hirachand. I will take this name several times because many of us don't know this gentleman at all, and we don't even hear about this incident. Now, he was also the founding member of the Conference of Indian Insurance Companies. It was a big deal, he was one of the founding members as a well-known businessman of that time. And in 1937, he was part of the Indian insurance achievement of this. Second, so let me move on to the second one. The second thing that he established around the same time was a shipyard. Now, many of you will think, oh, what shipyard he would have built? It is the largest shipyard after Mumbai, and that is in Visakhapatnam. So he actually was a person who built the shipyard. He wanted to get into shipping business, and he also built the ship. He delivered his first product in 1948. And in those days, the shipyard of Visakhapatnam was known as Scindia Shipyard. And when India got independence, our Prime Minister, Mr. Nehru, was not too happy that such an important asset is owned by a private entity. So he actually was instrumental in nationalizing the shipyard, which is based in Visakhapatnam, and gradually the shipyard was taken over by the Indian government this time, and this was named as Hindustan Shipyard Company, Shipyard Limited. Finally, the entire acquisition ended in 1961. But this is not the only contribution of Mr. Walchand Hirachand. He also brought the first car factory in India. And I think I will only give guesses. In 1940, during the British era, he established the first car company which was known as Premier Parboni. And this factory was producing cars for Indian consumers. So you see, uh, you know, a person who is so enterprising, a person who's thinking about insurance, who's thinking about sugar, who's running enterprises in railway construction, who's enterprising enough to build an aircraft factory, also a shipyard, because in those days India needed ships, and how would you get ships? You have to manufacture your own. So a person who was so much enterprising, and he also brought the first car factory to India. And how many of us know about him? I don't think there is a chapter in any of the school books about Mr. Walchand Hirachand. Nobody knows his contribution. And we have systematically taken over these enterprises and nationalized them, made public property. And what happens? We are still doing an assembling job. you know so I will talk about the all these things in some other video, but I thought I will just bring this to you, that there was a gentleman way back before India got independence, Mr. Walchand Hirachand, who established Hindustan Aircraft Limited, which was later known as Hindustan Aeronautical Limited. He set up the shipyard, which is at Visakhapatnam. He also brought the first car factory in India. So with this, I will like your opinion. Dear friends, do let me know if you have heard about this gentleman called Walchand Hirachand before. If not, I would like to hear from you and what is your opinion about this subject. I will catch up with you tomorrow again on something else. Until then, bye bye. Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and welcome to Legal Matters. And today is Thursday, and we would like to discuss something which is very, very peculiar. There's a lot of hue and cry about it, but people don't understand it. So, in order to make it more clear, let me invite our guest, Mr. Jeet Bhatt.
Thank you very much, Chandrakant, for introducing me. And yes, I'm going to speak today about the Micro, Small, and Medium Enterprise Development Act 2006. And yes, as you said, that this is a very huge topic, and a lot of people are interested in understanding the concept of what is a micro, small, and medium enterprise, and what are the provisions of this act. So I'm going to discuss some of the salient features of this act with you in this session.
Great. So we look forward to it. So for the viewers, micro, small, and medium enterprise is actually referred as MSME, and there is a little bit history in India. So I just covered that. See, when India got independence in 1947, predominantly Indian economy was based on the small scale industry and the agriculture, and this was continuing, and there was no need to make a special provision for a small scale industry. And I think I'm just going in depth little bit before I hand it over to you, Jeet. Is that in 1991, when the economy was opened, there was a lot of funds which were coming from overseas into India, and because of this fund which was available for the industries to set up with their foreign investments, the small companies who are actually busy in the lower segment of the market, they got really a very badly hit. And the government realized that we have overlooked this aspect of Indian economy, because the small industries actually provide up to 40% of exports of India and about 30% of employment opportunities. So if the small segment is eradicated gradually and large industries comes in the picture, then India tend to lose out in a big way. So I think in 2006, government started thinking about it, and this act was passed, which describes the MSME. What are these companies, how they have to function, what are their, what they have get as a credit from the government, what are the legal aspects around it. And so this is just a brief, and it's a very large subject. So let me invite Jeet to briefly tell us what is this MSME Act, because somewhere in the discussion we will have to also understand what are the production based or manufacturing based MSMEs, and what are the services based MSMEs. And I think with limited time we will try to see how much we can cover. But Jeet, over to you.
Yes, Chandrakant. Yes, you nicely put up the brief history and background of how this act came into existence. And you rightly pointed out that micro and small industries are extremely important for the development of the country, especially a developing country like India requires these sectors as much as a large and sector is required. And they are the backbone of the economy, and they around 30% of the GDP is also contributed by these MSME sector. So therefore, this is a very important sector for our economy, and their promotion and development is of utmost importance for the strong economic foundation of country and for the future. And therefore, there are this act came into existence, and the purpose of this act is for facilitating the promotion, development, and enhancing the competitiveness of micro, small, and medium enterprises, and for matters connected therewith and incidental thereto. This act came into existence on 16th of June 2006, and it has been in place since last 14 years. And some of the interesting and important features where it defines what is a micro, small, and medium enterprise has been changing continuously throughout from 2006, and recently by way of a new notification which came on 1st of June 2020. Again, it has enhanced the limits of what enterprises would come under a micro, a small, and a medium enterprise. And if I may just point out, the notification prescribes that an enterprise which is engaged in the manufacture or production of goods pertaining to any industry, a micro enterprise would be where the investment in plant and machinery does not exceed 1 crore and the turnover does not exceed 5 crore. So this is the limit for enterprise to come within the micro enterprise segment, wherein the investment in plant and machinery should not exceed 1 crore. So any investment within the limit of 1 crore, the enterprise, it can be whatever, it can be either a proprietorship, it can be an individual, it can be a company, a private company or a public company, or it can be an any association of person registered or unregistered. They can be termed as a micro enterprise and get benefit under the act if their investment in plant and machinery does not exceed 1 crore. So this act basically divides these sectors into two segments. One is pertaining to manufacture or production of goods, and the second is for rendering or providing services. So these are the two bifurcations which are provided. With respect to uh, manufacture or production, the investment in plant and machinery, if it does not exceed 1 crore, then it would come within a enterprise. If the investment in plant and machinery uh, is from 1 crore but does not exceed 10 crore, then it would be a small enterprise. And further, its turnover also should not be more than 50 crores. This is the requirement for a small enterprise. And similarly, for a medium enterprise, the investment in plant and machinery should not exceed 50 crores, and turnover should not exceed 250 crore. So any enterprise whose turnover does not exceed 250 crore and investment in plant and machinery does not exceed 50 crore would be covered under the medium enterprise. So these are the three classifications of a micro enterprise, small enterprise, and a medium enterprise. And if they fall within these categories, they can be registered as a micro, small, and medium enterprise under the Act and can avail of several benefits and schemes of the state as well as the central government. In fact, under the, uh, the Act constitutes a national board for micro, small, and medium enterprise, which uh, consists of the minister in charge of the ministry or department of the central government, having control of the micro, small, and medium enterprise, and also Minister of State, having the control of the micro, small, and medium enterprise. So there's a national board for micro, small, and medium enterprises, specifically providing out with schemes and beneficial policies in order to ensure that these micro, small, and medium enterprises grow and there is competitiveness, and also the large scale sectors do not take over the entire share of these small, micro, and medium enterprises, and they get a level playing field, because it is very important for these sectors to grow in the country. Also, what is a very salient feature of this act is that uh, there is a facilitation council which is provided for in every state, which uh, addresses the disputes arising out of in supply of goods or services rendered by the MSME sector. And this is a very important part of this act, because this provides for uh, facilitation of disputes by way of conciliation and arbitration, and is and the services can be uh, availed of even by making an online application in MSME Samadhan portal, which is provided by the MSME on the MSME website as well. So under the prescribed form, an application has to be made to the MSME Facilitation Council, which is also known as Micro and Small Enterprise Facilitation Council, which decides on the disputes where, if, for example, if MSME sector, manufacturer, or even a service provider has provided some goods and the buyer has purchased the goods or has availed of the services, and if he does not make the payment within the prescribed time, which is prescribed either in the invoice, or uh, if it is in the contract, then what is the mechanism is prescribed from section 15 to section 18 of the act, and which is we are going to discuss forward in this.
So, Jeet, I think it was a long description, but I think there is still more to it because MSMEs are a very big segment. They are one of the biggest employer in the country, and most of these industries which are in the MSME segment are the labor intensive industry. So they employ a lot of these labors more than the specific large industries that we have in India. So it's a very important segment of our business, which are governed by a certain MSME Act, which we are discussing today. Um, one of the biggest problem the MSMEs faces with regard to the payments. For example, if they have to go to a bank will have a lot of requirements that hey, they have to have minimum threshold, etc. They have to have a GST number. They have to have MSME registration certificate. There are a whole lot of document required, but it is not I would say it is not as much as the large industry licenses are required. So it's a lot easier, but it is important for the MSME person who want to establish an MSME segment to know all these things, which are very basic in nature, much easier than setting up a large industry. And the second problem the MSME segment would face, I would say, in terms of collections and when they supply, what is the guarantee when they will get the payment. So with this, I will ask you this question, what are the provisions in the act to facilitate the MSME players if the production is done, supply is done, with regard to goods and how they get paid. I think you can throw some light on that.
Yes, absolutely. Well, yes. Under the MSME Act 2006, Chapter 5, which starts from Section 15 onwards, provides for the delayed payment to micro and small enterprise, and wherein if any supplier has supplied any goods or rendered any service to any buyer, the buyer has to make payment on or before the date agreed upon between them, and the said time period can in no circumstances exceed 45 days from the accept date the delivery of the goods or services have been given by the MSME. So within 45 days from the date on which the delivery of good has taken place or the services have been rendered, from that date till 45 date, the payment has to be done by the buyer. And if the payment is not made within this 45 days, then the buyer will have to pay compound interest with monthly rest to the supplier, which is three times the bank rate notified by the Reserve Bank. So Reserve Bank's notified bank rate is if 6%, then the buyer will have to pay the MSME 18% compound interest with monthly rests. So that's a huge amount and huge interest which can be levied by the MSME sector and the bank under the MSME Act. So therefore, if the buyer fails, then the provision, the mechanism which is mentioned under the MSME Act is that it provides for a micro and small enterprises facilitation council, and an application has to be made, a reference has to be made to this micro and small enterprise facilitation council, which would first attempt to conciliate, which is in a way try to negotiate and find a solution. And if the buyer is ready and willing to pay with the interest, then the matter gets resolved. Otherwise, the matter is referred for arbitration, and the amount which the buyer will have to pay thereafter will be 18% interest with monthly rates. That are the provisions which are prescribed under the MSME Act. There is a high limit of interest which otherwise is never seen in any other enactment. And this is three times the interest charged by the Reserve Bank. So therefore, this is in a way a deterrent, so that any buyer who purchases from us from an MSME sector or an enterprise has to ensure that he makes the payment within the prescribed time. Otherwise, the MSME Facilitation Council can impose a interest at the rate of 18% with monthly rests. So therefore, the buyers have to make regular payments to the MSME sector, and otherwise there are heavy interest and penalty which can be imposed upon the buyers who don't pay within the time prescribed. And this is a very important mechanism because unless the MSME sector receives their payments regularly, they would be in a better position to pay and pay to their laborers and to other sectors from which it buys or receives any services or goods. So therefore, this ensures that smooth running of the MSME system or the liquidation crunch does not happen.
So,
So
Jeet,
that is the purpose why such provisions are prescribed.
I have one question here with regard to the collection. Is there a process for setting up the invoicing so that from the beginning of the cycle, the authorities are aware that hey, this guy has launched, given his invoices at this time, and this is overdue by after 45 days. The customer is so and so party. So, is there a complete track which is kept, or is it that the MSME has to approach with the invoice copies to the authorities? How does this work?
So while making a reference to the facilitation council, those invoices and copies of the delivery of goods or services will have to be provided. And basically, the MSME enterprise will have to first show that this was the order received from this buyer, and in pursuance to which this is the delivery made on this date, and these were the terms and conditions which were agreed upon, and therefore the invoice was raised. And if the date is mentioned that within 15 days or 20 days the payment is to be done, then if within that time the payment is not made by the buyer, then the MSME enterprise can approach the facilitation council through an online application as well. And the jurisdiction of that facilitation council is where the seller, the supplier, is located, and the buyer can be in any part of the country. But if suppose the buyer, the seller, the supplier is based in Ahmedabad, then the facilitation center, which is in Gandhinagar, he will have to make an application there, and the supplier can be in any part of the country. And the jurisdiction is given with the MSME Facilitation Council in Gujarat, which can adjudicate upon the dispute and direct the supplier, the buyer, to make the payment with so and so interest. And if that is not done, then that becomes a decree of the court and can be executed as a decree, and which has an effect of an order passed by a court of law. And there is a prescribed time limit, because any application or reference which is made to the facilitation council has to be decided within a period of 90 days. And there's a mandatory period prescribed, and the authorities have to decide within a period of 90 days and have to direct the uh, buyer to make the payment to the MSME sector. So there are strict provisions, and within time limit, the facilitation council has to act, and therefore is a very effective mechanism provided for MSME sector and enterprise under the MSME Act 2000.
So this is with regard to the collection process, which has been set very strictly, as you said, Jeet, is that there are lots of checks and balances. So people who are indulging in or who are part of the MSME segment in India, they can be rest assured that the provisions of the act are adequate and they are giving enough security to the MSME players. Um, and as I said, Jeet, this is a very large subject. In order to understand the entire in entirety, probably we can discuss this more detail, break it down into multiple sessions. And as we know, Jeet, the law is also changing. It's pending approval in the parliament, where they want to change the classification of the MSMEs also. So I think there will be some changes there. But I think in today's world, in COVID, MSMEs are having a lot of credit issues. Government is trying to resolve those, but I think still a lot to be done. What is your opinion on that?
Yes, absolutely. Well, the provisions are in place, but its implementation and execution is also very important. And we see sometimes that even very well-intentioned legislation is a lot of times not properly implemented, and its execution lacks. And therefore, it creates some hurdles and problems for this sector to grow to its fullest extent. But if there is proper implementation and execution of all the schemes and policies and also the provisions of this act, then full potential of MSME sector can also be reached. And you are right that a lot is yet to be done. And this sector is absolutely important. And certainly we can have more discussions on this act as well as on this MSME enterprise and sector. And yes, but yes, a lot has to be done, especially after COVID now with the changing times. Uh, we will have to see how things develop and how things unfold in the economy. So yes, a lot has to be is required to be done yet.
So, Jeet, it was a wonderful talking to you today, understanding more in depth about the MSME Act, which was passed in 2006. I think the new act is still pending in the parliament. So, we'll see how, when it comes out, we will cover that on our program. But I think next week on Thursday, we can probably discuss about MSME issues with regard to go to market, because MSME is also uh, responsible for about 40% of export business until last year. So I think we can discuss more about go-to-market facilities, from the legal standpoint, of course, things like collection, is the letter of credit applicable? So there could be thousand other questions our viewers would have. So I would like to ask viewers to post their questions if they have regarding MSME, and we will have Jeet answer those questions in the next session. And but next session would be largely on the go-to-market activities and where the government is helping the MSMEs. So with this, I would like to say goodbye to you, Jeet. Any last word you would like to add?
Okay. Yes, thank you, Chandrakant. Certainly, we will discuss about this next time. And it was nice talking to you as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jeet. Have a nice day.
Hello friends, I am Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to our show. And today we are discussing about the great Rani Lakshmi Bai. Today we are celebrating 192nd birth anniversary of Rani Lakshmi Bai. And to talk about this great lady, we have Sitesh Srivastava, who has a deep interest in corporate training and he's been associated with radio broadcasting. So welcome to the show, Sitesh. How are you doing today?
I'm well, Kanchan, and I'm really, really honored to talk about the great personality that we will take up as a and thanks to you. And how have you been?
Yeah, I'm fine as usual. And today we are discussing about Rani Lakshmi Bai, the great Rani Lakshmi Bai. And I was just thinking that in a way, every lady who is a leader when it comes to a household responsibility. But there are few ladies who go beyond and becomes a leader of army or leader in society. As we are talking about today about Rani Lakshmi Bai, so I think Rani Lakshmi Bai was having a very unusual upbringing for because she was a Brahmin girl and growing up with the boys in the Peshwa's court. She was trained in martial art and became very good in sword fighting and riding. So I think that gives her an edge as compared to other, especially ladies of that time.
Correct, correct, Kanchan. Rebellion of 1857, which is also called the Sepoy Mutiny, was the most important aspect of Indian liberation fight in an organized way with the British. And if you see the impact of 1857, where Rani Lakshmibai played such an important role was seen within 90 years, 1857 and 1947. Within 90 years, we saw the impact and the outcome of it. But I must tell you, the first impression of Rani Lakshmibai for me was from that famous Hindi poem of poet Subhadra Kumari Chauhan. For I would like to repeat some lines from that. सिंहासन हिल उठे राजवंशों ने भ्रिकुटी तानी थी, बूढ़े भारत में आई फिर से नई जवानी थी, चमक उठी सन 57 में वह तलवार पुरानी थी, बुंदेले हर बोलों के मुंह हमने सुनी कहानी थी, खूब लड़ी मर्दानी वो तो झांसी वाली रानी थी. And this poem, when I remember reading it first time, I then realized two things. One is about the personality called Rani Lakshmibai, and second, it turned me towards the Veer Ras poetry and how to write it, how to say it, and how it was. So I think the times of Rani Lakshmibai is very important in multiple senses. More and more, she is relevant in today's India. And we are seeing a lot of, there was a movie recently on that, Manikarnika, on that. There have been so many institutions named after Rani Lakshmibai in our country. And therefore, it is good to celebrate. It is good to celebrate. It is good to talk about it to our children, after to Rani Lakshmibai in our just country. Remain as a government celebration. It is good to celebrate.
Yes,
it is good to celebrate. It is good to talk about it
to
our
our
children,
after
to Rani Lakshmibai in our just remain as a government celebration. It is good to celebrate. It is good to celebrate. It is good to talk about it our children, after to Rani Lakshmibai in our just remain as a government celebration. It is good to celebrate. It is good to celebrate. It is good to talk about it names after Rani Lakshmibai in our just remain as a
vote. And while struggling, while fighting, she was dressed up in a men's costume. So that gives, I think she was more independent, and I think she was more brave as compared to other contemporary fighter, and that's why we recall her, we celebrate her, and we always one way or another say about her, Jhansi ki Rani Lakshmibai.
True, Kanchan. There are a couple of important aspects, or you can say some essential points in her life. And that is something, growing up in the India of 1850s, getting married into a Peshwa family, then again, losing her own child, and then adopting another child and called Damodar. And then, standing in front of the British. And if I am correct, Kanchan, that time the Viceroy was Lord Dalhousie. And there was this doctrine of lapse, where any king who does not have a direct lineage or a child cannot pass on his kingdom to the next generation, and then therefore it would be annexed by the East India Company. And that was the doctrine of lapse, which was being forced upon by Dalhousie, Lord Dalhousie, on various kingdoms of those days. And it also fell upon the Jhansi, small kingdom. And that's where Rani Lakshmibai took a stand, which was by far in those days unheard, and nobody would have thought. And even sitting today, thinking of this kind of an action 160 years back, or probably 170 years back, if I'm correct, it is unbelievable that she took that. And she laid her life. In the end, she was fighting with the two swords in the hand, and her horse fell, and she passed away somewhere in the Bithur, which is near Kanpur, near Uttar Pradesh. And interesting point is that I was speaking to my son about the importance of Rani Lakshmibai today, and I spoke to him and I asked whether she is a motivation for the women of India.
Right.
To my surprise, Kanchan, he said, why only women? Rani Lakshmi Bai was a motivation for her people. She was a motivation for India. Don't just make it narrow to the woman's motivation.
Right.
What a wonderful thought, isn't it?
Yeah, it's very wonderful, and I think every person, I mean, Indian should think about this, because she is an inspiration for many. Now, Rani Lakshmibai is one of the leading warrior of Indian first struggle of independence, a symbol of bravery, patriotism, honor. So we have to celebrate, and it is not a small thing. It's quite a big thing. So, lot salute to this lady of our history, and she lives in our heart, and she will.
Yes, Kanchan. Interestingly, Kanchan, the birthday of Rani Lakshmi Bai, 19th November, is also shared by another Iron Lady from India, our former Prime Minister Indira Gandhi. And we can see the parallels in their personalities. And that is something very interesting to see. I lived in Delhi in a place called Lakshmi Bai Nagar, which is in South Delhi, close to INA colony. There is an army regiment, if I am correct, in Indian Army on Rani Lakshmi Bai. Similarly, in Subhash Chandra Bose, Indian National Army INA, there was a Rani Lakshmi Bai regiment in those days. So she has always been an inspiration for women of this country to come out of their homes and take charge of the administration, take charge of the land that they belong to, take charge of their people. And that is something, the essence and the spirit that Rani Lakshmi Bai carried, and she continues to inspire millions of youth, not just women, but also men, I believe.
Yeah, one point I just want to include in this is that she also taught that you have to believe in yourself, and if you are right, then you just go forward and achieve your goals. So, with this thought, it was lovely talking to you, Sitesh, and see you tomorrow with the next
Sure.
interesting stuff. Bye bye.
Thank you, Kanchan. I would like, just by the ending points, is that it is interesting to also note that today is also International Men's Day.
Yes, and I know that to be man is difficult, but anyhow, I think we'll end up this discussion with Lakshmi Bai, and again, lot of good wishes and tribute to her. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Hello friends, I am Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to our show Nations. Today we have Sitesh Srivastava, who has a deep interest in corporate training, is closely associated with radio, and he loves talking and meeting people. So how are you, Sitesh, today?
I'm well, Kanchan. It's been long that we have spoken, and I look forward for talking to you. How has life been with you?
Yeah, fine, great. We are also meeting new people, doing our daily routine shows, and eating a lot.
Great,
That is the
great.
best part of staying at home because there's no time. We are our own boss.
Yes, 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 yes.
So,
Well, what are we discussing today?
yes, we just celebrated 150th birth anniversary of Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose, and he was a great leader. His contribution is not less than Mahatma Gandhi. But everybody knows about Jallianwala Bagh, how General Dyer massacred the innocent Indian. But you would not know about a bigger massacre in India than Jallianwala Bagh. On 25th September 1945, uh, 76 years ago, there was a Neelganj massacre where 2,300 soldiers of Azad Hind Fauj were gunned down by British soldiers. So I thought today on this Subhash Chandra, I mean, it was on 23rd of January, but we are still celebrating 25th, I'm sorry, 25th birth anniversary of Subhash Chandra Bose. So I think it is a great topic to let our viewers know that there's a greater massacre than Jallianwala Bagh, which is hidden, which is not being talked about. So do you know about this massacre?
Kanchan, this is interesting and strange. In post-independent India, the one of the sad part is that our history was moderated to so much uh, into easy way of writing without any nationalistic connotations, without any facts giving there. It was something which was just a piece that needed to be written. It was written, and many of the facts were hidden. And this is what we have been taught, and even today it is being taught in the schools. And Neelganj massacre was also an eye opener for me, which I also got to know only recently in 2021 when we were celebrating Netaji's birth. And it filled me with lot of anger, or towards why have we not written, or why have we not told this is information, this piece of history, which is much more gruesome as it appears than Jallianwala Bagh, which happened in 1919. The greater irritation is that this happened in 1945, as you just said, which was less than 2 years of our independence. And that is something which has given me a kind of a lot of goosebumps, that 2 years before independence, when it was at the height of Second World War, in 1945, this kind of massacre happens in India, on Indian soil, the British Indian soil. And there were no reports about it. It was not just, even in those days, the reports are not seen in the national newspapers, or it was not talked about by the leaders. Forget, paying any kind of remorse. And that is something which suddenly makes me think that whatever I have learned as a history, the Indian history, the modern Indian history, do I need to relearn it? Do I need to relearn it from various authors and really question what was taught in NCERT and CBSC and ICSC? And why is it so? And therefore, Neelganj massacre, 22,300 people and no news. This is a pity on the modern Indian politics, which Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose has been meted out with in independent India. And despite his fan following, despite the unquestionable integrity that he carried with him, despite the rare personality that he was, in those days when there was no information flowing like today, and he could travel from his house arrest in Kolkata to Germany, and from Germany to Japan, and then from Japan to Singapore, and then finally coming up to Nagaland border, Kohima. And this is an incredible journey that needs to be told. The fact needs to be pulled out from fiction. All the declassified files in whichever country they are around Netaji's life should be declassified. If not now, then when? What do you feel?
Yes, I think there's no account of Indian, no account is given of INA contribution in the Indian independence movement. It totally, political leaders totally ignored this NIA movement, which is very, very crucial. But Sitesh, there are many things which has to be declassified, like first election of independent India. Like I was just reading yesterday in one of the test book, the war between Rana Pratap and Akbar. Actually, it is said when you go to Rajasthan that Rana Pratap never defeated by Akbar, and in fact, I heard, I'm not sure, but somebody told me that Akbar tried to give whole of Sultanate in exchange of Chittor, but Rana said no. And yesterday I was reading that Rana was defeated by Akbar. But that last war, according to the history and some of the historian, was a draw between Rana Pratap and Akbar. But in textbook, it is written that in last war, Akbar defeated Rana Pratap. So I think few aspect of history has to be changed, is to be told as they are, and the history and the contribution of INA is one of them. And when I'm talking about Neelganj massacre, it is really sad that this kind of incident been uh, covered up or maybe hidden by Indians, and it is doesn't have any mention in the textbook. And I think that time has come that all which is hidden should come out, as you said, should be declassified. We have all right to know each and everything about our own country, about our own people. We have right. And I think time has come that people should think about it, and they should work towards it to really give information to
Correct.
Indians about Indians. You know that
Correct.
when this INA was emerging, it is more crucial to India, though the impact, the shadow of INA was there when we talk about Japan and when we go to Singapore, and he even met Hitler also. So you can really visualize the uh, height of this leader, the impression of this leader, and no a small leader can do or act like this. He was one of the bravest freedom fighter we ever had. I'm talking about Subhash Chandra Bose.
Yeah, yeah, Kanchan. So probably I think that he was way ahead of his times. He was able to see the future. If you listen to what he said while he was Congress president, where he had apparent conflict with Mr. Gandhi, and then when he moved out and then he formed his forward bloc, his speeches, he was a person who was actually in a world of history. All that I can say that he was caught on the wrong side of the history, because he went and he had the that conviction about himself and his thought that he met Hitler, and from there he was directed to go and the Japanese political setup, and he ended up meeting the Japanese emperor, where he asked for the help. And therefore, after the Second World War became decisive, after the bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and Japan pulled out. And that's where, Netaji, he actually found the biggest setback of his life. He was so close to victory, he was so close to success, he was so close to becoming our de facto leader. but a fate, chain of events, and then the stories that were created around that mishap, the Saigon, the accident. And I have also keenly followed about the wealth that INA had, Indian National Army, as well as the provincial government of India, which was created in Singapore. The wealth of the Asia Pacific Indians diaspora people, that wealth which was for the Indian government that was created in exile. I have seen some documentaries, Kanchan. That value of that money in today's term could be somewhere around 6 billion US dollars, and no one knows where all that wealth has gone. So it is high time that the declassification should happen from India, from Russia, from Germany, and all the places that Netaji visited, and all the people with whom he was in touch. His daughter, Anita, I think I'm saying correct name, she is in Germany. She has access to some of the documentation available with the German government, and all of that. It is important. It's high time. It's 75 years, and while I was in Japan, I must tell you, in Tokyo there is a Renkoji temple which claims to have ashes of Subhash Chandra Bose, which was found from the wreckage of the plane on that fateful day. And that ashes are kept in a Renkoji temple, and the Renkoji temple is open throughout the year. But on 18th of August, when this incident happened, on that day, a diary or a visitor book is kept at the table, where outside of this temple, where people can go and write their comments about Netaji's Bose. And I'm told that there are comments from Mr. Atal Bihari Vajpayee and multiple of other leaders from India who believe that they are Netaji's ashes. But the secrecy which is surrounded around Netaji's disappearance, therefore, and many of the, especially our Bengali brothers and sisters, they still don't believe that Netaji passed away in that crash. So it's high time that we need to come out from the government perspective, so that once for all, this story around Netaji can be settled. And I think all other rumors about Gumnami Baba and other people who were kind of, they were supposed to be Netaji living in exile in India post independence, those all can be put to rest. And I have been to Renkoji temple in Tokyo, where they believe that one day Indian community, Bengali community, would take the ashes from them, and then the circle of life for Netaji would be complete. So I think whether Netaji passed on that day, or he passed out later from a Russian prison, and whatever happened, and then the Neelganj massacre that we are talking about, this all needs to be brought out, debate needs to be done, and it has to have a national presence of discussions, and a closure should be given. And I think I heard that government is also planning for a statue of Netaji somewhere in Kolkata or near Kolkata, which would be as comparable to Sardar's statue in Gujarat.
Yes, and there's no doubt that INA and Netaji Subhash Chandra holds a status of patriot and revolutionists. So, and it is really sad that INA, they have suffered a lot in the process of Indian independence movement. And when we are talking about Neelganj massacre, it has to be put forward for other children and Indian at large to know that there was a massacre which was being covered up or maybe not told by historians and somebody who has written Indian modern history. They somehow missed it. So now it's time to really claim and uh, tell our new generation that freedom is not free. It costs soldiers. It cost people who have sacrificed their life for independence, and we have to care for this freedom which we are enjoying. And it's very, very essential to really come together and work for the progressive India.
Well, that's absolutely right. You could not have been more apt, Kanchan. And I wish that we should take up this to tell our youngsters and about Netaji's legacy. As much as we talk about other legacies, it is more and more important to talk about the legacy of our patriots, and Netaji stands right at the top.
So it was good to talk to you, Siddesh. We'll discuss some other interesting topic, informative topic in our next episode. Till then, bye bye. Take care.
Thank you, Kanchan. Have a great day ahead.
Bye.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and welcome to the CEO Roundtable this Friday. And let me also welcome my friends who are joining from different parts of the world. First guest is Miss Farida Charania. She joins us from Singapore, and she is also the CEO of Career Zoom, a very specialized HR company.
Hello, everyone. Hope everyone has had a good week ahead and everyone is looking forward to the weekend. Let's get started. I'm so looking forward to this discussion today. Interesting topic.
Certainly, Farida, welcome to the roundtable. Our second guest is Ms. Kanchan Verma. She joins us from India. She is the CEO of tech ed company called Akulmach Technologies.
Hello, how are you all? And I'm look forward for a good discussion today.
Certainly, Kanchan, welcome to the CEO roundtable. And before we start, today is 2nd October, and I'd like to wish both of you a very happy Gandhi Jayanti.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, and same to you. It's a very, very important day.
Yes. So to begin our discussion today, let me also talk about the topic that we have chosen for the CEO roundtable discussion, and that is the value creation. And in fact, let me give little preface of what is value creation. Value is the perceived value of what you provide as a business to your clients and to your audience, and also to your prospective or your investors, prospective investors as well as your current investors. So it's basically value you bring on the table as an organization is something that we will talk about. And many times what happens is that the people just offer solution without thinking of the value. They say that, hey, I have this solution, but what is the value, perceived value or the real value to the client is not really understood. So we will discuss this aspect of doing business. And thank you for giving me time to give this preface, but I'll leave the floor open to anyone to start the discussion.
Okay, I just recall one very old saying that become a person of not become a person of a success, but become a person of value. So that means a person of value can give you more than what he receives. So when we talk about value in terms of sales, in terms of company, in terms of organization, I think there are three pillars which are very important. That value to your customers, value to your employees, and value to your investors. So all things starts with the value to your customers, because that is the main aspect. But I think that's irony that if we want to give value to the customer, we have to again find out options where we can give value to your employees, because both of these two parameters goes hand in hand. And now when we are talking about value to the customer, which is the first aspect of value creation in the market. So that means we have to take care of your customers' desires, and you have to. There are some products which from very early we are producing, but then we should be open to innovation. We should look after what actually a customer is looking for. And over the period of time, one customer over the though there are some few essential things, but of course if you add some value to it, some innovation to it, that gives altogether value proposition to the organization.
Okay. Thanks for sharing that, Kanchan. This was, quite something that I had in my mind as well. The whole premise of creating value in a business begins with value creation. So, business itself starts with value creation. It's a purpose of the institution to create and deliver value in an efficient enough way that it will generate profit after cost. That is my understanding of generating value. And just to kind of pick up from where CK was talking about, that there are a lot of services and products which don't clearly define the value that they bring to the customer. I'll go a step further and say I have seen products which probably try to find solutions to problems that no one has. So it is very important, one, to understand what is the value that your service or product is actually adding to your client's life or to your customer's life. How does it impact the entire industry in general? And creating of value is something which should be the very premise of creating a business. Because what is it that you are doing in your business? Are you actually delivering a service which is making their life easier? Are you for instance, say, are you designing a logo that's taking away a part of their work and doing it professionally for them, and then saving them the time and cost to hire someone who can actually design a logo for them? Are you creating a website? Are you actually helping them do digital marketing? Or you selling a physical product? What exactly are you doing, and how is it adding value to the end customer? It's very, very important to be aware of what it is even before you actually start having a business idea in your mind. It should always be backwards or top down, in my opinion.
Great. So I think all of us has made the opening remarks, and what we would like to do is basically discuss much more in depth. So let me start this. See, basically what happens is that when you start a new project, anyone, if you are a CEO or a project manager, you have to see exactly where, what the value that project is going to bring to the end customers. So the whole situation is that you may think that something which is very appealing to yourself, but it does not have any bearing, or you don't find too many people looking for that particular line of service. So that is where the confusion is. I would say if you look at the startup community today, 70 to 80% are in this bracket, because they see that, hey, others have done it. Hey, they have created a product. There is so much demand of that product. I will also create it, and hence I will also succeed along with it. But the whole problem of understanding the value. So the whole point is, if you don't understand what you bring on the table, which is a perceived value of your client. So I think the first step would be to start a dipstick exercise where you actually find out who are the clients, who needs this, who doesn't need it, what is your strategy to reach out to the people. When do you start telling people that, hey, you are developing something like this, you are going to start this digital marketing, you're going to start, whatever service you have in mind, you will actually launch yourself. So what is the timing? And all this will add into your value, because now you have, say for example, contacted 100 people, so 50 are waiting for it. That means 50 people are perceiving that you will bring some value after 1 month or 2 months whenever you launch yourself. So I think this is where the starting point of value creation is. It goes a long way, but I think over to you. Any remarks on this one?
I feel that though it's very important points you have raised, but when we start selling, the concept of customer perception of the value, what customers looking at, is very, very important. So the moment you start selling, you have to keep it in mind that when you are providing value of service or product, the retention and the profit. So as I was telling you, this is a cycle of value, creating a value proposition among three pillars of an organization. So when we customer retention and profit, and in return, it's again goes to when we have a profit, it goes in the organization. Then again, we have to create a value proposition to keep our employees happy. We have to provide training so that they come out with new ideas, new innovations, and we can also, I mean, there's also, you have to retain your employees. So in a way, it is a whole cycle where you are starting, as Farida said, with a thought that we are establishing a company. But then these are the parameters which you have to think. We have to think about innovative products and how we are providing this into supply chains, into distribution. So all this has to be taken care. Then we have R&D to be taken care in the organization, and thus creating value proposition in all these sectors, in all these places, to really create an organizational value proposition in the end.
So, Farida, before you come in, I would like to have a little debate on this aspect. See, the whole point, Kanchan, is that people are not even clear what value they are going to bring. So, I think the first step would be to do a market study. For example, you create the whole infrastructure and you spend $1 million, basically saying that you have to build the supply chain, you have to build your team, you have to have innovation, you have to have R&D. So you have created different departments, only to learn after 1.5 years or 2 years, hey, there is no demand for it. So whatever you have been doing, spending money and building all this infrastructure, will not result in any value after 2 years. So my point was that we create the value upfront. What is the value that? So we have to know exactly who are the buyers, and to these buyers, what is valuable. So I think I'm going to say that it's the other way around. You don't develop something which is running in your mind because you feel it, but you have to find out who are your first 100 clients and see what they need, because the need of a client is very important. So I think this is something.
Exactly. So that's what I was saying, that before even you start, when the idea of creating a product or services, establishing an organization, you must know who are your customer, who are your end user, and how you can create a value for your product or services. But then along the way, I feel that when you're establishing, so these points has to be taken care along.
I'll just try to, just give a structure to what both of you are saying. So the purpose of a business is to create value through the work. So, whatever you are selling or trading or services that you are providing, and capture some of that value as profits, because that is the ultimate end game of any business. So that is how a business is actually expected to run. Now, in terms of value, very truly, because you are not creating a product for yourself when you are an innovator. If you are a service provider, you are not creating the service for yourself, but you are creating it for the users or for your consumers. Yeah, so I agree with you, CK, that it is very important to first understand who is your buying audience and then work top down from there, because we can't just have an idea. And it's okay to have an idea, but before actually creating a product or a service out of that idea, it's very important to understand who is actually going to be your buying segment and how will it actually make a difference. So let's take an example, and I've said this before, that very often when I see my friends in the startup scene, and I work a lot with the startup founders here in Singapore, because that is one of the services that we offer, which is basically incubation support. At that point in time, I realize when I do speak to people that they are not very clear as to what they should be selling. So very often they have a whole pitch of 20 pages which is selling what they have. Nowhere do they actually say how will it actually add value to your customer, how will it add value to the buyer, how will it actually impact their way of working, their way of life. So people are selling features, whereas they should be selling benefits. So I think it boils down to the same thing, that understand the value that you are creating as a business or a service, articulate that, be very clear, so that you exactly know how it will add value to your customer's life or to your customer's business. And that is the main thing. In my mind, value creation is of utmost important even before taking up a project.
Absolutely, Farida. I think you hit the nail. Is that you have to know exactly what is the value to your immediate client, and if you don't have a list of prospective clients in your startup, then you better make one. I think that's where the whole thing boils down. You should have a list of your top 100 clients, because when you're ready, these 100 or 50 of these 100 people will buy from you, and that is how you build your network. So let's come to the point number 2, which is now you have created a list of prospective clients, and they have given you some sort of information that this is what they expect from you once you launch yourself. Number 2 is how much value you can demand. For example, you have created a ERP solution, you have created a some sort of a sales solution or a digital marketing platform, or even a physical supply chain management, or anything. How much value that you can demand for for your business, and specifically when you are actually giving certain solutions or package to your client. So I think that is where the
your home. So values are different. Now the pricing is something, if there is a competitive space and there are other providers providing the same kind of service, you already have a reference point. But if it's a niche, and if you found a niche which did not exist and started kind of providing services in that area, then how do you value it? So I would say that let's take an example. For instance, you have created say a solution which is an artificial intelligence solution, which automatically takes away the customer's pain. If your customer actually comes on the chatbot, all the initial queries are answered already before they actually reach a real person. So what is the value that the service provider is actually creating, or the product is actually creating? It's taking away the admin task from real people, allowing them more time to focus on work which a machine cannot do. So it's actually saving them time in terms of people investing time, manpower in terms of somebody actually going and sifting through those queries. So how do you actually define the value? If it's going to cost the organization same in the long run, there is no value. but are you actually, so what is the value? So you are increasing productivity, as a service provider, or your product is increasing the productivity of that organization. It is fine tuning the time to respond. Eventually it will also impact the cost in a positive way, so it will actually bring down the cost. So value is basically a function of all those three things. Now if the value is probably even similar to what they would invest when a real person is actually doing it, it should be fine. But it has to give them some clear deliverables as to this is what will happen if you use this. So if it's a service, that if you're going to, like I started with that example of a logo, what is it that, as a service provider, you are actually creating value for? You are creating the value there by saving the company that headache of actually going and hiring somebody on their own roles, somebody to basically manage day to day, and then keep paying that cost even when they don't need the service. So you're saving them that time. So that is the value creation. So that definition has to be very, very clear. And I think a lot of companies, lot of startups possibly falter at that particular point.
Kanchan, you
So
have
I'll take an
something?
example of from education field, because now everything is digitization, and I very much agree about the pricing factor which Farida has discussed. So, for example, now we suppose if we are talking about online education, for example. So, what happens nowadays? From very long time, children sit in front of screen. So, in case if we want to some additional uh, know-how to a children. So the package or the company should provide a lesser screen time and on a lesser price and more learning outcome. So in this way, it creates a value proposition for children and for parents, and of course for the company. They built a name in that sphere.
So I think all these comments that you made, both Kanchan and Frida, they are very valuable. So let me summarize all this. See, I think in terms of value, the thumb rule should be 10x. That means if you are able to give 10x value to the client, considering all the examples that you have quoted, Farida and Kanchan, that lesser screen time, for example, is a value, how much that will save the client. For example, Farida, you mentioned about how much time saving that person is going to have because they are using some XY technology, and what is the value of that time for the client. So I think all these parameters needs to be evaluated and computed, and the thumb rule should be 10x. And if you are able to give 10x value to the client, you take 1x out of it. So I think that is what I would like to say. You give 10x and take 1x out of it.
Absolutely. Couldn't agree more.
All right. So I think we have discussed the first aspect is, first of all, you have to know exactly which is your client and what is the value you bring. Second is how much value you want to assign to yourself. And I think all of this should go into planning. Even before you start rolling out or investing money in setting up your business, you should have a clear idea of what is the value you bring on the table and for whom, and how much is the value of your business. So a copycat, for example, will not succeed because a copycat, he may be sitting in some other marketplace, and guess what, he would have already done his market study and he knows exactly which are the clients who will buy from him. So you can't look at the success of somebody else and drive in some other market. So I think that is something which people should have clarity. So number 3 point in value is, when you actually create a value, how long this business will be valuable. Maybe if I have to throw example, when we were kids, our parents bought a car and they ran a car for 20 years and they used to feel proud. In fact, we had a car in our home which we had for 30 years. So we used to feel very proud about it. We bought this for some 5,000 rupees. Now it is, after 30 years, still running. So the whole point is that is not the case anymore, because if you are in 50s and 60s and 70s, a car manufacturer could project his business. If I sell my car, people will use it for 30 years. That means even after 60 years, I will still be in business because they will be buying spare parts from me. But that is not the case here. I mean, car has become more or less like a mobile phone. People use it for 5 years. So even a heavy machinery industry like a automobile, the life is 5 years. So I think what is the value that you bring on the table and how long that value will be. And I have a fourth, uh, connotation after that. But I like to take your opinion on this one.
I think, I kind of agree with everything that you are saying, because honestly, that's exactly how I feel as well. And I think it's very valuable. Also, like in today's world, this whole COVID situation has rocked the global economy so strongly. Yeah. And with these challenges, there are opportunities to pivot and find virtual solutions to meet the needs of the changing business landscape. Now, in this thing, I see a lot of mushrooming companies coming up with a lot of offerings. But here, the key is to actually find value. How do you get heard in a noisy world? You do if you have the value. And it goes down back to the drawing board, where you define the value, understand who are the people who are going to actually get that value from you. How are you going to price it to return the value to you in terms of profits, and how long will your proposition be valuable? What is the life cycle? Is it going to be valuable for 1 year, 2 year, 3 year? Will it actually be valuable in the post-COVID world when things would have changed drastically? So it's very important to define all of these things. And CK, I think when you were saying that, it was almost I was hearing myself saying it, because it's exactly the same way that I feel as well.
I think that when we establish a value proposition, and when we have to establish a life cycle also for our services and our product. And but along with that, we should also keep in mind that, okay, fine, maybe this will run maybe for this product or service will be there for my clients maybe for 4 to 5 years. But after 5 years, what we will be doing? So we'll not be closing our doors. So in that case, we should have that kind of thought process that maybe after 5 years we'll do this, we do this in innovation, or we'll go into a different direction. We'll cater different clients, and we may add more feature to our services or product. So this enhance the sustainability in the market.
Yeah.
So that is also very important.
Sorry, I thought you had finished. I'm also saying that, it's also important when you're creating that value to understand what is the resistance that stops that particular value from scaling. Because
Right.
that should be part of your planning, since,
Right.
already, you already know that it might be the life cycle or the lifetime value of that proposition is only that much. So we
Right.
also need to kind of, as a service provider or as a business provider, we also need to figure out that what is the resistance that will stop it from scaling, and be prepared for that as well.
Right.
So I think from both of your comments, which obviously coming out from successful business that you have run in the past, I think the fourth point in terms of value is the diversification. Because what is happening is, if you don't diversify, then there is a limited shelf life of your offering, of your value. And after the value is exhausted, uh, your product, your services will not have any need, because the industry has moved on. There are new things which are coming in the market, and you have become outdated, obsolete. So I think the fourth point is to diversify your offerings in terms of keeping your business alive and sustained. So let me just end with a simple example. We have all heard of a company called Nokia. They started as a paper company 200 years back, and they became very successful, and eventually they became a high-tech company. And today, when we use our mobile phone anywhere in the world, we actually go through Nokia technology. The whole impact of Nokia is so profound on today's world is that you cannot use your mobile without going through one of the Nokia endpoints or a server. Yet the company is no longer existing. They've lost their market share. Nobody knows about Nokia anymore. I mean, they know, but they keep launching their mobile devices, but it's not really great. So having reached, really the top end of the market, they simply vanished, and they vanished within a period of 1 year. A 200-year-old company, what it took to vanish is only a couple of months, like to be precise, 8 months. So I think the point is diversification, and I'll leave the floor open for you guys to comment.
Yes, actually, diversification is very, very important aspect of any business. For example, I'll take example from an education field. Now, suppose if we are providing a math courses online, so after some time, people will also get bored. What math? So we have to come up with new, maybe Vedic math or maybe abacus. So these we have to integrate with that. Now after that, what we cannot keep on teaching abacus, though math is a base of a base subject. Then we have to add maybe a coding, which can very well integrate with the math education. So likewise, step by step, it's very essential to really upgrade the business offerings to the client, and then with this create a value proposition.
Yeah, I think absolutely, because just to kind of, understand where the diversification should actually start, because it shouldn't happen that, in a matter of few days or few months, the company actually becomes obsolete. So we don't just have Nokia's example, we have Skype's example. I'm like, bro, you had 7 years of head start on any other, system like Zoom or, Teams, etc. What happened? This was your opportunity. What happened? So it is very easy to kind of, go out of sight, out of mind. If there is not enough engagement, if there is not enough diversification, and there is not enough, alignment with the market. So yes, I mean, on that, I would say that you got an idea, great. First, find the right people. Two, explore together. Third, just make it happen. But don't forget the thing that the basis or the premise of anything is value creation. And don't forget that in that enthusiasm to get something going.
So I think today's discussion was very meaningful, especially for the SME segment, the startup community, or whoever, a young entrepreneur, whoever wants to start their own company or some small group or anything in life. I think the 4 parameters, which are the really basic parameters of starting a business, is find value, uh, value, how much to value, um, what to sell, whom to sell, and diversify at the right time. So these are the 4. Our expert guests have given us this wisdom, and I thank you, Farida and Kanchan, for joining us in the roundtable.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
So we will meet again next Friday with some other engaging subject related to business. Until then, bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello friends, I am Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to Top Brass. Today we have a very interesting topic to discuss. As you know, every year on October 29th, we are celebrating International Internet Day. Now, internet is very crucial to our lives. In 1969, on this very day, the first electronic message was transmitted from one computer to another. And internet day is open to everybody and anybody. You have to just access internet. To discuss more, we have Sitesh Srivastava, who has a deep interest in corporate training. He is a technology savvy person and closely associated with broadcasting. So, welcome to the show, Sitesh.
Thank you, Kanchan. And it's a wonderful day, wonderful conversation. And interestingly, we are talking over internet. So how are you?
I'm fine, Sitesh. How are you? Things are okay?
I'm doing well.
Yes, great. And we are talking through internet, you see? So we have to celebrate this day more actually, because this has allowed us to really interact in this COVID period.
Exactly, and it is a transformation from growing up in India and being an Indian youth. Never thought that we will have this kind of a communications. As I come from the Doordarshan Times or MTNL, Mahanagar Telephone Nigam Limited, or popularly known as Mera Telephone Nahi Lagta, and VSNL, Videsh Sanchar Nahi Lagta. So from those days of we have come very, very far, and it is a few generations of technology that has passed. And having to celebrate an internet day, I can only say, Kanchan, that internet is the new oxygen. We breathe it, we inhale it, we exhale it, and we cannot live. And we get nervous when our phones, when our browsers are not around us. Be it anywhere in the house, anywhere in the office, anywhere during our mobility, internet has become our biggest companion today, isn't it?
Yes, we can't do anything without the internet. And especially in India, we have 50% Indian who are using internet. That is over 600 million people. Usage has spread to the far corner of the country, including 40 million new to internet users, as well as 60 million SMEs, and has deepened into new use cases. With the rebirth of the country's internet economy, post-COVID is really crucial, and it is very, isn't it?
Exactly, Kanchan. And I remember a time, an event in 2010 or probably 2010, if I'm correct. I participated in an event of IIT Japan meet, where I got to meet some professors from University of California, Los Angeles, who himself, an Indian professor, who was a computer science head of department, I guess, in 2010 IIT Japan, who spoke about the first electronic message sent 45 years back. And that message between two computers that was sent that day, the engineers wanted to write the word login, and they could only write LO, and the computers crashed. I mean, today, so that means the first message that was sent was low, LO. And only after 1 hour of again technical working of those two computers, the first word was sent called login. And that was 45 years back. And today it seems that it appears that the internet is the biggest discovery of this cross century of 20th and 21st century that we have seen. And within 45 years, We are now talking in terms of a 10th generation of Intel and 2G, 3G, 5G phones and what not. I mean, today's kids will not know what it meant to go for a dial-up internet connection, and that an expensive one, and going to a cyber cafe and sitting in a small cubicle and trying to access those Yahoo chats and Hotmail chats of those days.
Yes, definitely. But I also feel that it has helped in a way because we can get more information, which was missing when there was no internet, because we have to struggle for getting information. Say, take up a news, we get instantly, and take up any information, especially I'll take up a subject which is very close to my heart is natural herbs or Indian herbs. Like we have news like Prime Minister just inaugurated today Arogya One that has 5 lakh plants of 380 different species spread over 17 acres. So these kind of information are possible to get this information instantly. It is possible due to internet only. Now, when I'm talking about Arogya One, why it is closer to my heart is because I'm a mother. I need all these herbs related knowledge on daily basis. So we have a, a place where I can visit and find out more and know more. Like Arogya Kutir has a traditional treatment facility and wellness center, which will be providing healthcare based on Ayurveda, Siddha, Yoga, and Panchkarma. So all these kind of things which require as a mother. So I get these details through internet, through Google, due to internet. So these internet is very crucial. It has become part of mankind.
Exactly, Kanchan, and there is no doubt about it. There's no doubt about it. But here I have to point out two things which I think needs to be thought about. One, that on an average, an internet user is online at least 6.5 hours in a day. Any user spends 90% of the smartphone time on a mobile app. We open and close our mobile phone at least 150 times a day. As that information is available at a lightning speed.
Right.
Now here, two things are important. If the information is really needed at that point of time, we can just not only type it, we can just talk into our mobile phones these days or on our computers and we get the answers. So from an information perspective, I am perfectly fine with the lightning speed that the information arrives. But I feel, Kanchan, the way to enjoy a food is to chew it first of all, at least 32 times in the mouth to feel the flavor, to feel the spices, to feel the fillings. And therefore, this information sometimes has become information overload, because it does not give us time to think about it. It does not give us time, especially we live in the times of news and fake news and deep fake news. And many information is being just passed on, forwarded without verifying the details. And it is very easy to morph it, change it, edit it, put additional voice or video to it or cut it. And therefore, I think that Internet Day is significant from the point that we are connected more, but at the same time, we are spreading sometimes misinformation also. The other point that I want to bring out, Kanchan, is we live in a search engine life. We live in a search engine world. Anything somebody asks a question, we just say, let's Google it. And now Bing is getting ready for that. And we say, let's Bing it. Let's Google it. Now, once we do these things, I have especially noticed, especially in the youngsters, the millennials, that they will look at something on the search engine, and then search engine does not understand the context. It does not understand the subtle context around that conversation which is happening in environment, in the home or in the office or in the college at that point of time. It just takes that search keyword and throws up a lot of information onto the screen, and the first few links somebody reads, and then somebody makes a judgment. After reading the first few links or even first two links, people make a judgment, this is what it is. And that leads to something which I call is still half-baked information. Because we know the Google search or the Bing search or any other search, we can pay, and the links can be paid and moved on the top. So I keep telling the youngsters, please do not make a judgment based on the first link or the first two links. Please go deep. Or for a crucial and a critical information, this is fine, which is needed right now. But most of the information, we really need to dig deep. And that is something that I want to focus and tell, especially the youngsters, that Google is not the ultimate truth, or Bing search engine is not the truth. And in fact, somebody sent a meme this morning saying that we all humans have to only find ourselves. Everything else is available on Google.
Yes, I very well agree with your point that sometimes information is loaded, especially when we talk about children. And since children are online, they are doing their classes online, and some of the information is like too much for them. But at the same time, today I will not be talking about this negative aspect of internet, because today is the day for celebration of technology and information. So I would like to stick to that celebration. And this Internet Day has given a chance for everybody to celebrate how far we have come using this internet and how far we will be going in future ahead. Now, when I'm talking about the news, the information, which I've just quoted an example of getting knowledge of herb and any kind of knowledge which is available on internet. Now, why I should go far? I have a radio jockey sitting in front of me. So entertainment is also you can access through internet, isn't it, Sitesh?
Yes, I think entertainment has reached as closest to our eyes, as closest to our brains as it was never thought before. And thanks to internet, that any kind of internet and any kind of device, anybody can become a publisher, anyone can become a creative presenter. And my experience in the radio broadcasting and a minimum of television that I did, I feel that it is important to create, and which internet provides me and everyone to create a specific channel, a specific content, a specific user base, listenership, all of that. So therefore, this internet has actually redefined, not only defined, it has redefined entertainment in a ways that was not thought probably in the 1980s or till the beginning of 90s. The way the phones, the Spotify and the Yahoo and the YouTubes and Apple Music, I think that is mind-boggling today. And therefore, I think it is time to change that phrase, old is gold.
Yes, so I feel that this is good day, and we should take up this day as creating more realistic and more creative content for our users. At the same time, I also feel that there's a lot of job opportunities which is being provided due to this internet. And since most of office going people are working from home, children are studying from home, so there's a lot of new opportunities have opened up due to this interaction, this due to this setup, like in education sector or maybe in creative sector. Even films are being produced on internet and then released on internet, isn't it?
That is actually, this is, I think, the most important aspect of internet, that learning has become democratized, and learning has reached, work has reached to our homes. Work from home, nobody thought that this is possible
Right.
the way it has been. Most of the CIOs, information officers of the companies across the world, were struggling to bring in necessary uh, digitization, which is nothing but connecting to the internet bandwagon, which has been now naturally it has been pushed to their organizations. The whole organization is on the internet, and we talk about those models like, being on cloud and SaaS model. Literally every intellectual property is on the internet today, and therefore people are not required to go to offices. Many companies, we know, they are asking their people to work from home indefinitely, and that is the great thing about internet. And I remember one of my boss 20 years back, Kanchan, he used to tell me, in the days of dial up, he used to tell me, Sitesh, if you have internet, there is no difference between a person who is sitting in Boston or the person who is sitting in Bhopal. And that is the, I can realize that today when we talk on this special day, how true he was, that yes, if we have internet, it really does not matter on which part of the planet one is sitting. One can contribute, one can create, one can consume, and one can actually innovate all at the same time, whether you are sitting in the Amazon jungles or near the Nile River, or you are at the near the volcanoes of Indonesia. We all are living on this internet, and therefore sometimes when people ask me, where do you stay? I stay on internet. How about you?
Yes, very correctly put this phrase. I really loved it. So I think it is the way to go in future, because we need more innovation in internet related technologies, especially artificial intelligence, where they can plug in, especially in education sector, because children need more inputs when it comes to educating themselves. So it was lovely talking to you, Sitesh. We discuss internet and we hail internet. So till next time, um, I'll say goodbye. Take care. We'll meet.
Thank you. Thank you, Kanchan.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies and welcome to Top Brass. Let me also welcome my friend from UK on this bright Monday morning, Mr. Naval Gone.
Well, I don't know about bright Monday morning, but hello CK, hi everybody. It's chilly here, winter's coming. So just in a matter of days, we've gone from a heat wave to about 14 degrees. That's 1-4, not 40. So hopefully it won't be chilly in your offices today. So now's the time to sort of brush off those summer drolls and get out there and really revitalize your organization. But what's new in the world today? What's new in India, CK?
Well, I think this is a month of August and usually kids used to go to school, and because of COVID, the kids are still at home. They are not going to school, they are studying online. So I think that is where there is some development with regard to online study medium in India. But what do you feel about that? You know, I'm sure in UK as well, student must be going to school in August.
Well, they've just started to go to school in Scotland. First day back, I believe, is today. And they'll be going back to school in England and Wales and Northern Ireland in the next week or so. And it's interesting, really. I mean, young people need that camaraderie. They need that network of friends for their social development, if not for their academic development. And they've missed it, frankly. I mean, this, we built up a brilliant relationship over Zoom because we've never actually physically met. But I look forward to that day when we do meet. But we're adults, we've asked each other those difficult questions over Zoom, perhaps, that no one would normally answer. But kids are black and white, It's a yes-no arena for children. And they do need that comfort blanket of meeting up with their mates. And school is that brilliant place where they can do that on a regular basis. So they've missed out. They've missed it out big time. I just hope that once they do start to go back into school, they adopt the simple things, wash your hands, a little bit of social distancing, although with young people, there's not the fear, the threat of the real problems that COVID have got for adults or people that have got respiratory problems. So yeah, it's going to be an interesting time. But I think on balance in the UK, the Chief Medical Advisor said that it's far better off children go to school than are kept away from school, because I think of this social connectivity that we're all missing. So it's sad that India hasn't gone back to school. But like anything else, we can offer our help. Akulmach, MindFit, YP2G can offer our help with teachers out there that really want to help that social interaction get going, because we're all about attitude change and soft skill development between us. So there's great opportunity if they want to reach out, and we're more than happy to help them along the way.
In fact, going to school for kids is very essential because it's an overall development, and they meet their mates, they fight with them, they have friends, they have best friends, and then they breakups and those kind of things. So I think it is part of learning, and we are able to talk conveniently because we have gone through that experience. So I think it's
Exactly.
important
Yeah.
for kids. Unfortunately, we are not open yet. The graph in India is not flattening. It is still going up. Almost every day, 60,000 new COVID patients are getting added to the tally, and India became the third country to cross 3 million COVID mark. Although recovery rate is also highest in the world, it is 72%. However, India being a highly populous country, I don't think the COVID is going to come in control quickly here. So I think it's better that the kids stay at home. But this has created an opportunity. There are online players who have gotten a school certificate, school education certificate from Government of India, from the Education Department. And now some of these big guys are offering same level of education, and you can buy, as a parent, you can go to their website and buy these courses. And for every class, there is a separate price list, and you can buy an annual program. And the best part is that you can have a teacher also training you, and you can select what teacher you want. And suppose you don't want the teacher, you can deselect and find another one. So they have a set online e-learning mechanism which is based on the standard subjects, and they also have the teachers, which is the operational side of it, and they're bringing it all through the net. And the cost of this kind of education is almost like 1/10 of a private school. So that is something innovative things that are coming up in India.
Well, it's not surprising that other people are entering the marketplace, because unfortunately schools are closed. So that camaraderie that you as a parent and I as a parent would want our child to have, we pay extra for that. There is the state school arena and there's the private school arena. If you can afford it, then my choice would be 99.9% of the time, send your child to a private school. But that's my personal choice. And clearly, therefore, the online now has opened up to an economic model. Let's not make too much about this, really. Education, there is a cost of education. Some people can see it as a profit center. These private schools see it as a profit center. They may not be seeing mega profits, but the point is that they do see a profit. Otherwise, they can't stay in business. Education, whether it's run by the government or run by the private sector, is a business. And frankly, in this arena, I think we're seeing a change, an opportunity where those that couldn't afford the private education, as you say, it's 1/10 of the price. And it's great to be taught by really good teachers that your child chooses. I mean, the interesting thing is, you take your child to school and you don't have a choice of teachers. The teachers are there. So this is a whole new avenue that's opening up. As whether it's got legs, as we call it, whether it will be the way going forward. In some respects, it doesn't really matter, because people are trying new things, and you and I are all for people doing things, maybe doing things differently and getting hopefully better results. Of course, if we're going to do this and we don't get better results, then we better stop doing it pretty quick, and get after what we're really in the education world. We're on about improvement, but betterment of the individual, not making money out of the individual. That's very much secondary. The irony here is, of course, if someone's really improving and lots more people are improving, guess what? More people will come to you. It'll be like that electromagnet that you've just turned on and you've increased the power, and all of a sudden people come to you because you're getting a better result. So I'm all in favour of this. Frankly, a lot of people would say, oh no, that's not a right way to go. Education should be free. We've got to do something different now, because unfortunately, as India's found, schools are closed. So we need to get schools open. If that means virtual open, with more entertainment online, better education as a result, because kids love watching TV, don't they? They love they love laughing at the TV, and the daft thing is that whilst they're looking at these things, they are actually learning something. Quite what they're learning, we don't know until you ask them the question. But we all learn something from watching the TV.
Yeah, they do. And the best part of this system is that the teachers are not getting employed by the platform. And the way it is working is that the teachers have to record their a video, a private video of how they teach the children in an online arena, send it to them. They will review, and if they like, they will give a call. If they don't like, don't bother to even contact them. So it has become like that. It is so competitive for teachers. And then,
well, I suppose, but in some respects, is that a bad thing or is it a good thing? I mean, what it means is that we're recognizing that education now is far more than throwing things at young people and saying, here's some knowledge, I'm going to throw it at you, I'm going to explain it in this way and in that way, and eventually you'll understand it. That's what happened to me at school, and it was a way that was acceptable then. Is it acceptable for the 21st century? I don't think so. There must be a better way. All of the we need to be progressing. I mean, you have GCSEs, you have the equivalent of O levels that we have over here, and I ask maths, because my specialism was maths and economics. I ask maths teachers quite regularly, has education improved so that at 16, when you sit these exams, you're more advanced? And the answer is no, we're still teaching the same things at the same age. And I've just got a question, whether that's right, whether we need to be teaching all of those same things again. Now, for instance, does a hairdresser need to have calculus? And the question is, well, what's the reason for calculus? What is it about that? Because around the world, they say you must have maths, you must have English, and you must have a science. We need to be asking the question, why? What is it in there that is so important for everybody going forward?
well,
A bit of a bit academic for the morning, especially a Monday morning. So maybe we shouldn't go down that route. But go on.
I can quickly one sentence reply is that this kind of maths and science people or the students study in the school in the younger O level, as you said, or the middle school here in India, is really the information required to live life. It's a physical science. So if somebody doesn't know how to do simple math, there'll be a total failure even as a hairdresser.
I totally agree with that, and we're focusing on maths because it is such an important part. But what is it as a physical science that we need to live a full life? Well, we need to know how to budget, how to live within our means, how to forecast, how to save, how to fill out a tax return. But they're not learning how to fill out a tax return.
Yeah.
They're learning how to do calculus. So I just have a question, maybe for all you mathematics teachers out there, is there something we can do within the curriculum that has got far more meaning for someone going forward? So in other words, we have elements of a maths O level, which are absolutely everyone's got to do. But rather than doing calculus, maybe we do tax returns. Rather than doing simultaneous equations, we might do budgeting, And maybe we're saying, this is a financial element of maths that's coming in. Well, yeah, probably is. Maybe we need to have a financial course or a life skills course that everyone has to do. That includes, how to run a budget, how to build a relationship with people, even over the digital airwaves, what's going to be important for your future. It's an interesting challenge to the educationalists out there, but we've had months of COVID. I'm sure someone somewhere is thinking about this. And certainly if we're not thinking about it in the education arena, the private sector will be thinking about it. Believe you me, I've seen it already.
Yeah, so the next step is, once the teachers are registered as online teachers in these platforms, then there'll be a rating system. And then as a student, say for example, a parent buy the package, annual package, then they can see all the teachers, and then they can search what they are looking for in a teacher, um, attitude or education, rating,
Yeah,
all.
yeah. TripAdvisor, you know, I like this hotel because, I like this teacher because, I didn't like that shop because. We are in this world of, I'm going to value you. I'm going to have my say about you. It was bound to happen. You know, we've become used to it, you know. Amazon, did you like the book? Tick, yes. Cross, no. Here's a book we can recommend. You know, you can imagine, you know, did you like this teacher? Here's another teacher we could recommend.
Yeah.
I'm laughing about it, but you know, the fact is that's what's going to happen. Do we want that to happen? Is that the way we want to go with education? I'm not sure the answer, to be honest.
Well, let me complete the last part. How teachers are going to make money, or how they're going to get paid, is that how many sessions they do. So it's basically their success is determined by how many students they have. So they can make millions, or they can not make anything. So it's up to their ability, which was not the case earlier in the school.
No, it wasn't the case earlier, but equally, just because you like a teacher doesn't necessarily mean you're getting good grades, does it? There's an issue. So, you know, all of the popular teachers may not be getting, you know, the better grades, you know. Oh, I like that teacher because they're very softly spoken. They don't push me.
So you can change your teaching.
Exactly. No, I'm just saying, you know, like any system, there are real benefits and there's questionable issues regarding it. But it was bound to be the way, you know, vote for your teacher here. I mean, even in the professional world, you know, they have the Teacher of the Year award, you know, just like we have the Speaker of the Year award, SOTI, you know, because we love these type of competitions. And then we're in a different world. We're in a very different world today. But hopefully it's progression. If it's not progression, we need to nip these things in the bud and do it differently.
So I'm just wondering if this takes on, because right now there are two players, and these two players will have early mover advantage, definitely. And the schools are now scared to ask for fee. So I think in our case, the school continues, the online arena continues, but moment they ask for the fee, we will, you know, shift immediately, because, you know, that is a better online mechanism. So we'll shift there. Now, if these platforms takes off, then the schools who are making millions of dollars here in India, they will have to find alternative business plans.
Well, I think what you hit the nail on the head here. I mean, this is about perceived value from parents. Let's say, I mean, what's the absolute number of kids in private school in India? Any idea, just roughly? I mean, out of 1.4 billion people, of which, you know, 60% are under the age of 30. I mean, we can probably come up with a number.
Maybe 200 million, maybe 100 million.
I was going to say it's in the tens to hundreds of millions, and then the tens to hundreds of millions are really, this is a choice now. You know, what the education establishment, what any small business needs to recognise, that this is a choice that someone's paying you over and above the system that's sitting out there, the state system. They want value. They want you to deliver the best education for their son or daughter. And under those circumstances, you're in a different arena. This is not about education value. This is about value for money. And that is a very big step from what is the value of education to a child, you know? And whether I'm going to pay, 100,000 rupees a year or 400,000 rupees a year, that's a 300,000 rupee increase. That's now I'm thinking, can I afford that? Is that a value? What am I getting for it?
Absolutely. Absolutely. That's the question.
It is the question. I'm not a great believer in that in education, as you well know, but there are points where everyone will be in, and I will be in the same situation. You know, if I had very young kids, you know, that were in the education system today, I would be looking at, is my child getting a good education?
So let me explain a little bit more. Just few more sentences, Neville.
Sure.
See, the education is absolutely free. It's been made absolutely free and standardized from this year across India. I have informed you about this earlier also. So all that course is available in a portal which is run by Government of India. All these different businesses are doing is getting that free course, packaging it, and then offering it to people, and for that they are charging it. So if you don't want to send your kid to a school, you can jolly well go to the Government of India website and access all the course for free.
Yep.
So
in many respects, what they've done is they've got the raw material, they've packaged it in a very clever way, let's say, but more importantly, they're giving you a coach, and they're letting you choose the coach, which we would call a teacher. So is that capitalism in a good way, or is it capitalism in a bad way? In some respects, it's good, because like anything else, and you know, most government schemes are not brilliant, let's face it, around the world, are they? Someone's packaged it up better, and then they're offering something else. You know, that's why we've got so many accountants around the world. You know, you have to have an accountant. So you, as an SME owner, choose the accountant you go to. Their training, the quality of what they do, your tax return, is going to be very similar from one accountant to the next. But you're paying for the relationship with that accountant. So should education be the same? I'm not sure. I'm really not sure. I've got itchy fingers on this particular one, because, as you said, you know, our belief, your belief, my belief, education should be free, free for all. Everyone has the opportunity. The best teachers, you know, and we need to pay the teachers to be the best. I think education is we're on a tipping point here. I hadn't heard of the Indian model being looked from a capitalist arena until you and I started to talk. Is that the way forward? One might ask, you know?
well, that's a question, but you know, I'm just waiting for now the price war to happen between these platforms. So there are going to be more, and gradually, you know, the price will crash, and who knows, it'll become free in future.
Well, you see, the interesting thing is, I mean, you immediately, as that SME owner, you're in the price war. You know, and you've got 2 young kids, and it's in your interest to have the best teachers for for a fair price. But we're in the fair price arena as opposed to what's the best education. And I think those 2 questions are very different. The jury's out. So we'll see. I don't think we would have been here without COVID. So we can thank COVID for another thing, you know, challenging the way we do things. Will that make it better? Who knows? Time will tell. And the worst thing about that is it's going to be a long time before it will tell. And sadly, the part about this is we're looking at a generation that might suffer. Because if we make the wrong decisions here and the ability of these young people is diminished because of the wrong decision, then we're going backwards, and that's not fair to them. So we need to really make sure we're getting this right.
You have a point, Neville. My father was never looked after by his parents so closely as we were looked after. And my father and mother, I mean, they were not so protective when they were growing up. So they were doing things very early on, and they became independent very early on. I mean, my dad was in hostel at the age of 12 or 13. You know, he was able to leave the house, and he was studying out of hostel. And whereas I stayed in my parents' house till the age of 20, 22, and I was protected, but I was still not protected as the current generation. If the current, I mean, the kids have to go down for cycling, the parents have to go down with them. They have to probably cycle with them. They have to play with them. Whereas in my generation, my parents were not watching for that 2 hours for that play time. They were doing their own things, and they have given this time. You know, this is your 2 hours. Go and do whatever you want. So we were doing all kind of things. So we were learning. So I think what you're making a point is relevant. Is a very relevant, but I think we are all losing it as generations are passing.
Well, again, society has a lot to do with this. The changing arena in society. When I was a kid, our back door was always open, and people would literally walk in off the street. You know, kids would walk in, neighbours would walk in. If you needed a cup of sugar, you went next door, or you ran out of milk. I mean, that was the society I was brought up in.
Right.
Is it the same society today? Well, in some areas it is, because that's how they've maintained those, I suppose, that trust, those values. But in other areas it's not. So the environment is changing. The question is, are we overcompensating?
Time will tell, as you said.
Time will tell. Anyway, it's always a pleasure speaking with you. Such a deep discussion on a Monday morning. But I hope everyone's enjoyed it. Maybe it's got them to think about their particular situation, because that's important. It's not about anybody else, it's about you. So make the best decisions, get the most out of life. And good luck for the rest of the week.
Thank you very much, Neville, and you have a nice day. We'll catch up tomorrow again.
Cheerio.
Bye-bye. Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. Today, Mr. Trump is arriving in India, and there has been a lot of conversation around what kind of deals that India and US will talk about. And although there has been a long sort of a stalemate situation between these two countries where the trade deals are not going through because both parties are sticking to their guns. Uh, in fact, both countries have their interests, and they are both of them are guarding their interest. For instance, the US wants India to have zero import duty on mobile devices. So obviously, it's a big deal. It's a big consumer market for mobile, and Indian government cannot allow that to happen because there is a huge mobile initiative in India, which is Make It in India, and there are more than 200 mobile manufacturing companies So Indian government has to also ensure that the local businesses also not have any disadvantage because of the treaty with United States. So there could be other things also, and while those things will take time to sort out, and as people say in business, give some, take some. So I think that will take some time to iron out. However, there are uh, ongoing business which India and United States can still talk about during this trip. The major item on the table is the defense deals. Right now, Russia is the India's largest ally with regard to defense, and obviously United States can also play a role there. So I think there is no stopping that kind of a deal between India and United States during this trip of Trump to India. Second thing is the issue of China supporting Pakistan with arms and armaments and other support. I think that may also come up as one of the issue. The third could be the effect of Taliban, specifically when United States forces will be withdrawing this year from Afghanistan. So what Taliban will do and how to counter that threat or how to control them, that could be the third issue. So there could be items to discuss which are of the bilateral nature, the treaties to made and sign off. Just before the trip, there was a big chopper deal between India and United States, where the chopper deal was signed up. So, like that, there could be 4 to 5 new agreements that can come out after this trip of Trump to India. And while we look at a bigger deal in future once the issues are ironed out. I think one of the major deal that can also come through in this trip is the nuclear reactor deal, because India wants to buy a few nuclear reactors and the United States can provide. So I think he is landing today in India, and I think there is a huge program gala celebration being planned called Namaste Trump, and we all look forward to seeing that gala event. As always, I will see you tomorrow again with more news. Bye bye.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and welcome to Top Brass. In today's session of Top Brass, we have a very distinguished personality joining us from Texas today, and she is the chief penguin of IBM. Her name is Melissa. Melissa, welcome to Top Brass.
Thank you.
So, Melissa, I think you work with a lot of entrepreneurs globally, and you also work with a lot of youth programs across the world in many countries. And I think today we wanted to pick your brains about digital skills, because you work with all types of people, young, privileged, underprivileged, entrepreneurs, even web technology companies in many countries. So, what is the major skills that is required for all the people going forward from here?
So I have a framework that is my favorite framework, and I actually pulled it up on my phone here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to just show you what I'm looking at. Can you see that? Can you see that? All right, cool. Maybe you can't see exactly what's on there, but I use something that, and I'm going to walk you through it. So if you see me looking down a bit, if you see me kind of grabbing my phone, I'm not texting at the same time. I think the reason why I have this out in front of me is because it's my favorite framework. Now, where did I get this framework? How did this come about? My PhD research is on the digital inclusion of underrepresented and underserved communities. And I focus on a gamut of skills that people need in order to make meaningful use of the internet. So that's generating outcomes, whether that's economic outcomes, educational outcomes, or that's just a matter of being safe online, right? And I spent several years researching all of the frameworks that exist on the planet. And which kind of leads into one of the positions that I have in the world, which is with the IEEE. And so I'm the chair of the Digital Skills Working Group, or the Digital Intelligence Working Group within IEEE, the largest engineering organization on the planet, 400,000 members worldwide. And throughout this literature review for both my academic career as well as my chair position within the IEEE, I identified what I consider to be my most favorite framework. I don't own the framework. I didn't create the framework. I really kind of looked across the world and identified what I would consider and what IEEE is in the process of doing is what I would consider a standard definition of what it means to be digitally intelligent. So we've heard of emotional intelligence, right? Daniel Goleman's research that looks at, how do you manage yourself? How do you manage your relationships? How do you identify, emotional factors in others? We look at intelligence and we track these things, right? We have a definition for what it means. We measure it. We calculate it. And if you think about literacy, we have a definition for what that means, right? We track it, we measure it. We know in India, for example, the percentage of people who are literate. And forgive me, I can't remember the number. That said, we all know it exists. We report out on it from a World Bank perspective, from the UN, countries, villages, schools, and people, right? But think about it. If digital literacy is the new literacy, we should have a framework and a definition. I'm not sure if anyone knows this, but we do not. Even the UN doesn't have a standard definition of what it means to be digitally intelligent. They have put out, meaning UNESCO put out a report some time ago with a number of different frameworks. It didn't include my framework. So what I did, well, the framework that I identified. And so what I did is I wrote a piece for the UN High-Level Panel for Digital Cooperation, which is headed up by Jack Ma and Melinda Gates, with advisory support and leadership from Vint Cerf, the father of the internet, chief internet strategist at Google. And I wrote this piece. You can find it online through the coalition or through the, again, the UN High-Level Panel for Digital Cooperation. You can find that by Googling that plus my name and it'll come up. And I pointed out how the world needs to rally around a framework of what this means. And by the way, here is another framework that wasn't considered in some of the pieces. And I've heard some rumblings that perhaps it's either already been released or will be released, including this additional framework. So what I'm going to do today is I'm going to walk you through the framework. Again, this is a framework that was created by the DQ Institute, which is based out of Singapore. They, along with me and my advisory position within the IEEE, the OECD, and the World Economic Forum have come together to create what's called the Coalition for Digital Intelligence, thus adopting this framework. So I'm going to start off by saying there are a lot of what I would consider competencies, and see this as a wheel of competencies. You're going to dial things up and dial things down depending upon your interest level, depending upon your career, depending upon your academic journey. But it all has, something to kind of rally around in terms of technical competencies, cognitive competencies, metacognitive, and socio-emotional competencies. And there are essentially 3 levels of it. So you consider yourself as, let's say, knowledge that surrounds itself around skills, attitudes, and values. So the first one is digital rights. And digital rights, if you think about this is your rights to be able to participate in the digital economy. Your intellectual property rights. So if you create something, do you own that? And what do you know about ownership when it comes to creating technical solutions or creating, technical works of art, if you will. And the other piece is privacy. How do you understand and manage your privacy? Who has access to your data when you post it online? Those are the three aspects of what I would consider and what the DQ Institute considers, as well as the Coalition for Digital Intelligence considers digital rights. Now, what's interesting is people often use digital intelligence, digital literacy, and digital skills interchangeably. This model actually looks at digital literacy as a separate component within that wheel of competencies when we're talking about digital intelligence. And one of the things includes data and AI literacy. Now, we know that not everybody is going to be a data scientist, not everybody is going to jump in the world of AI. That said, you might just be aware of what that competency entails, but you might not actually be a practitioner, and you might not also be empowering others and teaching other people your skills. So as you think about these different big buckets, and then the three items that make up these big buckets, you might be aware that this exists, you might have learned it, you might be a practitioner and teaching others. So that's what I mean by you're dialing these skills up and down. So again, under digital literacy, data and AI literacy, the next one would be content creation and computational literacy. Now, when I say computational literacy, what I mean by that is, can you code? Do you understand the introductory building blocks of what it means to code? Have you written a line of code like Hello World, which is only what I've written? Or are you building applications? Are you creating content? Are you building, websites or mobile applications or IoT devices? And are you empowering others to do so after you've learned? So again, that looks at that wheel of competencies. The last component of digital literacy is media and information literacy. So basically what I'm saying here is that being able to recognize media misinformation and disinformation is a component of being digitally literate. So when you get onto Facebook or whatever social platform you fancy, or you get an email, or you get a text, or whatever it is that comes, in a news article, do you understand and know how to evaluate that article or that piece or that post from your friend to know, is it reputable? Do the sources make sense? Is there something funny about it that, maybe just someone else's opinion? We've heard about, different, farms, if you will, digital farms, existing in certain parts of the world where they're trying to sway you to vote one way or another, or they're trying to sway you from one candidate or another. How is it that you can critically evaluate that article and know, is this real or is this fake? An easy way to do that is you see that article, you go out and you go to Google, you go to Bing, you go to whatever, and you search for that particular topic. And you look and see, is this the only place that it was written? How reputable is that piece? Does it look a little outlandish and crazy? Are there a lot of grammar errors or spelling mistakes? Does the language that you speak, does it sound like you would normally write? These are some of the things that I look for when I determine, is this a valid source or not? In the age of where we get a lot of information from YouTube and a lot of information from bloggers, remember, a lot of that stuff is self-created. How reputable is that material as we go to vote in elections? And that's, extremely important, obviously, right now, as my country, the United States, goes into its elections. A lot of controversy, a lot of divide. How do you make sure that you are being a good corporate citizen by critically evaluating what's in front of you and being a responsible citizen by knowing what you should share, what you should not share, and also helping your friends, your family, and everyone around you understand how to determine whether something is real and fake. And I'll tell you, with the rise of deep fakes, so things that look really real, where it looks like, President Obama, President Trump, Hillary Clinton, whomever else, it looks like their lips are moving exactly. Did you know that you can actually create videos where you can splice things together, make it look like that person is saying it, their mouth may be moving exactly the way you expect it to move, yet it is a deep fake. or someone has created an AI solution that makes it look like it's a real person, a real kid who's been impacted by something. This is really important when we think about terrorist activities or nefarious characters. So we've went through two of them. The third one is digital communication, public and mass communication. So again, I think that one's highly related to media misinformation and disinformation. How do you know where to get your information and evaluate it clearly and comprehensively? How do you communicate and collaborate with others as we're all working from home or studying from home or not being able to access the coffee shop or the restaurant, and we've alternated, we've transitioned our lives from one thing to another? How are we using social media? How are we using messaging? How are we using online collaboration tools to communicate and collaborate with others? I use a lot of different things in my daily life. I use Trello, for example, to keep track of timelines and my project management activities. I have colleagues that use Mural to do online whiteboarding. We have Slack for instant communication. We have WhatsApp to communicate with our friends. I use it a lot for work. We use a lot of different tools in addition to just thinking about social media and email. There are a lot of very interesting things. We're using a Zoom platform right now. So how can you, connect with others who are in other parts of the world or maybe next door, but we can't get over there to see them for a variety of issues that we're all facing with COVID-19. The last piece of digital communication is digital footprint management. How are you managing your footprint online? So if you get online and you post something, where is it going? Where is that post that you made? Is someone taking a screenshot and posting it over somewhere? Do you care about that? Are you, managing your privacy settings on Facebook? For me, I alternate my privacy settings when I'm talking about digital skills or entrepreneurship or training opportunities or tech for good, a job opportunity. I make it public. If I'm posting something that is maybe me and my kids, I might make that private. I might not want everybody to see that. That said, all my followers can see it. All my followers can screenshot it, and they can do whatever they want to with it, and I may not even know. Recently, someone created a Instagram profile that looked just like my name and stole my pictures. I didn't notice it until someone was next to me and I was typing in my Instagram account so that they could connect with me. So I had their phone. And I saw that there was another M Sassafras. That's my Instagram handle. And it was M Sassafras with an underscore after it. And it was my picture, the same picture that I had in my Instagram. So I clicked on it and I saw all my pictures. So essentially what someone had done was clone my account by taking the pictures and creating an alternative account. So my digital literacy, my digital skills, my digital intelligence told me I need to report that. And I need to talk to my friends to report that. So my friends reported it, I reported it, and I submitted something to Instagram. Within X amount of days, that profile was taken down. But what's interesting is that account blocked me, so I didn't know it existed. I only found out because I had my friend's phone. And I wouldn't have found it if I hadn't had my friend's phone looking for it. That's scary, right? Because how many times are we going into someone else's phone and looking for ourselves and our social media platform? Or figuring out where someone has put some of your pictures. This can often be very scary for young women who have been impacted by someone who might have used artificial intelligence to put their face onto someone else's face. So imagine your face onto someone else's face doing something precarious or doing something risque that might not have been something that you did, and posted on some site that you might not, find palatable or acceptable for your norms and values. How do you find that? You might never find it. All right. Now we're going to talk about digital emotional intelligence. This is just like emotional intelligence. So just like Daniel Goleman's research. If you haven't read any books by Daniel Goleman, I would recommend it. I love his books. He's got a whole packet on relationship management, etc. Go ahead.
before we move to the digital intelligence, I like to say that I fully agree with you the points that you made. In fact, especially in the democratic world, from where you and I belong, there are a lot of narrative creation happens, especially around the elections. And in a country like India, the elections are happening every 2 months, and every election is fought like a general election. So if there is a state election, which is a smaller part of India, the impact of that election will have on the next election, which is going to happen after 6 months. And as you know, a country like India has 1.3 billion people, so you can't have one election because there are so many people voting, and the systems availability, machinery, and all that is not possible. So a lot of narrative creation happens throughout the year. And I think you mentioned very valid point in the end, that there is a lot of risk, and you need to know exactly what you're doing on the social media platform. So I just want to ask you, is there a program that is promoted by your team or one of your companies where people can get enrolled and get literate around these aspects?
Media, so I would tell you a couple things. I would go to the dqinstitute.org is what I would recommend. I have seen a lot of, programs that exist that look into different aspects of these. I'm actually building a platform right now. It's not launched yet. It'll be ready. I think based on where I am probably next year, that looks at all of these different competencies and allows you in a gamified fashion to play around with these things and earn badges, be able to share your badges in social media, interact with mentors and peers and others. But if you look at this, there is not one single platform that exists on the planet that allows you to learn in a gamified fashion and earn badges. There are a lot of them out there that take on different components of these. So I think I'd have to look at this and tell you, for this, look at that platform. For this, look at that platform. I saw something on media literacy the other day that I was meaning to go through, a brand new one, and I haven't done it yet. So I would have to look at kind of my notes and tell you, hey, these are the ones, but, perhaps we could write a blog about some of the, deep dives into these, and instead of talk about the framework, or maybe have a special session on media literacy and talk about which platform would be appropriate for, the Indian population, because I think some of these things are very location specific. What a, person, what a farmer in Kenya or a rural farmer in, India might need to know might be a little bit different than, a young girl in, rural Arkansas or a city. But let's table that one, and let's call that one another session, and we'll do a deep dive into media literacy if that works for you.
Sure.
Okay, cool.
You were talking about the intelligence aspect of the digital arena.
Yeah, so this is very similar to regular emotional intelligence. It's got 3 components. It's relationship management. So how do you manage your relationships online? Do you ghost people? Do you respond? Do you fire off too many things to them? Do you spam a lot? How do you manage your relationships online? How do you create something that feels like it's in real life? Do you bring your true self? Because a lot of people don't. Do you create this persona online that's not really you? And is that how you manage your relationships? And do people feel like you're the same person online as you are offline? Not everybody is. Some people create alternative personas. How aware are you of others? How do you push your ideas onto others? Or how do you respond to their ideas? Are you respectful of their ideas? Are they respectful of yours? Do you have empathy? Are you a troll? How do you respond to trolls? These are important things too. As a young person, are you getting cyberbullied? How do you respond to that? What do you do? How do you report it? Where do you go to report it? If you see something quite dangerous online, something potentially violent, a crime, what do you do about that? How do you manage your feelings? And who do you talk to? There are often circumstances that we've seen when a shooting has taken place in the United States or somewhere else, that someone might post an exact video. Maybe that person who committed that crime posts it and shares it. How does that impact people? How does that impact yourself? Should you be sharing some of the things that you share? I've seen, videos of people that might share things that are, extremely disturbing. Do you, indulge in that content? The next piece really goes into security. And that's, how do you manage your own personal security? Your passwords, your password management. Do you tell people where you are at every single moment? I know there are certain places that I might travel to where I don't check in until after I've left. And I do that for my own personal safety. I may do that in many places where I might have left that location an hour ago and I check in as if I'm still there, because I really enjoy, publicizing that I was in this place. I did eat there. I did vacation there. I did spend time there with my friends. Everyone has their own, again, their own comfort level. They dial it down, they dial it up. Think about who all can see where you are, and do you want them to know? I had a situation where I went to a particular city in a particular country to run a coding camp. And it was publicized. It was clear I was there. This made me think about how I manage my own personal safety, because I had an individual who had seen me online, wanted to meet me for alternative purposes than coming and taking part in the coding camp. And so this individual signed up as a photographer and volunteered his skills. And the club, the team that was running this coding camp was like, oh wow, yeah, we need a photographer. It looked legit, it looked fine. In reality, they're trying to get close to me and proclaim his love for me. I'd never met him, I'd never seen him, but he thought he knew me because he saw me on social media and felt like he knew me, even though we'd never interacted before. So think about these things when you're sharing where you're going, who you're with, what you're working on. I, again, dial it up and dial it down depending upon the circumstances and where I am. But that situation made me think about it. Network security management. So, there are many different aspects of that. Are you enabling people to gain access to your network at work? How do you keep your work email, your work logins? We saw what happened with the Twitter incident where nefarious characters gained access to different people's social media profiles and posted different things about Bitcoin. How do these, even the most competent people, often get accidentally involved by clicking on a link? How do you make sure that you are looking at that link, hovering over where it came from, and making sure, did that really come from Apple? Did that really come from my bank? If I get a text, if I get an email that is something about a password issue or a missed payment or validate my credit card, I always go directly to that site and log in to see, is there an issue? Most of the time there's not, and most of the time it's a phishing expedition to see, are you going to respond and are you going to give away your passwords? Are you going to enable someone to gain access to your bank account, your credit card, your personal details, your personally identifiable information, the stuff that people will need in order to take advantage of you, take your money. There are all kinds of nefarious characters out there. Lastly, organizational cybersecurity management. Again, that's probably more about what I said in terms of network security management.
So let me share some experience from my side. What I've noticed is that such nefarious activities have increased, or rather gone up, after the lockdown, because a lot of people are trying to get access to your personal information. And in fact, a lot of telecom operators and also the bank, a lot of other public agencies are, at least in India, I've seen that every second or third day there is an alert that, hey, don't give your KYC, don't share your information. And I think you're making a very valid point. If there is an email sent to me saying that, hey, validate this credit card or something else, I actually look at the website. Like you said, you have to be very conscious. So I actually look at the website, and many times I've seen that there'll be just one additional spelling in it. So for example, if
That's
there's
exactly right. They're very clever. It may look the same. Look for spelling errors. Look to see if it makes sense. You'll discover that there is a lot of, and many of us get them every day. I get them all the time. I don't 9 times out of 10, I don't even look it up, and I don't do anything. And I figure, hey, if my credit card doesn't work, I'm going to go somewhere and it's not going to work. And then I'm going to discover it, because I know my bank is not going to contact me that way. I set up 2-factor authentication. So whenever you log in from a new device, you have to not just put your password, but you have to authenticate or validate that request, through a phone call, through text, through an email, so that that it's coming and that it's you. Now, we've talked about security. We've talked about being a builder, a creator. We've talked about media misinformation and disinformation. What's interesting is we're going to move on to digital safety. And for me, I kind of look at digital safety and security as one thing. I kind of lump it all in there. And again, we look at behavior, we look at, content, what are you sharing in content that goes out? So am I going to post my social security number, which is something we use to identify ourselves in the US? I'm not. Some people have their birth dates posted everywhere. I don't. I don't have my birthday posted, which means I don't get all those exciting, birthday messages on Facebook, because nobody knows that it's my birthday. So I'm not going to get all those, but that's okay. I don't care. And how am I managing, my community? So is there someone who really doesn't want you to tag them in a particular place? Maybe your friend is a victim of domestic violence. Maybe that person doesn't want anyone to know that they're there, because maybe as a victim of domestic violence, that person might know, wow, so-and-so is here, and now I'm going to go there, and I have the ability to perform violence against that person. So again, I think it's not just about what do you feel comfortable with, but how do others feel as well? And how can you be empathetic to the feelings and thoughts and perceptions of others? I'm going to move on now to digital use, and that's how are you using it how are you using tech and access to the internet from a civic perspective? When it comes to tech for good or social good or being active in the political process. Now, there's a fine line between civic use, encouraging people to vote and that sort of thing, and shoving your idea down somebody's throat. Because when you think about what your political beliefs are, or your religious beliefs, or whether you eat meat, don't eat meat, whatever your beliefs are, and whatever your value system is, if you are a vegetarian, do you want to see someone telling you how much you should eat meat and how awesome meat is, and a picture of a slaughterhouse? You do not want to see that, right? Especially if that is something that religiously is very core to your value system. The same principle applies to politics. How do you make sure that you are open and honest and transparent, but you're not putting people in an uncomfortable situation and making them feel as if you're not listening to their perspectives. I have a lot of friends who post a lot of very, very political things, very charged things, and that's their way, and I respect that. And a lot of people, I do continue to keep them on my social media feed, even if their opinions differ than mine, because I think it is interesting also, even if those beliefs differ from mine, from my morals, from my values. There's a fine line. If someone is sharing child pornography, for example, that's very different. I'm going to report that. If someone is going to post harming an animal, I'm going to report that. Same thing with a human or whatever. If there's very abusive behavior, I'm going to report that. That said, it is nice to understand where do other people come from and respect and be empathetic with their point of view, even if you don't agree to it. And just remember, you can always unfollow someone. If you don't like what they're saying and you don't want to deal with, talking to them about it, you can always unfollow. You don't even need to tell them. You can unfriend if you want. But I also know many people don't feel comfortable unfriending someone because they're afraid that person's going to get mad and notice, and then they're going to have to deal with it and have a conversation. This is where the unfollow comes into play. Yeah, I don't want to deal with it. I don't want to talk to you. I still want you in my circle, but I don't want to see your stuff. Naturally, that doesn't exist in Twitter, but there are ways that we can manage these things. If you don't feel comfortable having the conversation with that person who continues to post things that might differ from your personal beliefs.
Recently, I had an experience which I want to share with you. On the LinkedIn, I have many followers personally as a professional, and I don't even know how many people are there in my network. I mean, to be very frank with you, and as you rightly said, you think twice before you unfollow somebody. And there is one person, when we launched our Top Brass Speaker of the Year award, there's one person for no reason started, and that person is a lady. I don't remember who that person is basically. Maybe I met her many years back, maybe professionally, but she started abusing me on the awards that, you are doing this X, Y, Z. And I said, look, I don't want to talk to you. I didn't even block her or unfollow her. But surprisingly, I got an email from LinkedIn saying that, hey, we have noticed some abusive behavior. Would you like to unfollow that person? I was like very.
That's really nice. I didn't know that they did that, and that I think that's I think that's great because I think there's a lot of controversy right now around how our social media platforms using our data. And how are they abusing our data? How are they managing trolls or abusive behavior? How are they monitoring it? How are they managing it? How are they shutting it down? Whether that's, someone who's continuing to verbally assault you, or someone who is, trying to use fake news, because this is where fake news comes into play too, is trying to rile you up and get you excited about your candidate so that you'll respond and share and have a lot of, uninformed dialogue. I believe personally that social media platforms need to play a greater role in having responsibility over their content. There are significant amounts of child pornography that happen in social media, in certain circles. Oftentimes, you look at COVID-19, a lot of misinformation around if you do this, you're going to be cured. And I've read a lot of different articles about, people who have been convinced of certain things through social media didn't respond to, someone who might have, someone impacted by COVID-19 or another ailment, and not taking the proper precautions that are guided by medical professionals and thinking, oh, my friend showed me this, or I got this from this website, and thinking that it was valid by not looking at it appropriately. The next thing I think that's important is both healthy and balanced use of technology. So are you creating and do you have addictive behaviors? Do you manage your screen time? How much time do you spend online? It can be I know I spend a lot of time on social media. A lot of it's just reading and taking in information and learning, also collaborating. That said, are people really thinking about how much time should my kid spend today? Is my kid playing online games all the time? And it's not just kids, gambling, for example, or pornography, or whatever the case might be. Are there excessive behaviors that either young people or whomever are, taking on that's harming them or others? And then, that obviously plays a role when it comes to emotional intelligence. How is that impacting you emotionally, socially, mentally, intellectually? The last thing, which I don't think we covered, because I think we started out with digital rights, so this is the last competency in the wheel, and that's digital identity. And that's, are you using technology to drive change in the world? And that could be emotion, or that could be social good. That could be, empowering others to learn to code. It could be climate action. It could be any cause. It could be solving the UN Sustainable Development Goals. They're just talking about them. Are you influencing others to make the world a better place and change? Now remember, similarly, are you using social media or are you using technology to make the world a worse place? Is that change bad? Now, all of us, I think, have different opinions on whether social media is good or bad. But just like anything, you can create positive change or negative change. What are you doing to use the technology in front of you to make meaningful change and meaningful outcome? How are you co-creating with others? How are you collaborating with others to create change that brings a large group of people, or just your family, or just your community, into the realm of change? And hopefully it's positive change versus negative change, because nobody likes a troll farm. Maybe the troll does. I don't know why. Maybe they're making money off of clicks. There's a lot of different reasons why people do the things that they do online.
So
I'm going to leave this with, and one more thing, I'm going to leave this with: be a good citizen, have digital citizenship that enables you to be a positive influence on others, create positive change, and solve the world's wickedest problems.
I think these are very relevant points that you have told us today, and I think it is something which require a lot of deep study. And as you mentioned some time back, is that what is your identity on the social platform? So I think it's a big problem. What I've heard in India, it's also a big problem because there are a lot of trolls and a lot of fake news websites, and there are certain websites which are not even operating from the Indian soil. So there is nothing much the legal system can
I think
do.
every country has this issue. I read not too long ago that, during the last election in the U.S., they identified, many of the locations of these troll farms, being well outside of the United States, and that there are certain villages in certain parts of the world where they may make thousands and thousands of dollars off of this, and they don't care about the impact that X candidate or Y candidate has in that local community. But let me tell you, you as an individual, you should care.
Certainly. In fact, there is a lot of demand from Indian citizens that to link the social media with the social security number. So we also have a social security number which is based on biometrics. So the fingers and the retina scans, and it has one number which is connected to all the citizens. So there is a lot of demand which is coming up lately now that all the Facebook accounts, Instagram has to have your number attached to it. So I think it's fair. It is not yet enabled, but I think it's.
That's interesting. I wasn't aware of that. I'm familiar with kind of identifiers in India and transformation that's happening, in India when it comes to, the government and the role that technology plays in kind of advancing society. But I wasn't aware of the tie between that and social media. It's an interesting topic. I think it'll be very interesting to see how social media giants or platforms, respond to that. Obviously, if they're going to operate in the country and there's a regulatory requirement in place, you either follow the regulatory requirement or you don't do market in that, or you don't do business in that particular country. And with such a large population in India, it was 1.2 billion, right?
1.3, more than 1.3 now.
So crazy. It's impossible for many of these media giants, social media giants, to say that, never mind, we're not going to do business there. You have a powerhouse of population and people to drive change.
Yeah, the Snapchat moved out because they didn't want to follow the regulations here. But Facebook is here. I think the Facebook footprint is biggest.
I think India just I think TikTok's gone, right? TikTok's gone in India, or no?
TikTok is gone. India banned nearly 250 Chinese applications, including TikTok, PUBG.
Oh
WeChat.
yeah, PUBG was the other one. PUBG is so addictive. I have my ex-boyfriend is addicted to PUBG.
Okay, I've never played it because I don't have
It's
time.
not my thing. It's like fighting and shooting, and I downloaded it on my phone and I tried it, but it's just not my thing. But he's addicted. Yeah, he used to stay up all night sometimes and play PUBG. So I don't like me as someone who also talks about digital literacy. I have people around me who are not interested in becoming media literate, if you will. They're not interested in managing their screen time. So it's really hard, I think as an individual, even someone who's in the know, to know, wow, how is it that I understand, what the good and bad or the do's and don'ts are, yet I cannot impact the person sitting right next to me.
So I think we had a very interesting discussion today, Melissa, and I think I personally feel after talking to you that there is a huge requirement. There is an opportunity for people who wants to train others to also train about uh, digital literacy. I think it is a huge subject. We can't cover it in 30 minutes, but I think it's a huge.
We can't. I've done a week-long session covering each gamut of the wheel of competencies, so yeah, it's a thing. And don't get worried. You can take on any aspect of this that you want. If I had to kind of pick a few, I would say, IBM has a really great one called Let's Talk SafeTech. That for me is a great one to just generally think about, and it's a quick training. It's something that actually teachers can take and use to share their skills forward. It's got like a workshop kind of thing. I really like that, and that would be kind of one of the places I would start. I think media misinformation is another one, and I'm kind of evaluating right now which platforms I think are the best for media literacy or media misinformation and disinformation when it comes, because I like doing things that is more gamified. It's a workshop. We all get tired of just watching videos and reading content. We get tired of it, right? When we want to learn something new. As much as we're doing this talk today, we all have fatigue. We're all tired. We want to have something that might take our minds off things a little bit and gamify it a little bit and make it feel like we're playing, the Nintendo Switch, for example, or whatever.
Certainly, Melissa, I think it was a very nice conversation I had with you. And with my viewers, I will get hold of your model and I'll share it along with this video. And thank you so much for joining us today. And
Thank you.
You have a nice day ahead.
Thank you. Bye, everyone. Have a great day. See you.
Thank you, Melissa. Bye-bye.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. And in this series, we are discussing about the human rights. And for this discussion, let me welcome my friend from Ahmedabad, Mr. Nagesh Sood. Briefly, for the viewers who have not seen this series before, Nagesh Sood is a very senior advocate in Ahmedabad High Court and also a very well-known human rights activist known across India. So without further ado, welcome to Top Brass, Nagesh.
Hi CK, thank you very much. It's been a pleasure to be here. So let's begin.
Right. So, Nagesh, thank you for your presence in our program. We have been discussing about human rights and various aspects of human rights. So far we have discussed many aspects, many laws. Today, we would like to tackle the right to clean environment for the citizens of India and like to know your opinion on this one.
Yes, CK, the concept of human rights in general actually emerged after Second World War. But the right to healthy environment as one of those human rights was never a priority for us human beings. Today, this right is emerging uh, with a new concept, and this is being hotly debated in human rights arena. Actually, a healthy environment is an essential aspect of the right to life, not only for human beings, but also for other animals on the planet. Violation, therefore, of the right to healthy environment is potentially a violation of the basic right to life. Environment deterioration could eventually endanger life of present and future generations, and therefore the right to life has been used in a diversified manner in India. It includes the right to survive as a species, quality of life, the right to live with dignity, and right to livelihood. In India, this has been expressly recognized as a constitutional right. Article 21 of the Indian Constitution states that no person shall be deprived of his life or personal liberty except according to procedures established by law. So, the Honorable Supreme Court has expanded this negative right in two ways. Firstly, any law affecting personal liberty should be reasonable, fair, and just. And secondly, the court has recognized several unarticulated liberties that are implied in Article 21. It is by this second method that Honorable Supreme Court has interpreted the right to life and personal liberty to include the right to a clean environment. Now, what is the international scenario? In the international world, the Human Rights Conference on Human Environment was first held in Stockholm in 1972, which is popularly called as Magna Carta of Human Environment. In the conference, the people were warned that the natural resources of the earth, including air, water, land, flora, and fauna, and especially the uh, natural ecosystem, must be safeguarded for the benefit of present and future generations through careful planning or management. Then there was a report on World Commission on Environment and Development, which suggested 22 legal principles for environmental protection and sustainable development. In India, although the real panic came to be felt only after the Bhopal gas tragedy in 1984, yet it had begun concentrating on problem of pollution after the Stockholm Conference. Indian Parliament passed many statutes to protect and improve the environment, namely the Wildlife Protection Act 1972, Water Prevention and Control Pollution Act 1974, the Forest Conservation Act 1989, the Air Prevention and Control Pollution Act 1981, and above all, the Environment Protection Act 1986. Further, the Constitutional 42nd Amendment Act 1976 incorporated two significant articles, namely Article 48A and Article 51AG, thereby making the Indian Constitution the first in the world conferring constitutional status to the environmental protection. Now, fundamental duties are defined under Article 51A, which enlists 10 fundamental duties, intended to promote people's participation in restructuring and building a welfare society. Article 51AG specifically deals with the fundamental duty to citizens to protect and improve the natural environment, including forests, lakes, rivers, and wildlife. Now we have directive principles of state policies, and Article 47 provides that the state shall regard the raising of the standard of living of its people and improvement of public health as among its primary duties. So Article 48A provides that the state shall endeavor to protect and improve the environment and to safeguard the forest and wildlife of the country. We have provisions in the penal code also that uh, makes pollution a crime, especially section 277, which relates to water pollution. Section 278 relates to again air pollution. Section 426, 430, 431, 432 relates to pollution in general, and section 368 talks of public nuisance. So the concern for integrated environment in the context for planning for economic development was specifically raised in the fourth and fifth five-year plans, and mainly talked about the obligation of each generation to have sustainable development. Then there were various cases wherein, the environmental jurisprudence in India has been developed, mostly by interpreting Article 21 by the Honorable Supreme Court, involving different facets of human life. Some of which I would narrate, which would help us, our viewers, to understand that how Supreme Court enlarged the scope of Article 221 and gave directions to remove environmental problems in the society. In MC Mehta versus Union of India, one of the cases, the directions were given by the Supreme Court to remove environmental illiteracy uh, and the cinemas and video parlors and even the Darshan were required to give 5 to 7 minutes daily uh, uh, about environment programs, and it was compulsorily required as an education, environment education in the schools and colleges. In another case of MC Mehta versus Kamal Nath, Supreme Court made it clear that any disturbance of basic environment elements, namely air, water, and soil, which are necessary for life, would be hazardous to life and can't be polluted. In that case, hotel was discharging effluent into river and hence causing disturbance to aquatic life and water sanitation. In rural litigation and entitlement Kendra, state of versus state of UP, limestone mining in Missouri Hills, which was degrading trees and forest cover, uh, the said mining was banned. In another case, namely Tarun Bharat Sangh versus Union of India, there were 400 marble mines were closed around Sariska Tiger Reserve. Then, of course, the government is doing a lot about preventing pollution of Ganga and Yamuna since 1995. And uh, there are also many uh, uh, programs which are being conducted to save biodiversity in various parts of our country, especially in Kerala. Vellore Citizens Welfare Forum again was a case where precautionary principle and polluter pays principle was involved, wherein any person who is polluting the environment is required to pay for that pollution to the government. So there are many cases wherein, the Supreme Court has intervened, and uh, the various industries, such as in Taj Trapezium case, and pollution by loudspeakers, then there are various cases where the scope of Article 21 has been expanded and the pollution has been controlled by various judgments of the apex court. So today, essentially, what is required is the uh, um, pollution, which has increased doubly, and there is tripling of economic output, and there is persistence of poverty, which are the main reasons for pollution in the environment. So, of course, there are various movements, and there are massive maneuvers which are being done, and even the children and laymen have come forward to protect the environment. But still, India needs a global war on environmental degradation that is as aggressive and well funded as the war on terrorism. So, more than what we need is to take necessary steps to ensure that environment remains at the top of our agenda.
Uh, Nagesh, I think I fully agree with you to what you said in the end after finishing your legal discourse. Um, However, I have two questions. I will ask them one by one. One of the question is, while government has so many laws to protect the environment, but I think India being a very large country with a lot of population, I think there is a need to increase the awareness about the environment. Uh, I think the situation is not so grave if you follow the religious aspect of it, because the religion itself will teach you to have a balance with yourself and the environment. But somehow our society, and it's so many numbers, 1.3 billion people, we tend to not follow the Indian ways. I think there is a need to make people aware so that they can keep their environment clean and have that consciousness to live in a clean environment. That is my question number one. So I will ask you question number two after your response.
Yes, CK, I absolutely agree. What we require is, very important for all of us is environment consciousness. You see, when we live around, we see around us there is so much of pollution. I would give a very simple example of, disposing our garbage. When we have been taught in not only in TV advertisements and otherwise through newspaper advertisements, that we have to separate wet garbage and dry garbage, which would help the garbage collecting machinery to separate it and to decompose that garbage in a proper manner. We still in our houses don't do it. So that is a very basic thing. Secondly, use of uh, uh, single plastic. Now, plastics we are using, we even now that the states have come forward with the ban of single-use plastic, but many a time we see when we go out and buy vegetables, we are given the vegetables in plastic polythene bags. Now it is a single-use plastic which needs to be banned absolutely. So what we require is we have to use a bag, maybe a cloth bag, or maybe a bag which is of paper. We have to have that shift on our own, instead of just casually not being conscious about how this is going to affect the environment. Because anything which cannot be decomposed would be harmful, which cannot be recycled, would be harmful to not only our health, but to our future generations also. So all these things require, consciousness, awareness, which is being done. Every day we see that this is being done. We see the advertisements. We see a lot of hoardings, which is there. But you have to somehow, as we say that we have to follow a God, we have to follow it like our religion. So this is very important, and I absolutely agree with you that environment consciousness has to be developed in every citizen.
So I think a lot of schools are giving sort of orientation to the students, but I think a lot more to be done because the population of India itself is so huge, and the penetration of these awareness programs is not enough. I think we need to do more, maybe some volunteers and all that. So that is the first part which we have to take care as a country. The second question is related to water. Now, if you look at India, India has almost like 20% of the population of the world, and maybe 25, we don't know. But the palatable water is only 1%. So it is no brainer. The amount of fresh water available in our country is not sufficient for everyone. And I've been talking to a lot of educationists and environmentalists. They have said that in years to come, the water will be the next gold. There will be so much scarcity of water. So I think we need advanced technology solutions. So it's no longer following the Indian way. I think to conserve water for the future generation, we need to follow certain highly technical solutions. So what is your take on that from the legal standpoint? What we should do to protect our water?
Absolutely, Chandrakant. So far as water is concerned, see, first of all, we have a lot of groundwater which is available to us. Now, groundwater in our country is not taxable. You see, anybody and everybody can, take take out any amount of groundwater from, people have been using pumps, people have been using, motors in societies, in big, large societies. You see, the groundwater is being exploited. So first of all, people has to value the water which is available. Now, groundwater is one kind of water which is uh, uh, which can which is safe for drinking and which can be used for many activities. Secondly, we have perennial rivers, we have rivers, ponds, etc., wherein what we see that a lot of industries and a lot of people dispose of the affluents, the industries, the chemical industries, and all sorts of pollution is being created in the rivers. So people don't value the water which is available in our country. What they see is that there is a river, there is a flowing river, there is a pond. We should use it for any other purpose, and which is not valued. So first of all, we have to protect the water bodies and water which is available to us. Let us have a movement wherein everybody needs to be taxed for the use of water. A lot of when there is a taxation on water, probably that would help people to use it conservatively. So I think that is one of the solution. Plus this awareness, of course, we are spreading awareness how we should not keep the taps open when we are brushing our teeth or when we are using the water. How the water has to be conserved. Of course, this is a method of conserving the water, but whatever water is available, first of all, we have to value the availability of water, and then use it very conservatively. And also then how we have to develop recycling of water, etc. Of course that's a government's job, how the recycling has to be done. But what is important is conserve the water, use it conservatively, and the government should impose tax on the water, and therefore that is how we can preserve it for our future generations.
There are a couple of things, Nagesh, I wanted to discuss on this subject. Number one is that almost 99% of people in India are drinking either the bottled water or the reverse osmosis machinery. In fact, even the small houses with less income also are drinking the RO uh, clean water. Now, the biggest problem is, first of all, we have less water. And when we have RO machines in every house, every apartment across 1.3 billion households in India, the 50% of water goes waste because you're cleaning the water itself. Uh, so I think that's a big challenge. I think something has to be done about it. Do we need a different technology than the current that we have? Secondly, since you're talking about taxation or some sort of extra money, because anyway water is going to become more expensive in future. We know that for sure. So don't you think that we should have some smart systems to pay only for the clean water, and if somebody gives us impure water, we should not be paying for it. So there has to be some mechanism. I think a lot of people are talking about these technologies, but I think more than taxation and more than anything else, because water is going to become more and more expensive and dearer, I think we should rely on technology to pay only for the clean water that we pay. We get, because whatever type of water we get, we are going to waste half of it anyway in our house. So what is the point?
Well, CK, I have this suggestion in my mind. You see, across the world, we get drinking water in the taps, right? So, in a lot of municipalities in India also, uh, the government is able to provide drinking water in the taps, wherein you are not required to use any kind of RO machines or reverse osmosis process, etc., where we see a lot of wastage. It is only where the drinking water is not provided by the government that these machines are being used, because a lot of groundwater is used by cooperative societies and other people, which is not a pure water. Drinking water is not available. So, first of all, if the government ensures that for every citizen there is a provision for drinking water, then I think these kind of systems will not be used. As I say that if water is taxable, then of course the government would improve upon the means of providing drinking water to everybody. In villages we see there are hardly any resources, or people are drinking very unhealthy water through ponds, etc., and even they have to travel long distances to get drinking water, or to so to say water. So all these things actually are in the arena of government's responsibility, and also a lot of NGOs can be taken for these kind of movements. So this would help in providing drinking water to people in a large scale. Secondly, what you said, that you see there is a lot of wastage of water, a lot of water is not being used. So why this is waste, the water is wasted, is that people don't value it. You see, we are only, if we only value drinking water, we have to understand that the other water which is not uh, clean can be made palatable or can be used for drinking if it is clean. It has to undergo a process. Now, the government may use a lot of processes which are not very expensive. So, every water, whether it is clean or whether it is not very clean, has to be valued and used in a proper way. So no amount of water what it comes to our household has to be wasted, and it has to be used very prudently so that the water which is groundwater which is not very clean also can be used by the government, and then it can from one system that should be made available to the entire community. So that is my view, because people are now using at homes, their own system, their own water machine, motors, etc. They are extracting groundwater. Society is extracting groundwater. Now that is not clean. So that is how people are using RO machines or aqua guards or other purifying machines in their homes. But if it is the government which uses the entire groundwater, makes it taxable, and gives supply to each and every household, then I think people would not misuse the water which is available to us.
In fact, I fully agree with you. Being Indian, I think we should value our water. I think that is where we can end our discussion today. But viewers, let me tell you, many things are going to happen as the time passes. As Nagesh has already said, there will be a taxation on water. We don't know because government will take care of certain resources in the country. But I think awareness is also very, very important. It is not only responsibility of the government, but also citizens, because we have to protect our water. And as time passes, the water will be much more expensive. So I think we should start practicing from today itself. And water forms one of the major component of the clean environment. So clean air, clean water, clean surrounding, and that is the topic of discussion for today. So thank you very much, Nagesh, for joining us today. It was wonderful session we had.
Thank you very much, CK. It was pleasure being with you. Thanks a lot.
We'll catch up tomorrow again on some other human rights issue. Until then, bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Take care.
Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. Today we will talk about the link between uh, elections which will be held in this year in United States and Pakistan situation as a FATF grey listed country. So, as we all know, that Pakistan status is being reviewed right now by FATF, and the chances are there is a very strong chance that the Pakistan may slip further down into a blacklist. Now, if they are blacklisted, that means all the funding to that country will stop, whether it is World Bank, IMF, or any other country which is trying to loan to Pakistan, will be told categorically by United Nations that if you are lending or giving funds to this country, it is at your own risk, because that fund will never come back. And that is the meaning of blacklisting of Pakistan. So right now they are in grey and their status is being reviewed. So it is in the interest of India to make sure Pakistan goes into blacklist, because obviously it's an enemy nation for India. However, the United States playing a major role in deciding. In fact, there is China, which will ensure that Pakistan comes out from does not go into blacklist at least, or even comes out from the grey list. But it's not going to happen. Pakistan will not come out of the grey list because they are, there is a huge blame on them for funding the terrorist activities. So, what has to be done? The Donald Trump would like to face the election and obviously would like to win, and he will like to win on a nationalistic wave, and so he is doing a couple of activities with regard to his politics, which is prevailing in United States. The second most important activity that Donald Trump has to do is to withdraw his troops, his army from Afghanistan, which is on the verge of, there is a lot of outcry in the public, and they don't want their soldiers to be stationed in Afghanistan in such a far off place for no reason. So, Donald Trump has promised that he will withdraw, and he will withdraw in a very systematic manner. So, what has happened in last 1 week? So let me take a step back. Pakistan has uh, jailed Hafiz Saeed, which until few months back, or in fact few weeks back, they were not willing to pin any blame on Hafiz Saeed for getting involved in terrorist activities. But this week, it is a surprising move by Pakistan. Uh, Hafiz Saeed has been convicted for terrorist activities, for carrying out terrorist attacks, and he has been jailed for 5 years. And Donald Trump is visiting India. So the chances are there will be a lot of strategic and bilateral agreements that's going to be signed between India and United States. There could be open items which may need closures between these two countries. At the same time, as far as Donald Trump's election is concerned, the elections require a lot of nationalistic wave to be generated, and the critical action is to withdraw from Afghanistan. There, Pakistan is playing a major role. So, let's discuss a little bit about Pakistan. Pakistan, if it slips into a blacklist, then the Prime Minister of Pakistan has initiated a lot of economic reforms to bring the economy back to to a reasonable level. So if they get into blacklist, then the funding from other countries or even loans or any advances which are possible will not happen. So it will further slip the country down into doldrums. It is not in interest of United States, especially this year, because they are facing withdrawal from Afghanistan. So what has happened? The China is already in favor of Pakistan. China will ensure that Pakistan will come out of the grey list. However, the US will still like to play a role of good cop and bad cop. That's the terminology which is used. So they will soften their stand on Pakistan and ensure that they do not fall into blacklist, but they remain in grey list. So that way, they will Pakistan as a country will keep getting small amount from IMF, some loans from some other country, and so on. So they will have some cushion, and in return, Pakistan will take some action, which they have already started by uh, convicting Hafiz Saeed, and also he is now jailed for 5 years. So it is basically being shown as one of the positive action that Pakistan government is taking, and I am sure there will be more news about this such actions where they would like to show physically to the world that they are actually taking action on the terrorist activity that country or non-state actors, as they say, are taking. In return, Pakistan will assist United States to peacefully withdraw their troops, and then major role will be played by Pakistan on reshaping the future course of Afghanistan. So there is this flip-flop which is going to happen, and this is much before the Donald Trump's trip later in the February to India, and so that things are in shape. While Donald Trump signs strategic deals with India, they will also ensure that they soften their stand on Pakistan, and they ensure Pakistan does not go into blacklist but remain in grey list. So this is something which I wanted to give my analysis today. Uh, Please leave your comments. In case you want to discuss anything with me, I will surely respond to as many people as I could. And I will see you tomorrow as usual. Bye bye. Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and today we would like to discuss about the new policies which have been sent to us by WhatsApp. And these policies are sort of pop-up which is coming up in many of our WhatsApp messages, where the system is saying that, hey, accept it, and the new policies will be applicable from February 2021. And if you have not enabled these, accepted these policies, then the use of the application will cease to exist for you. So what is so special in these policies, and why it is so important? See, the whole thing is the WhatsApp platform was acquired by Facebook for a very huge amount of sum, for almost $19 billion. And obviously, they will not acquire such a big platform after paying so much unless they have a business plan to integrate with the core offerings of Facebook. So this is exactly what is happening right now. The Facebook wants to integrate WhatsApp application as their key transportation layer for doing business. So these new policies basically allows you your application to share your location, your personal details, etc. with the Facebook platform. And consequently, Facebook will be able to roll out various applications to you as a consumer. You can actually have a business application which in some way is being used already, which is called WhatsApp for Business. So it will be much more comprehensive application where you as an individual or a small business will be able to use your WhatsApp for business as a more comprehensive business tools, which will allow you to take customer calls, support calls, etc. At the same time, your location will be tracked by Facebook, so you have an opportunity to provide application support and customer support in your location. So it will make very easy for Facebook to integrate the entire business rollout application using WhatsApp. The other thing is the payments, which is a big thing. Uh, as we know that the payment can be paid and received using WhatsApp platform. So and Facebook has certain version of the payment application already present in their website. So that will be integrated with the WhatsApp platform, and then that will allow you to receive and make payment using directly from your phone through the Facebook um, application. So these are few things which the policies will take effect from February, and they are asking you to accept these policies. Obviously, there is a downside of it. The downside is the Facebook will be able to track your clientele, your connections. They will be able to also track your sort of privacy in terms of location, because they will track your location. They will also gain access to the messages that they are sent, although the Facebook is saying that all the messages will be encrypted. So in some way all the messages are being encrypted. They will not be visible to the Facebook people, the internal staff of Facebook, yet they will have a track of the kind of messaging you're doing using your messaging platform WhatsApp, using Facebook. And they will also be able to track your connections, because once you accept these policies, your entire connections on WhatsApp will move on to Facebook. And in certain cases it has already begun. uh, I have accepted the policy, and my Facebook has already synced my connections on WhatsApp with my Facebook. So things like that will happen, and in certain cases you may feel it is a uh, uh, encroachment of privacy. But think in a different manner, friends. You know, if you have built your email, you have given your mobile number to people, you have given your bank. So you are basically already present in the net, and your privacy is not no longer a private matter. It is already available with somebody or the other, and if people want, they can always track you. So I just want to clarify these issues today in the video today, that you see, there is nothing new that WhatsApp is asking you to do. You're already doing this kind of work for last 15 to 20 years, where your privacy is no longer, it's a myth basically. You're already, KYC is done every year by the bank, so your privacy is already available in a digital format with your bank. Your mobile is also hooked on to your KYC. So if you can't hide, because your KYC is with your mobile company. They know exactly where you live, where you all roam around, how often you switch on your mobile, what you browse. The entire history is already available. But there are technologies, so we must have faith and trust on the technology which is being used right now, and that encrypts our usage. And the encryption technology is such that the employees of Facebook and bank and your mobile company have no access to your data. So I think we must have trust on this, and simply accept the privacy policies which are being launched by WhatsApp. Because what I've seen is, there has been a very determined campaign which is running, and they are saying that, hey, if you're not happy with these new privacy laws and privacy policies of WhatsApp, then you can simply stop using the application and move on to Telegram or some other similar tools like that. So there are a negative campaign going on, without even understanding in depth what is the privacy in today's world. See, your privacy is just a myth. It is already there in the digital format in some way or the other. And if somebody wants, some government or somebody wants to know exactly where you are located, it is just a matter of time. I mean, they can follow the due process of law, and they can find out what is your address, what is your email address, how much money you have in your bank account, how you transact your money, who do you transact your money. It's just a matter of time. It is already there in the system. So why not use such a powerful platform which is already there, very user friendly, and called WhatsApp, for a simple thing that, hey, now they will be asking you to dilute your privacies, which is already there. I mean, you already know that even Facebook has certain checks and balances. In fact, Twitter also have a lot of checks and balances with regard to your KYC. So this is nothing new. My assessment on this issue is that we should simply accept the privacy policies of WhatsApp and move on, because we are now heading towards a much more powerful Facebook application, a real serious business application where you can then do business using Facebook platform alone. And that is how the Facebook is planning to steer ahead of the next powerful platform called LinkedIn. So because LinkedIn is primarily becoming a networking tool, but since they don't have many applications hosted on them, whereas Facebook has already provided so many applications like Shopify, Spotify, there are numerous other applications. And then with WhatsApp integration, you will be able to not only use it like a communication layer for receiving and paying payments, and also lead generation. So I think we are now heading towards a different business scenario. So, my friend, my appeal to you is, please accept these privacy policies and move ahead and leverage what is going to come from Facebook. So, with this, I will end my assessment on this, and I look forward to your comments. We will include your comments in the next video, and we will have a debate on this. So, until then, I'd like to say goodbye. Hello, friends. This is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies, and today I would like to draw your attention to the emails that your company or organization is sending to thousands and thousands and thousands of prospective buyers. And the return on investment on sending such emails is less than 0.0001%. All these emails are getting deleted. I personally delete hundreds of emails every day. I'm sure you're also deleting hundreds of emails. Some of the companies have set up the spam engines which filter all these emails out. Yet, most of the industry feels that this is the only mechanism to grow your business by sending emails, by flooding somebody email boxes, by talking about your technology, your white paper, etc. At the same time, as a organization, we also need to understand what market needs, and it's not what we are selling. So we have to bring to certain agreement between the buyer or seller or demand or supply, where we bring these two parties together, where the demand is fulfilled by the supply. And it is not necessarily means that you keep sending emails. By sending thousands and thousands of emails every day, every week, you start generating business leads out of that. The reality is the cost of sending 5 email today, in today's money, is more than $2 to $3. And then suppose you send 50,000 emails, probably you will receive responses from only 100. So the efficiency of the system is now going down. I think the time has come for organizations to look at alternative methods of generating your sales leads. Then another thing that has happened in the field, that is the emergence of Me Too service providers, because the cost of providing different services and different sort of new generation activities, the time has come to also rethink their strategy in terms of how all different companies want to position themselves. If it is sort of a Me Too email that is going out, the chances are your email will get deleted. So the requirement of today's world is not to send emails by finding out new methods of communication with your prospects. Number two, offer something which is which is very appealing, and it is not Me Too. So you have to look at what are you doing today, and where you want to achieve, and by doing these activities that you are doing to achieve your goal. So to order to address these issues, we have created a platform which will solve many of these challenges, and it will give you a platform which will allow you to be more creative. You can reach out to your clients without spending a dime. You can reach out to your prospects without collecting the building client database, building expensive sales and marketing campaigns. You can still appeal to them. The platform website is listed here, as you can see where my finger is. So I encourage you to visit this website and explore. This is a very low cost method where you can reach out to your prospects. You can create a differential for yourself. You can be non-intrusive. You can be creative. You can come out with new methods of communication rather than sending a HTML based emails using your CRMs and so on and so forth. So with these small messages, I would like to talk few things about my platform. The platform has two main features. One is it allows you to share your success stories and your ideas of innovation and so on and so forth, which necessarily may not be related to what you're offering. Because if you sell yourself, if you sell your idea, it will result in a business for you where you can actually pitch in what you have. So you can actually think creatively and come out with an offering which is appealing to the prospects. So this platform allows you to do that. Second thing is it also allows you to uh, your prospects to reach out to you directly without need of sending emails and building campaigns and building databases and so on and so forth. So it's a very intuitive method, low cost method to reach out to your prospects and also to your client, and it's non-intrusive, and you can come out with new methods of reaching, because you may think you would like to talk about your innovation, you may like to address your clients by way of a video, you would like to talk about your innovation in a group discussion, or you want to just write a lot of words and you distribute these documents. So all these things are available in our platform. So I um, invite you to experience this. Come to this website, explore functionality. Just in case if you have any question, reach out to me. My emails are also listed in the website, and then we can have a conversation. I will be more than happy to bring you on board. I will personally help you to get on board, how to use these functionality which are provided in the platform, and you can be more successful without spending a lot of money. So with this small message, I will look forward to you joining my platform, which will help you reduce your cost, increase your business, and it will give you avenue of reaching out to new prospects in a new way. Thank you so much, and I look forward to working with you.
So, CK, how are all my elves doing?
Ho, 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 ho. It's Christmas, Neville.
Oh, okay. But you can't have time off until Christmas Eve because we're going to be busy.
This time, Neville, it is going to be digital Christmas, and I'm going to catch you digitally even on the eve of Christmas.
Oh, ho, 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 ho. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and today is 22nd. We're just 3 days away from Christmas. And to celebrate my Christmas, let me invite my friend from UK, Mr. Neville Goon.
Ho, 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 ho. Merry Christmas, everybody. Hello, CK. Couldn't resist that. Sorry, wearing a Santa hat. So, yes, 3 days away from Christmas Day. And as you probably heard, Christmas is cancelled.
Yes, Neville, I think we have been hearing a great deal about UK and the measures being taken there. And yesterday I heard on the TV that the list for people who will get vaccinated has been revised, and now the cutoff date is 75. Earlier it was 80. So I think lots is happening, and our best wishes for the everyone, not only for people from UK who are coming in the news quite a lot, but I'm sure it's a worldwide phenomenon.
Yeah, it is. And thank goodness the vaccine is here. Our applause goes out to all those people involved in developing the vaccine that's been approved in the UK so far, and all the other vaccines that are well on their way to being approved. So that's the good news. And yes, we heard as of yesterday, this vaccine needs to be given in 2 doses. So it's a double dose, 7 to 10 days apart approximately. And as of yesterday, 500,000 people in the UK had been vaccinated, which is an amazing feat when you appreciate we're not really set up in this country to do any type of testing or vaccination that has come this way. So again, my heart and applause goes out to all of those involved in it. Yes, there's been logistical issues, particularly this initial vaccine that has to be stored at some ridiculously low temperature. And when it's distributed, it's only got like a 4 or 5 day shelf life. So the logistics around that are phenomenal. You know, we get flu jabs here each year, and it's like a methodical, like army approach, regimented approach. But for this, we've had even more people vaccinated in a fairly short period of time. So, yep, it's really great news. It will continue into the new year. Hopefully, the second vaccine will be approved. That will be easier to distribute because it doesn't have this short shelf life that we've been told about, these low sub-zero temperatures that it has to be stored. So yeah, I think we're closing the year on a very happy note, despite the fact, sadly, for a lot of us in the UK and around the world, Christmas is cancelled. But let's talk about that, because people that focus on Christmas being a one-day event, the 25th of December, we've probably lost sight of the fact of what this symbolises to the Christian world and to many other people around the world. It's new birth, it's new life, it's new opportunity, and it's that magic of Christmas. I always talk about the magic of Christmas in July, frankly, because if you've got the magic of Christmas in July, you certainly have got the Christmas spirit. And it's that Christmas spirit of being kind, being grateful, being thankful, and just being a good human being. So there's nothing wrong with that. So let's just hope that Christmas isn't cancelled and we keep that magical, mystical type, historical character who, don't tell anybody, but doesn't really exist in the North Pole, but does exist somewhere, and it's in here. That's where it exists, in our heart. So anyway, what does India hear about? Because I'm always fascinated. Wherever you are in the world, you hear about what's happening elsewhere, but of course, you're only hearing what they want you to hear. You're only hearing a snippet of the news programs that we have here. I mean, news in the UK is 24/7 now. BBC Channel has a regular news briefing, and it's on channel 601 on Virgin Media, and you can look at that any time of the day, and it's just instantaneous news, and it's rehashing everything that's been out there for the last 24 hours if there's no news, or it's given us the weather, which is always another interesting subject. So what's India hearing about what's happening in the UK?
Naval, I think I can understand what is going on in the minds of people in the UK, because I think it's a new year, sort of a new year, and a lot of celebration. And as you put it rightly, it is the magic of Christmas. So I think the Indians, the non-Christian Indians, have also gone through the similar feelings recently, because the similar celebration happened just 3 weeks back when we had to.
Yeah, Diwali. Yeah. Absolutely.
It was a subdued Diwali, but the good thing is that you can still celebrate Christmas, and it's not going to be a gala event, but you can have the magic of Christmas really experience at home. And I think you can use a lot of Zoom sessions to communicate with each other. So it's going to be a digital Christmas this year.
It is, and interesting enough, as of yesterday, I have 5 children between my wife and myself. I've got 3 children, 2 stepchildren. As far as we're concerned, they're all ours. So, and they're in different parts of London, as it happens. They're all fairly close to us, but they're so far away, because even a couple of miles you can't even go there. So we're going to have a karaoke Zoom event on Christmas Eve. So, rather than do the traditional watch the TV and then go to church for Christmas carols, we're going to do a Zoom event and have I don't know how we're going to do this, by the way. I mean, the kids have told me it's perfectly possible, so it's fine. We're going to have a Zoom karaoke evening, which should be hilarious. Let's hope they don't record it, but playing back in a year's time, who knows? So there's loads of things you can do. Just the physical fact you're not together, and that is difficult. I mean, I've got to reach out to everybody. It is difficult. We're humans. We do like a cuddle. We do like to embrace, and that's the way that we do share. So yeah, it's going to be different, but we just need to get on with it. Really, we
That's
can't
right.
change it. Just get on with it.
Yeah, that's right. I think it's a different way of making sure that you celebrate, and there is not even iota of reduction in your celebration, but the medium of celebration is slightly different. It is digital now instead of physical. So going back to your question about what we've been hearing about UK. So firstly, I personally believe that the coronavirus is just fooling the mankind. It is erupts in some form of the other, some different strains coming out, and some are getting infected with those special strains, and we keep hearing them about them in the news. So I think coronavirus is here to stay, and if you look at the Darwin's theory, I think it will mutate, and even if you don't get it, you will get it in some form or the other. And the important thing is to work on the immunity. So what we've been hearing is predominantly the news, and the news is what they want us to know. So any government want to shield certain information and don't want to publicize too much. For instance, there was news of strange. I mean, we have heard this twice in last 2 weeks. Strange disease erupting in small pockets in India, killing few people and infecting 300. But beyond that, we have not heard anything beyond that. So we really don't know what is that is killing people, and that is not corona. So I think would I would say that although we have been hearing a lot about UK, the lockdown and suspension of flight, sealing of border, but I'm sure this new strain will erupt even with all these measures in every part of the world.
I'm sure it will. We're still there's still question of where this original coronavirus actually started. Will we ever know? Who knows? Really, it's for the scientists in the world to go and find out. Really, but I think I'm really grateful of where I live, because despite all of the conversations that are going on, this new variant could have been hushed up. In certain countries, maybe it will have been hushed up. But the scientists saw a problem. They investigated the problem. And if we believe what the government are telling us, within 24 hours, they made the decision and they locked down they created a new tier, and Christmas was going to be different to what it is now. It would have still been very different from previously. It would have been quite curtailed, only being able to have 3 households in a bubble, not 3 households on Christmas Day and then a different 3 households on Boxing Day and a different 3 households on Christmas Eve. It was 3 households as a bubble, which was going to be would have caused us huge difficulties, because I have 5 children. Each of those children live in different areas. They're either in long-term relationships with a partner, or they're living with flatmates. Some are doing both, and it's really difficult. I mean, that they would have said, you'd have to choose 3 children, because they would have been 3 bubbles, the 3 different, or actually 2 children, because we would have been one of the bubbles. So you can pick your 2 favorite kids. Hello, give me a break. That's not going to happen. So in some respects, it's a little easier for us. I did see a bit of a joke. Well, I hope it was a joke. Someone being interviewed yesterday. I can't remember who the guy was, but he was quite outspoken. And the interviewer said, BBC interviewer said, "So, this lockdown for Christmas, what's it going to do for you?" And he said, "Oh, it's a bit of a result, really. I don't have to see the mother-in-law." Now, he meant it in all seriousness and jokingly, but yeah, there'll be lots of those sort of jokes going around. The point is, it is going to be different. This new strain is quite different from normal variants. We're told normally there are two elements of a particular virus that's been affected. In this particular strain that's been found over the last few weeks, 23 elements have changed. But they've even identified it to the part of the protein that's changed. So when a lot of people say, "Oh, you know, it's a bit hit and miss. They really don't know what they're doing," you know, I've got to hand it to the scientists out there. For anyone to come up with a vaccine in this short period of time, not just one vaccine, but if we add up all of the vaccines in the world that are currently being tested and they are getting results, we're talking well into double figures, the numbers of vaccines that are out there. It's a very scientific approach. This is almost like a space type, you know, NASA type approach to the problem that we've got. So we're not back in the sort of Florence Nightingale days where it was hit and miss or what happened. This is incredibly sophisticated. Some people call it genome project of the decade. In fact, it'll probably be of the century. And it's actually finding out exactly how these molecules are made up and how they affect the majority of people. And they're not going to get this right, you know, because there are going to be a few people that do have adverse symptoms. We've already heard that, you know, a couple of people that were initially injected had symptoms of rejection. They weren't as what everyone was claiming them to be, because they were like a couple of hours. And again, it was actually the NHS. It was two of nursing arena that had just a rejection of the injection. We see this all the time. One flu jab, I remember my whole arm just blew up overnight, but it went down the following day. It's just it's not going to be perfect for everybody, basically, because we are all different, despite the fact we like to think we're all the same.
So I think going back to the point that you made, Neville, is about, I also feel very lucky that, we are living in a democratic and liberal world where at least we hear of advancements and things that happen around us. But, I imagine half of the world is living in either, some sort of communism or dictatorship where people don't have any means to even know what is going on in the neighborhood. So I think I feel very lucky that we know and we can discuss openly things like these. And at the same time, when you get vaccination, there will be a side effect. Every vaccination, whatever you take today, even the kids, it comes with a bunch of warnings like swelling, fever, nausea, things like that. So I think it's associated with all kinds of vaccination. It's a general advisory that you will get the arm swollen up, or the area around which the vaccine has been applied will swell up a bit. You may have a fever for 1 or 2 days and so on. So I think coronavirus vaccine will be similar. It will come with similar sort of warnings. But most important thing is that the people in UK are getting it, and I feel also very good about it that the India has approved Pfizer one. They are going to
Oh, excellent! That's really good news.
Yes, and they are going to start vaccination within a few weeks from now. So they are preparing the list of the first recipient. And since India being such a large country, the first list comprised of 18 million people. So we don't have the knowledge of the date when it will start, but surely it will start in a couple of weeks. The second vaccine which is coming up in India is something called Covaxin. It's an Indian-owned region, and that is going to be the second one that we will have as a second choice. So Pfizer one for the emergency cases, and then Covaxin will come in picture after 1 or 2 weeks of vaccination to start.
It's good news, and the homegrown vaccine just goes to give a lot of people in India the confidence that you've got some really brilliant people behind the scenes as well. I mean, that's one of the things that this particular pandemic has shown. We've got some fantastic people all the way around the world. You know, no one country has got the monopoly on the best scientists. We've all got great scientists, and the other thing is, they're all working together, which is what businesses really should take a leaf out of their copybook. Start working together. A number of times you and I talk about collaboration on our programs. It doesn't mean to say you're giving away your intellectual property or your competitive advantage, but 1 + 1 is definitely greater than 2. Stop behaving 1 + 1 is less than 1. Because that's really, for a mathematician, that's not what we want. You know, we do want this R rate actually. In the business world, we want the R rate to improve. We want 1.4, we want 1.5, we want 2.5. You know, we do want the excitement of being entrepreneurial, so that it feeds through, and it's like a positive virus that feeds through us all. And so next year will be better than last year, and even better than the year before.
Yes, and while we are grappling with this situation, I sincerely, feel that every one of us, like we are doing, Neville, to celebrate the digital Christmas and also the New Year. So I think going forward, there will be some social change. We will be more active digitally and celebrate digitally. And as you said that you are going to participate in a family karaoke. So I think that's a good idea. There could be 1,000 other ideas, on the digital platform where people can start enjoying. And we would like to know more from other people. What are the other ideas by which they can celebrate a very good Christmas this year? So with that, we can end our discussion. And I'm sure a lot of people, whether vaccine or no vaccine, will celebrate Christmas this year, will bring the magic home. So with that, we can end our discussion today. Merry Christmas to you and your family, Neville.
Thank you very much, CK. Merry Christmas to everybody, and make it sparkle.
Ho, 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 ho.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies and welcome to Top Brass. Today we have a very special guest on the spotlight. Her name is Melissa Sassy and she is representing IBM. She joins us from SFO. Welcome to Top Brass, Melissa.
Thank you for having me.
It is a great pleasure as well as honor to have a person like you, and your designation is called Chief Penguin. I think it's a big mystery. I think you need to unravel this mystery for us.
Yeah, everyone always asks me, where the heck did this come from, and how did you get IBM to agree to allow you to use this job title? I'm actually an ex-Microsoftie, and I suppose once a Microsoftie, always a Microsoftie. Sorry, Arvind, we can arm wrestle about that later. When I was working at Microsoft, I worked with two individuals. One of them called herself the Chief Ninja Cat, and the other one has this Twitter handle that's called Thready the T-Rex. And I was working in a team that was called initially the Affordable Access Initiative, or Microsoft Airband, which was all about impact investment and driving connectivity, both internet connectivity and access to energy, and then bringing digital skills to people without. And I saw these two people with these fun animal job titles, but I didn't feel, based on my team, that I could give myself this funky job title, because I worked with a bunch of attorneys and they were more kind of straight-laced in nature and probably not so open to me creating this animal job title. But I really wanted one, and I know that sounds a bit hokey and silly. I left Microsoft at the end of 2018 to join IBM, and one of my focus areas, we'll talk a little bit more later about all of the different things that I do and the different hats that I wear, both within IBM and beyond. But I left to create a new startup program. And as I was working on recruiting for new startups, I took a trip to Pakistan. And I was in Pakistan with a woman by the name of Jian Atta. And Jian Atta runs an incubator and accelerator in Karachi. And Jihan goes, and it's called the Nest IO. And she gave herself a title, like this is her formal title, the big bird of the nest, right? And so I got there and I thought, man, somebody else has this animal job title and I got nothing. And so I started thinking about, what my animal job title can be. And I started thinking about a lot of the work that IBM does with, one of the companies that we bought, recently or not too long ago, Red Hat. And for those of us who work in technology, we know that, Red Hat is all about open source. And one of the things that the Linux Foundation or, the open source community uses as a mascot, if you will. And I know IBM does some of this as well, with our Linux One machines, is use a penguin. And so I thought, that's my animal. And so I started thinking about how I could combine my animal with the job title. And so I came up with Chief Penguin and I started using it, and I started putting penguins on my presentations, the ones that are internal presentations as well as external. And it kind of caught on. And I think what really kind of culminated in it being so was I was participating in a hackathon that I created with UNESCO and SAP. And UN News picked up what we were working on. And this is a publication that is viewed online by diplomats, by ministers, and a variety of people, that work within UN and or development circles. And they wrote about, and it was on the home page of UN News. And they wrote about Code the Curve, the hackathon that I created with, again, IBM, UNESCO, and SAP. And they called me in the letter IBMZ's Chief Penguin. And so I realized that, hey, if the UN is calling me the chief penguin, then I'm totally the chief penguin. So when we kicked off the application process for my startup accelerator, our GM, Ross Morai, and he has one person in between him and our CEO, so a very senior individual within the grand scheme of the IBM world, as well as within the broader tech community. He introduced me as his chief penguin. So I thought, you know what, if the UN and Ross say I'm the chief penguin, then there we go. So I changed it in our company directory. So if any IBMer looks in our company directory, they find my job title, Chief Penguin. So there it is.
A very interesting story. So, ladies and gentlemen, Melissa Sassy, Chief Penguin of IBM Hyper Protect Accelerator. And she works with a lot of, she works on very detailed program, lot of very high level initiative. So Melissa, you work with various digital business transformational initiatives across the world, and you work with a lot of entrepreneurs. What is your one or two top expectations from the budding entrepreneurs or the SME owners?
Yeah, I think if I put on my IBM hat, and I'll put on another hat in a second, because I think there are a couple things I could talk about. So my Chief Penguin hat is on, my IBM hat is on right now. And one of the things that I think is really important is to really think about, how are you going to, build and scale your business through business mentorship and putting together the right advisory board. So when I think about the work that I do at IBM, we provide business mentorship to 15 startups, because again, I just came to IBM and launched this brand new program last year, 15 startups from 8 countries in the program, and I'm adding another 30 on September 5th at IBM Z Day, which anyone that's interested in taking part, there are wonderful skill building opportunities and opportunities to learn, but I will be announcing my cohorts for this year, which will be 30 new startups. So by the end of this year, I'll have 45 startups under my team's management. But I think that first piece is business enablement. How can I enable them to transform industries? I think that's one piece of it. Second piece of it is how can they use technology to transform their business? And because I focus on fintech, health and insurtech, these are highly regulated industries. These are industries where companies are either collecting, transmitting, and/or storing high levels of personally identifiable information. So that's medical records at the individual level, bank records or financial records at the individual level, insurance records, again, at the individual level. So the kinds of things, Chandra, that you would want as a person to be protected to the highest level. So in the US, that would be a social security number, or, again, your bank records. And I am very adamant that we need to be managing data protection, privacy, and security through technology, not through policy. And so through that, I focus on providing a number of different products and technical enablement through my team that helps startups gain access to enterprise grade tools. If I look at many of the cloud solutions on the market, your cloud vendor has the ability to has your keys, that if there's a nefarious character from the outside that interacts with this individual, let's say, and that individual accidentally does something that enables others to gain access to your information, not good, right? We see all the time about large companies, even those that we believe are the most secure, getting hacked. And so for me, with data being the new gold, what is it that IBM can do? What is it that I can do, to make sure that data is protected and safe? So I think that companies need to be doing more. And again, it shouldn't just be about a written policy to say, you need to do this, you need to do this, you need to do that. There should be technology that prohibits people from gaining access to such sensitive data.
So I think it's very clear what is your expectation from the entrepreneurs, and you spelled out very clearly without mentioning the words that these are the A, B, C that is required, and your expectation.
One more though, I got one more for you. So that's when I wear my IBM hat. And I wear a lot of hats. One of the things that is very important to me as as an individual, whether that's personally or professionally, that's being both an entrepreneur, so someone who's innovating inside of somebody else's company. So IBM, for example, which I guess is kind of my company as well, because I work there. So I feel like it's mine. And an entrepreneur. So that would be, me as the CEO and founder. I have 2 endeavors. One of them is a nonprofit called Mentor Nations, where we taught tens of thousands of young people to code. I also have an ed tech platform that I'm building that's called the XTP Hustle. It's all about empowering young people with digital skills, entrepreneurship, and professional development skills. It's not out yet. We're building it now. But when you ask me about what do entrepreneurs need, I'm going to put on my Mentor Nations hat for a second. And one of the things that I do when I wear that hat is focus on youth entrepreneurship. And, I think that diversity and inclusion in the VC community, in the broader tech community, in the startup, ecosystem, diversity and inclusion is often lacking. So if you look last year, 2% in the US, if I'm not mistaken, I think this is a US number, of venture capital funds went to female founders. If you think about 50% of the world is women, what are we doing to empower female founders to gain access to capital, to be entrepreneurs, and to be able to prosper. I'm a big fan of design thinking. I'm a big fan of user-centered design. And so you need females in leadership positions in the C-suite to be able to really talk to your customer. It's not just about women. It's also about the Black community, the Latinx community. It's also about youth. And so I'm a big proponent of youth entrepreneurship. Those numbers are dismal when it comes to gaining access to capital. Through my nonprofit, I have a co-working space in Tunisia. We have a robotics lab, we have an IoT lab, and we focus on how to empower youth with identifying problems, solving problems through technology, creating business plans, creating business models, launching their apps or their solutions, into the market, whether that's in the Google Play Store or, whatever. But not just building technology for the sake of technology, but using technology to solve problems and empowering people to make meaningful use of the internet so that they're creating outcomes, whether that's educational outcomes, healthcare outcomes, economic outcomes, gaining access to e-government services, whatever. So those are, and not that that's not important to IBM, because it's important to IBM, but I have a little bit of a different target market when I'm wearing my IBM hat. But I will say, last year, I had really dismal numbers, percentages, when I looked at the applications to my startup program. I changed the way I worked. I asked a lot of questions. I evaluated how I said things, how I operated, what my budget was when it came to diversity and inclusion. And I'm excited to say that of our applicant pool this year, we went from last year being 1% to 3% diverse to 50% diverse this year. So a massive increase. I'm super excited about it. So diversity and inclusion is something that's important to me, regardless of what hat I'm wearing.
Very nice to hear this because I think the women empowerment is a big issue globally. I think what you're doing is really remarkable.
Thank you.
And I will come to what we are doing in the end. I will just give you an update. But for now,
Awesome.
we have been hearing about from especially, I think you need to wear your IBM hat now because the next question is related to IBM.
All right, I got it. It's on.
So this is something that we have been hearing about tech for good initiatives or tech inclusion initiatives. So I think our viewers would like to know more about this.
Yeah, I think that nowadays, if you ask young people, or it's not just about young people, think about yourself. What are your passions, and what are things that, enable you to help make the world a better place? And I'm not saying that everybody has this altruistic idea of, all right, I want this job where I'm going to go out and create social good and make the world a better place. But I cannot tell you how many people come to me, and these are very senior people, as well as, interns and first year employees, interns, graduates, all over the place, who tell me they want to incorporate social good into their jobs. And I think it's also this big differentiator that companies have where they have, in my mind, a bit of a moral obligation to stand up and step in and solve the world's wickedest problems. We know that we have, 17 UN Sustainable Development Goals. So you can find that at globalgoals.org to learn more about the UN Sustainable Development Goals. And they're all about solving the world's wickedest problems. If you look at those wicked problems, climate change, gender inclusion, quality education, economic opportunities, or reducing inequalities, if you will. All of these really are about identifying problems, creating solutions, and in many cases, technology will help to further those, those goals and help to solve those goals. So I think it is partly one thing where all of us are looking for some way of incorporating our passions into our jobs, especially, a lot of the people who I work with in tech, and thinking about how can they use technology to solve wicked problems. I would say at IBM, for example, we have a large initiative that's called Call for Code, and Call for Code is all about solving the world's wicked challenges and using technology and data science to do that. Actually, I'm a judge for it, which I'm really excited about. I actually today will be reviewing applications and submissions where people submit their idea, their solution, their team, their business model, and their code in GitHub. And our team of experts review those, and the winner gets $200,000 and the opportunity to bring those ideas to life by working with IBM and its partners. We've had some really amazing winners throughout the years. It's a 5 or 6 year program. We invested about $26 million into this program. So this is one example of what IBM is doing. It's happening across tech. It's happening in, companies like BlackRock that are, the largest asset manager in the world, that's saying, you need to focus on diversity and inclusion. You need to focus on social good. You need to focus on climate change, because business plays a big role in tech for good, helping to make the world a better place. And I think that it also serves as a really interesting opportunity for employee engagement. The more excited an employee is to wake up in the morning and come to work and solve problems, the more engaged that employee is. So I know in my job, I have 20% of my time, give or take, depends on the week, that I carve out for social good and tech for good initiatives. It could be, attending a talk like this and talking about, initiatives and how people can get involved. It could be me going out and training young women in rural Pakistan, or rural Bangladesh or rural Kenya about technology, about learning how to code, about careers in data science, and things that can help to further their prosperity, in the world. It could also be looking at the solutions that my startup program is creating to innovate in healthcare, providing people with more access to healthcare, more access to quality information, or enabling them to make solid decisions in their life choices. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. In fact, the name itself, Tech for Good, is really, really very powerful. And I think you work globally with many countries, with a lot of people, a lot of established players and also new players. I think you would agree when I say that the personality and attitude are two key ingredients for anyone to win your $200,000 prize. Because, right? So if you don't have an attitude to win, no matter what, you may be a very smart person, you can write a good code, but if you don't have an attitude, the right attitude, you may not get $200,000 prize.
I think that's a really good point, because I think just, the attitude of saying, I want to go after this, I want to try. And, last year we had about 180,000 developers, give or take, participate in the challenge. And to submit an idea that goes up against 180,000 developers, it takes a lot of oomph in you to say, you know what, I think I can do it, and I'm going to go after this. But I think the other piece of it too is not being frustrated if you don't win, the grand prize, but feeling like, even if I don't win that grand prize, I'm still creating a solution. I was on a talk yesterday with a bunch of students, and it was the same topic, tech for good, and one of the things that we were talking about was, I'm afraid that I'm not a developer. How can I participate in a hackathon? And what if I don't win? And I said, it doesn't matter whether you win or not. The idea is to create a solution and to build your skills. It's not about winning or taking home a t-shirt or having free pizza. It is about identifying a problem, working as a team, learning new skills, and, creating something new that didn't exist before, innovating. I'm a big fan of also stretching yourself. I'm not a developer, funny enough, but I have, hundreds of developers working in my nonprofit, and I've empowered tens of thousands of young people with computer science and data science. I'm not a data scientist either, but I know enough to, know when I need to pull someone else in to roll up their sleeves and run a coding camp. And for a while, I felt like an imposter. Working in technology, because I'm not an architect. I'm not an engineer. I've written one line of code in my life, and that's hello world. For those of us who are technologists, you're probably snickering. And I wrote that, at a developer conference, actually at Microsoft Build, because I convinced the senior vice president or the corporate vice president responsible for this developer conference to send me. And I promised that I would write my first line of code, and I did. Now, that's the only line of code I've ever written, full disclosure. I can do a mean hour of code through code.org, but you have to have this attitude of realizing that you're not an imposter, you belong, and that you have to understand, kind of who your squad is. There's no I in team. How do you bring the right team together so that when you think about this concept of, attitude, you think about this concept of infectious love for yourself and, positivity, that you also recognize where your strengths and weaknesses are, and when you need to bring in someone else who might know more about that topic than you do, but also owning when you do know something and owning when you don't. I'm a big fan of crafting your personal brand and figuring out what do you want to be known for, and how do you make sure that when you're not in the room, people are talking about you in a way that you want to be talked about. Whether that's Call for Code or any other initiative, you have to put some of your feelings that lie deep inside of you aside and realize that you're good at some things, you're not at others. You need to take some amount of calculated risk. I find that I'm a big risk taker. I take calculated risks though, and I'm an innovator, and I come up with new and creative ideas. But what I'm not good at sometimes is landing things and making sure they get implemented. I can come up with big, wild, crazy ideas. And so what I do is I often will say, hey, in my IBM world, I will say to my colleague Sudarshana, can you help to manage me? You're a project manager, you have your PMP, you're good at completing tasks and making sure that people stay on task. Can we have a weekly call? Let's review my spreadsheet. Like, I don't need to, for her to complete my spreadsheet for me, but for whatever it is that exists within my personality, it helps me to have her be on a call with me to say, did you do this? Did you do this? Did you do this? And I think that's the importance of, again, recognizing what are you good at? What are you not good at? How do you identify people who are, good at what you're not good at? Having little experiments to see what works for you and your personality, and taking those big risks to, prosper in your personal or professional life.
This is very good. In fact, I just want to share that as an organization, we have started a award for people who can come out. See, basically what you mentioned is about the attitude and personality. And India being a very large country with more than 1.3 billion people, there are a lot of smart people.
And some amazing biryani at that.
Yeah,
but I don't know. I think I don't know. I think when I talk to my colleagues from India, I'm like, I don't know, man. I've been to Karachi and Lahore, and the Pakistani Karachi is pretty good. I might be creating a war in between India and Pakistan right now.
Right now, tensions are very high. So
I'm just kidding. I wanted to put you on your toes.
Of course. So we have started a program for youngsters who can come out and speak. So it's basically a speaking competition, and your
So is it about public speaking then? So learning public speaking, or just being able to speak up?
It's public speaking, because they have to make the video. So it's not only public speaking; it's about your technical knowledge. Can you handle the some interruptions smartly? Can you interview somebody? How is your tech knowledge? Can you make your background lights?
Oh, that's super.
So it's a combination of everything. And so this is what, but I will update you about this program after the.
I can't wait. I can't wait to hear more. I think that, if I look at many of the skill building activities that IBM is doing, specifically in India, and obviously IBM is not the only tech company, investing in India. I've seen a lot of really amazing investments, even in the last few months, I think there are many opportunities. So I love that you're focusing on India and public speaking, tech skills. I hope that as you're going about this, one of the things you're thinking about is that concept of, inclusivity. When I look at the workforce in India specifically, and the amount of women in the workforce, what more can we do to make sure that, women have the skills as well. So I hope that as you're going about your competition, you're really putting some extra effort into diversity and inclusion, and thinking about how do you make sure that you're speaking to and with that female audience too.
Actually, we are a young company, but we made sure that we are 50-50. Our ratios
Oh,
are.
that's great. That's where you start, like looking at your team and how do you make sure that your team is both diverse and inclusive. If your team is not diverse and inclusive, it's very hard to think like your audience. You don't, as much as I'd like to say that I can think like a man, and there are probably many times when people, think that I might have stereotypical, male characteristics, but at the end of the day, I'm not. Just like, I need young people on my team to help guide me when I'm interacting with young people, even though sometimes I feel like a teenager.
So, very surprising fact I would like to share with you. The
Please.
nominations have started in the contest, and a lot of people are applying. But I'm very surprised to see the almost like 70 to 80% are women.
Is that right? That's wonderful. So it sounds like, whatever you're doing it right. And India is such a big population. There's just so many people that you could, empower and inspire.
Yeah, so the whole idea behind the award is they get creative, they think about their idea, they get the presentation skills, they improve their language, they improve their surrounding. So it's an overall speaking competition, but it's completely done using a video. So
is it happening in English, or are you using any of the local dialects?
Well, I have allowed one more language, which is the national language of India, but I'm sure 99% would be in English.
Got it.
But anyway, this program is dedicated, is a spotlight for you. So I will not like to talk more about this.
Oh yeah, no worries.
Because you mentioned about women empowerment. So I just wanted to inform you that, we are doing a bit, even though we are.
No, I love it. It's really good.
So the last question, Melissa, is, IBM is a very large company and you are a very senior person. You manage a lot of initiatives globally. What is that IBM and your team is going to come out with in next, few years, which will change the world? Let me explain.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Let me explain where I'm coming from. Let's say you must have heard about Starlink. The Starlink whole concept is they want to, they don't want people to go for 5G. They will change the world. And then 100% human population will have access to Wi-Fi, broadband, and things like that. So there is something that is coming out which will change the world in next 5 years. Especially now we are going through COVID.
Yeah, so I think a couple of things I've been really excited about, and this isn't something that sits within, kind of my team, but I've been really excited about, some of the, compute power and just some of the, I think I read an article yesterday about, the innovations that IBM is creating when it comes to quantum computing. So I think there are some very, very, if I can use this word, sexy things coming when it comes to quantum computing. I would say that's one piece. I would say when I think about, and that's kind of IBM as a whole, when I think about my team specifically, now, I think when you're talking about working with startups, you never know which one's going to be a unicorn and which one's going to be a dud, because we know that, 80-90% of startups fail. I hope that through my program, I have created something that will empower these 45 startups to really build, scale, transform the world. I look at the startups that are in our program now, and they have some really transformative and innovative ideas in healthcare, in financial services. And those are all about, if you think about how many people have access to banking, right? A bank account. How many people have access to a digital identity or an identity? How many people have access to healthcare? different payment mechanisms for people who are at the bottom of the pyramid. These are some of the things that I'm working on. So I'm hoping that, by investing in startups and by giving them access to technology and business mentorship and credits to start to build before they have the money to pay for that technology, that is a decent investment that allows them to prosper and change the world. I think the other piece that we need to think about is that if you talk about data being the new gold and data being something that is so important, and what role will ownership of our data play in the future, and how do we protect and save our data? Now, maybe that may not seem like a change the world sexy thing, but think about if we were to, have solutions, which they exist, and they exist through IBM, how can you protect your data and make sure that it's used for a specific purpose and that it's being controlled and protected by the company in which you're sharing it with? Now, I know that when we talk about social media, a lot of us are giving our data away for free, but there's certain pieces of data that we expect protected. And so again, I don't know if that's the sexiest topic out there in terms of change the world, but it should be. And data protection, privacy, and security should be something that my grandma, if she were alive, would be talking about and demanding of her relationships with businesses. I don't think that consumer demand or that influence of consumers is quite there yet, but I'm hoping that through regulations, and I'm not saying regulations are the exactly the only answer, because it's not, but through movements like or regulations like GDPR, I think these things help to make sure we're protected. Again, not sure if that's as big as how do we give everyone broadband access, but it is a need that we all need to focus on, and it should be sexier than it is.
I think we all look forward to the IBM now because there are a lot of things that you actually hinted. A lot of great things are going to come out from these initiatives. So it was really.
I did get to see a quantum computer, by the way. So I've seen one with my own eyes.
Really?
Mm-hmm. I have.
Wow. So
it's pretty. It's a pretty thing. I was quite mesmerized just looking at it. I saw it in an IBM location in Poughkeepsie, New York.
So it is real. It's no longer in the lab. It's a product which is on the shelf.
Mean, I don't know about how it kind of interact. I don't know about the customer footprint, because it's not something that I manage personally. So I don't know about that, and I don't want to misspeak. And I don't know exactly, all of the different, research elements where it's being used. But I know it exists, and I've seen it with my own eyes, and I know where to go and who to talk to for information.
So great. I think there are many things which are going to come out, starting with quantum computer. I think it's a big deal. We all know that. It was my personal pleasure and honor to be able to speak to you, bring to you to our program called Spotlight.
Thank you for having me.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me present you the Chief Penguin of IBM, Melissa Sassy.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
And we'll catch up again in another session of Spotlight very soon.
Take care.
Bye-bye. Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass Likeable Leaders. This week I'm honored to present to you Mr. Subir Saxena, who is the head of IT Suppliers Management Group at Novartis, and he joins us today from Ireland. During the conversation, we will know about his journey and also some of the critical leadership skills that he impart to his colleagues and also the industry leaders. So without further ado, let me present to you Mr. Subir Saxena.
Hello friends, I am Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to Top Brass. Today we have Sitesh Srivastava from Johannesburg, South Africa. And as you know, he has a deep interest in corporate coaching and he has been teaching IT professionals and marketing professionals. So welcome to the show, Sitesh. How are you doing today?
Thank you, Kanchan. I am well, and it is the most chilliest weekend in South Africa this winter. So, yeah, just in my cocoon.
Okay. So, but then again, I would like to advise that you should take care because this pandemic era and you have to take care of yourself well. So, no, we are discussing about change management and we also come across very beautiful points by you, which you mentioned in last shows about creative thinking. Now, creative thinking needs a lot of courage, I guess, isn't it?
Yes, creativity needs courage, but this skill can be acquired and it needs to be fostered by the people who have seen the world a little bit more than the youngsters. And this can be this cannot be a tasteless thing. It can be made curious and interesting for the youngsters to take it up.
Okay, so there's a saying that when we talk about creativity, it is saying that uh, the only thing which I know is that I don't know anything. When we come across about youngster and the college going students, so how this creative thinking will help them to become a productive professional in future?
So, Kanchan, creative thinking is a 21st century skill. It is a mandatory skill, though it is generally not written in any of the college prospectus or the admission forms. But if you see, ultimately the people who succeed, who make their names, who make their marks, who make a significant difference to themselves as well as their societies are the people who were creative thinkers in the same college, in the same institution. So creative problem solving is something we as educators need to promote. Creative problem solving challenges. Something like I always remember this thing while I was in a hotel in UK, and it was a freezing cold day, and I had no place to go for eating. The only three things: a frozen sandwich, a cold room, and no microwave, and no kitchen in the hotel. So those kind of challenges suddenly make you creative. But many times we do these things without knowing it, but it is important for someone to actually inculcate it in a very structured and a designed way. And I think some of the colleges are doing it. You know, the other challenge with the creative thinking is it is not limited to artistic expression. We think it is about artistic expression most of the time, but it could be in any subject and any field: imagination, communication skills, problem solving, mathematics, scientific thinking, and interpreting the information. So it is creative thinking has to, and also it cannot always lie on the shoulders of the college. It has to be in our surroundings, our parents, our elders, our youngsters. And sometimes we have to listen to our youngsters they are probably some more creative in today's era than ourselves.
Yes, sometimes, yes.
So and two examples that I can give you from South Africa. One is Elon Musk. Elon Musk is the founder of Tesla Tesla electric vehicle company, and the SpaceX, the aerospace company, which has just made the history by making it the first commercial flight to the International Space Station. And Tesla, we all know, has revolutionized the electric vehicle space.
Yes.
Elon Musk, a South African boy, if he would not have been that creative, he would not have created these kind of two iconic companies. And somewhere I read, Kanchan, that 3,000 years down the line, when people will remember some old earth people in the olden earth, 3,000 years later, people will remember Elon Musk because his things in the space will remain.
Right. True.
The second person that is even bigger person, I feel, in a modern world is Nelson Mandela. He was a lawyer, and he did his normal studies into the college level, but it was his creative thinking plus his empathy plus the support of his community that he brought that kind of a global change. What he could do in the modern history, no one else could have done it. And it was all because of the creative thinking. Yes. And he started it at the college level.
Okay, very true.
So that's my point.
Yes. So, so we will be discussing more about this creative thinking and how to inculcate this and how to take up into this curriculum into the colleges and our next show. And today it was, as usual, very nice talking to you. So, till we meet tomorrow, bye-bye. Take care.
Thank you. Have a great day ahead.
Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies, and as you all know that we have a platform which is helping a lot of companies worldwide for their lead generation and branding activities. The platform is called TopBrass, and in order to enhance the offering on this platform, we have started a new video initiative called Likeable Leaders. Under this initiative, we interview the popular CEOs or the budding CEOs who have been successful in their own way, and they've got a lot of experience, who would like to create an inspirational story around themselves and inspire their own team as well as their industry colleagues. So the Likeable Leader section of TopBrass gives an opportunity. In this section, we will ask certain questions which will help you establish yourself. You can share your stories of success, of failure, how you basically overcome any bad feelings if you have. How do you discipline your life? How do you bring focus to your own activities? What sort of books you read? How do you motivate your team? And there could be any other thing that you would like to share about yourself. This is something which is very good for all the CEOs to start with, to start sharing their ideas and reaching out to their own team as well as their peers in the industry. So I personally like to talk to you and look forward to this opportunity. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. And friends, as you know, we are discussing human rights. Yesterday, we had a very interesting discussion about rights of women entering holy shrine of Sabrimala. So, in today's discussion, we would like to continue the issue related to women right. And for this discussion, let me welcome my friend, Mr. Nagesh Sood from Ahmedabad. Nagesh is a very well-known lawyer practicing in Ahmedabad High Court and also very well-known human rights activists across India. So without further ado, Nagesh, how was the afternoon today in Ahmedabad?
Hi, CK. The afternoon is very bright and very sunny. And as usual, enjoying the lockdown at home and relaxing. So, this is about me. Thank you very much for inviting me.
Yes, in fact, since you're a lawyer, you work from home, and nowadays the courts have also embraced the digital way. So I can see all the books behind you. I'm sure you're working hard, even when you're working from home.
Absolutely. You see, books are part and parcel of a lawyer's profession, but definitely we are working through video conferencing and we are as much active as anybody else. So the court is going in full swing.
Great. So I think the subject for today is uh, women officers, cadet, and soldiers in army. They were not given a full commission for all these years, and recently they have been given a full commission. So we would like to know from your point of view, from legal standpoint, how does it affect the human rights of women in India?
Well, CK, when we are talking about permanent commission to women in the army, we have to go back wherein, there has been 70 years after the birth of post-colonial independent state, there is still a change which is required in the attitudes and mindsets of people regarding women. And it has to come in consonance with the commitment and values which are there in the Constitution. So basically, what has been the mindset is that the profession of arms is a way of life which requires sacrifice and commitment beyond the call of a body. And women officers must deal with pregnancy, motherhood, and domestic obligation towards their children and families, and may not be well suited to the life of a soldier in the armed forces. Also, uh, uh, it is believed that a soldier must have the physical capability to engage in combat, and inherent uh, inherent in the physiological differences between men and women is the lowering of standards applicable to women. And all male environment in the army would require moderated behavior in the presence of women officers. Also, there are physiological limitations of women officers, uh, 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 which is a challenge. And therefore, these were the kind of uh, submissions which were before the Honorable Supreme Court when the case of Union of India versus Babita Punya was decided. Babita Punya, in fact, is a lawyer practicing in the Delhi High Court who instituted a public interest litigation in the Delhi High Court way back in 2005 and 6, challenging and claiming that women officers must also be given permanent commission. So permanent commission would mean that the women soldier would be able to work beyond 14 years of service and also would be entitled for pensionary benefits. So In 2010, Delhi High Court, after hearing the Government of India as well as the petitioners, some of whom were the armed forces officers, women officers, directed the government to give permanent commission to the women officers. However, the government, the Secretary of Ministry of Defence filed an appeal before the Honorable Supreme Court in 2011, and in this year, in February 2020, the Supreme Court, while deciding the case, directed the government to give permanent commission to the women officers in the Indian Armed Forces. So this has been the development. While deciding the case, the Honorable Supreme Court has considered the provisions of the Indian Constitution, especially Article 14, which deals with equality uh, amongst men and women, and therefore has come to the conclusion that women in armed forces be granted permanent commission. So this is all about the case which has been, which has decided very recently and which has granted permanent commission to the women officers.
Well, Nagesh, I personally believe that this is a earth-moving decision by the Honorable Supreme Court, because the women are not no less capable than men. And if you look at the Indian scriptures, whenever the major gods fail to kill the demon, they always summon the goddesses. So I think barring few times when the physiological changes are there in women, but I think rest of the time they are equally capable. And I think for last 70 years this was an injustice which has been righted now.
Yes, definitely. In fact, the government now has allowed for the grant of permanent commissions to short service commissioned women officers in 10 streams where women have been granted the permanent commissions, and all serving women officers on short service commission shall be considered for the grant of permanent commissions, irrespective of any of them having crossed 14 years or, as the case may be, 20 years of service. So the option has to be uh, granted to women in service as short service commission officers, and women officers on SSC with more than 14 years of service who do not opt for being considered for the grant of permanent commission will be entitled to continue in service until they attain 20 years of pensionable service. So we know that pension is only granted once the 20 years in the service is completed. So here was the case where women were used to be, uh, they were allowed to continue for only 14 years, and they were not even given pension. So now that those women who even do not opt for permanent commission will be allowed to continue for 20 years, so that their service can be counted as pensionable service. So it is a drastic change and a very welcoming decision of the Honorable Supreme Court, which has, made the women to be treated at par with men in the army. Although there are certain streams which are selected, like the women in the engineering service, and there are many other services wherein the women would be equally given the commanding positions, and so in forefront, in the front level, they would be given a staff posting. But it's a very, very welcoming decision by the Honorable Apex Court uh, uh, in favor of the women officers of the Indian Army.
So what you're saying is in the frontline activities, which requires combat, the women will not be employed, but in anything else, which is in the support staff or communications or anything which is, because army is a big organism, it has a lot of activities. It's not only the frontline combat, there are a lot of support systems. So there women will be employed and they will be given full commission, and they can also get promoted equal, similar to their male counterparts. So still at this point in time in Indian Army, the combat soldiers will not comprise of women. Is that right?
Absolutely. You see, in fact, this was not the point of contention before the Honorable Apex Court. So the policy which was put forth by the government endorsed that permanent commission for short service commission of women officers would be granted in 10 streams, which include combat support arms, service section, which includes signals, engineers, army aviation, army air defense, electronics and mechanical engineers, army service corps, army ordnance corps, and intelligence, in addition to the existing two streams of Judge Advocate General, that is JAG branch, and Army Education Corps. So these are the streams in which the government, through its policy, which was submitted before the Honorable Apex Court, have granted permanent service, permanent commission to the women officers.
So does this apply to the fighter pilots as well, or so can women become a fighter pilot now, or no?
They would not be right now be given absolute combat positions, because the government policy itself has made it very clear that in 10 streams for now, which I've just said, wherein the women officers would be granted permanent commission. But in field areas, probably they will be given positions of staff officer as staff officers, and not the fighting force. So that is a change, because that was not the subject matter before the Supreme Court, and therefore it was only about granting permanent commissions to women officers. So the Short Service Commission already took women officers in these streams wherein they were not granted permanent commission. So now in these 10 streams, permanent commission would be granted to women officers.
So one last question, Nagesh. Does this ruling from the Supreme Court affects the other paramilitary forces like BSF, CISF, etc., or they were already having a permanent commission already?
Absolutely no. In the armed forces, I think the permanent commission was not there in the army, but in all other services, the women are equally treated as men in the forces, and there are commanding positions which are given to women officers in BSF and other paramilitary forces. But it's only in armed forces the there was no equality, and the short service commission officers were not given permanent commissions. So that is the distinction we have.
I think this is a very great move by the Indian judiciary system and also the political system, because now there is a equality. The current dispensation is trying to create equality across all walks of life, including the defense services of India. However, with my little knowledge, I feel that the Navy is a very potent combat platform. So how this affects the officers and cadets, sailors who are women in Navy, because there are ships and they're always in combat. So I think that we will discuss on some other day. But I think this was a very fruitful discussion. Uh, it is a fantastic news for all the women who are working with defense forces. Now they have an opportunity to work as long as they want in the defense services, in the service of the country, and also become eligible for getting the pension, just like the men soldiers and men officers. So it was pleasure talking to you, Nagesh, with your insightful knowledge that you gave us today.
Thank you very much. It was pleasure indeed. Thank you.
So we will meet again tomorrow with some other aspect of human rights. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out?
Good morning. This is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. Today, we are in presence of very eminent personality, Mr. Satya Madala, the CEO of Single Point Solution, which is a new gen organization focused on EV charge solution. Satya, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much, Chandra. Thanks for the introduction.
Right. So, Satya, we are in day 7 of the lockdown. The entire India is under lockdown, but I see you are suited booted, just like me. I'm also suited booted. We are working. I'm sure you're also working. You must have called your colleagues and your customers. What do you think, going on here? Would you like to share some experience?
Yes, Chandra. On a day one itself, like we took a drastic steps, segregating the employees. Just we segregated the employees in two ways: essential and non-essential employees, and just we gave an opportunity to them, to work from the work from home. To avoid this coronavirus to spread all over the office or something else. And at the same time, like we are already gave a orientation to employees how to behave and how to behave with the clients, how to behave with the neighbors, and how to manage a work from home, and how to take care of their health and their family's health. All these measures we took, and so far it's going. It's already seventh day. Tomorrow it's going to be eighth and ninth. So the business is a little affected because of this, but still we are trying to manage as if we are working as in office. So every day just we are coordinating with the just we are starting our day at 9:30, and we are coordinating with the employees and customers, and we are transparently explaining the situations to the customers, and we are assuring them their future support and everything.
Very nice, Satya. So you have worked out a routine, and today you are joining us from Hyderabad. So how Hyderabad is treating you during this lockdown? Are there any challenges, or your society, your community has created some processes to handle this lockdown situation?
Yes, actually, Telangana government they took a good steps to control the people. Actually, so say for example, when it comes to our community, we are staying in a gated community. Actually, they took up major steps not to come out. Everybody should stay back into in their flats, not to come out, and they are providing all sorts of facilities, and they are providing vegetables and fruits and some of the food and everything actually inside the community itself. So that is a good step, taken by the government as well as the community people here in Hyderabad. At the same time, I think everywhere it is same. I think everybody is taking necessary steps to avoid contacting other people, and they are not allowing neighbors to gather one place, even not even actually 2 to 3 people also. Just they are giving a tokens to go out to take some provisions. That too, just they are issuing only one token for each family. So it's controlled very well. Actually, surprisingly, till yesterday, I thought, like, it's my view. Actually, I thought everything will be closed by April 7th and we can start our work by 7th. But unfortunately, we heard a few cases are popped up in Hyderabad again. Maybe it may go for another little longer, but still, actually, with good steps, so they could able to government could able to control the situation. That's what I can just I assumed, and actually I predicted. So things will stabilize in a short while.
Yes, I think these things will stabilize. I think some of us, people like you and me, and some of my other industry colleagues, they are actually coming out with some routines and moving to the virtual world because the business must go on. So, great that your community and yourself, you have also stepped up and you're using the virtual world to do business. I'm sure you must be facing some challenges because you mentioned that uh, the business is slightly low. So in fact, that's the same challenge I'm facing, that the customers are a bit slow on adapting the virtual world. I'm sure you must be facing the same thing.
Yes. It is true, but there was a few uh, clients wherein actually uh, we are trying to educate the client how to use the technology. Basically, some of the clients where we are operating is from real estate and healthcare sector, but they know how to use the technology, but not in a IT specs, like they don't know how to manage some of the cloud systems remotely. So we are educating them to utilize this period to get to know what the technology, how they can use the technology, and most of the people, they're trying to adopt it. They're trying to, they're more just encouraging us to give a good suggestions. At the same time, they are very much keen to adopt the technologies to utilize in their day-to-day activities in this time, in this period. So everybody is working from their home. I know it is when it comes to healthcare, even few of the doctors, they are going out and remaining other people, non technical people, they are working from home. So when we are dealing with the technical people in a healthcare sector, we are educating them how to utilize the cloud services. So that's what clients are doing. So just I explained only about one sector, but when we are working with the different sectors like automobile and like real estate, it is a little challenge for us to educate them. But I hope actually even they are also trying to adopt these technologies and utilizing it. So I'm facing a little challenge, but we can overcome by giving some education on the technology, and we are giving some sort of support, and we are giving some sort of assurance that actually about technology, so that people can adopt it easily, and we are giving some small tips to the clients, not to come out from the from their place, and they can utilize the technology. So that's what we are doing right now. So it's a more little challenge, but still, so it's an unforeseen situation for a employer as well as for a client also, for a company and client also, for both of them. It's a unforeseen activity. So it's a new, and at the same time, uh, so this situation is not predicted earlier, or otherwise, we would have taken a little, some sort of steps. So, but yeah, so people are trying to accept it as as the situation is going on. So anybody, it should happen.
Right, Satya, it is seventh day. I think we've got few more days in lockdown. So I'm sure
Yep.
there will be another opportunity to talk to you after a few more days to check on how situations are. It was always pleasure to talking to you, Satya, and I think we will
Thank you.
find another opportunity
Chandra.
very
Thanks
soon
for
to take your inputs.
thanks for the opportunity giving to me in this time. But still, actually, we are trying to do our best, and we hope the things will stabilize in a short while.
Be safe, stay at home, and we'll catch up soon, Satya.
You too, you too. I'm also giving up, all other companies and clients, be safe and be at your home, and maximum try to manage your works uh, by using some technology. So don't come out, and we try to eradicate this virus as soon as possible.
Certainly. Bye for today, Satya.
Yes.
Bye bye.
Thank you very much, Chandra. Bye.
Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass Skills Gap Discussion Forum. In this forum, we will be discussing the skills gap that we have today in India, and that may becoming a stumbling block to reaching the 5 trillion economy mark. And in this program, we call various leaders to discuss the prevailing issues. And today, I am honored to present to you Mr. Raj Neravati, who is the founder and CEO of a new age company called Hug Innovation. Raj and Hug Innovation are well known in the market uh, among the people and also among the various business fraternity. So without further ado, let me present to you Mr. Raj Neravati. Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. And as you know, viewers, we are discussing the human rights, and this episode is in continuation, or rather part 2 of yesterday's episode, where we are discussing about right to education. So without further ado, let me welcome my friend from Ahmedabad, Mr. Nagesh Sood. Nagesh is a very senior advocate practicing in Ahmedabad High Court and a very well known human rights activist across India. Nagesh, how are you today?
Hi, CK. I'm doing good. Thank you. Thank you very much for bringing me again to Akulmach. So I'm really delighted to be with you today.
Thank you very much, Nagesh. And as I've already introduced that this episode or this discussion is in continuation to our discussion as of yesterday, where we discussed about the right to education from the international perspective. But I think we are very eager to know how does it impact us as Indians, and we'd like to know your opinion.
Yes, CK, today we'll speak about right to education in India in particular. So, in India, the Constitution inserted Article 21A in the Constitution of India to provide free and compulsory education to all children in the age group of 6 to 14 years as a fundamental right. The right of children to Free and Compulsory Education, that is RTE Act 2009, represents the consequential legislation which envisaged under Article 21A means that every child has a right to full-time elementary education of satisfactory and equitable quality in a formal school which satisfy certain essential norms and standards. Article 21A and RTE Act 2009 came into effect on April 1, 2010. The title of the Right to Education Act 2009 incorporates words like free and compulsory. Now, what is free education? Free education in India means that no child, other than a child who has been admitted by his or her parents to a school which is not supported by the appropriate government, shall be liable to pay any kind of fee or charges or expenses which may prevent him or her from pursuing and completing elementary education. So, if the child is not able to pay, then it is free education for him. So far as compulsory education is concerned, it casts an obligation on the appropriate government, that is the state government as well as the central government, or the local authorities to provide and ensure education and attendance and completion of elementary education by all children in the age from 16 to 14. So with this, India has moved forward to a right-based framework that casts a legal obligation on the central and state government to implement this fundamental child right as enshrined in Article 21A of the Constitution in accordance with the provisions of Education Act 2009. Now, what does the Right to Education 2009 provides? It provides right of a child to free and compulsory education till completion of elementary education in a neighborhood school. That is, the neighborhood school means a school which is in the vicinity of 1 to 3 kilometers. Then it says compulsory education, which obligates the government to provide free elementary education and ensure compulsory admission, attendance, and completion of the elementary education to every child in the 6 to 14 age group. Free means that no child shall be liable to pay any kind of fee or charges or expenses which may prevent him or her for pursuing and completing elementary education. It makes provisions for a non-admitted child to be admitted to an age-appropriate class. It also specifies the duties and responsibilities of appropriate government and the local authority and parents in providing free and compulsory education. It also lays down certain norms and standards relating to pupil-teacher ratio, buildings and infrastructure, school working days, teacher working hours, etc. It provides for prohibition of deployment of teachers for non-educational work, except elections or census, etc. And it provides for appointment of appropriately trained teachers, that is, teachers with requisite entry and academic qualification. It also prohibits, this is very important, it also prohibits physical punishment and mental harassment. There are other schemes of the government which are functional, like Service Shiksha Abhiyan, Integrated Child Development Services, that is ICDS, Kasturba Gandhi Balika Vidyalay scheme. Then there is Rashtriya Madhyamik Shiksha scheme by Ministry of Human Resources Development, and midday meal scheme also, which is very important because it was started in 1995 with a view to enhance enrollment and retention and attendance and simultaneously improving nutritional levels among children. And then this scheme has been further amended and became a cooked midday meal scheme, under which every child in every government and government aided primary school was to be served a prepared midday meal uh, with some calories and proteins, etc., for 200 days. So this scheme has been extended from time to time, and this is the endeavor of the government, wherein the right of child to have free and compulsory education has been fulfilled by the government.
This is a very good information, Nagesh. I think many people may not know that it is the government's responsibility to provide free education, primary education, and probably in certain states, even the secondary education, along with the meals. So I think there are certain below poverty line parents who don't prefer to send their kids to school because they would like their kids to help them. Now there is an incentive for them to send to school because there is a midday food scheme. So they will study, get the primary education and also the food. So the parents don't have to worry about food for the children. It's remarkable. But my question to you would be from legal standpoint, how all these schemes are implemented. Is there a department overlooking all this, or the schools have to follow certain reporting mechanism? What it is?
Yes, CK, actually, since it is an obligation of the state government and the central government and the local authority, so the Department of Education in the central ministry as well as in the state ministries have an obligation to see that the schemes as well as the right of the child is implemented. There has been some difficulties or we can say some roadblocks in implementation of these schemes. One is trafficking among children. You see, a lot of children are involved in trafficking in our country, whereby they are deprived of their right to education. Secondly, a lot of child labor is going on because usually we see that in villages, in rural areas, or in urban areas, children are forced to work to get some money to the household and contribute to the household. It is very difficult for a poor household to run if children do not contribute. And therefore, the mindset of the people is that children are made to work, though there is a restriction, it is illegal to have child labor, but because of their financial constraints, they are forced to work and do some menial works, or they are even employed in the factories and industries also, which is very unfortunate. So the government is trying its level best to implement right to education through the enactments as well as the schemes. But definitely the mindset of people has to change. People have to think that the girl child, the men, they first of all, they have to bring equality among the girl child and the male child, and also allow the girl child to have this education, more particularly when it has become free in this country and compulsory also. So certain roadblocks are there in implementation for the government, but definitely we are catching up with the rights and trying to implement these schemes as well as the Right to Education Act.
In fact, today's discussion brings back some memories. A few years back, I got a chance to visit one of these private kitchens, which was providing, or rather, I would say, working under contract from one of the state governments to provide the midday meals. And it was so surprising, Nagesh. I feel very good to share this with you. The kitchen has not only provided employment to the rural people in the nearby villages, but they are feeding something like 100 villages. I mean, there are 100 schools, primary schools are being fed by this particular kitchen. And they are setting up records in terms of number of meals produced on a daily basis. And they've also mechanized the cooking mechanism where they don't use any carbon footprint based fuel. They used something very high tech stuff, and most of the cooking is done using gravity, and everything is so fresh. And when it is being cooked, the gravity is feeding, and from below the steam is rising, and that's how the different things are being cooked. It was remarkable experience. So I was like pleasantly surprised that even though India is such a large country with the population of 1.3 billion, the population itself offers so many challenges, but the innovation that we have and willingness to follow and to do the right thing in almost 99% of the population is remarkable.
Absolutely, I totally agree. In fact, this ICDS scheme of the government provides food and preschool education and primary health care to children who are less than 6 years of age and their mothers. So, this kind of schemes are very, very much available in India, so that, right from the beginning, when a child is born, there is an encouragement by the government that we would provide food or primary health care to the mother and the child both, which is really welcoming in a country like India. And I'm sure these kind of schemes will definitely encourage people to send their children to school when there is a facility available, and do not care about um, getting them into menial jobs or household work. So it is very encouraging that we see a lot of schemes being implemented by the government, and the children are being educated, to the best possible way.
In fact, the message we are giving today, after discussing with Nagesh, is that the primary education in our country, which is India, and all 29 states of the Union, is free. It is obligation of the government. So I think the parents who are watching this program should know that there is no cost for providing primary education and to a certain extent secondary education. Apart from that, we are also covering the right to food because we discussed that few episodes back. But we are bringing that in this discussion, saying that the right of food to small children is also obligation of the government. So I think these are two things we are trying to convey to our viewers. Nagesh, it was pleasure talking to you. It was wonderful journey understanding these rights based on your knowledge. It was my personal gratitude and pleasure.
Thank you so much. It was my pleasure too, CK, to be on this platform and sharing my bit of experience and little knowledge what I have of human rights. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Pleasure.
And we will meet again tomorrow to discuss yet another aspect of human rights. Until then, I will say goodbye to you.
Bye bye. Goodbye.
Bye.
Hello, friends. I'm Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies, and you're welcome to our show Roundtable, and where we have eminent panelists today. Let me introduce all of them to you. Ritu Gupta, who is a CEO of one of the PR agency, Four Seasons. A part of that, she's also teaching media relations and public relations to eminent university in Delhi. We have Sitesh Srivastava, who is closely associated with radio broadcasting. He has a deep interest in corporate training. So, welcome both of you on roundtable discussion today.
Thank
How are you?
you.
How are you, Ritu?
Absolutely fine. Thank you.
How are you, Sitesh?
I'm well, Kanchan. It is always great to talk to you all the time. So I thought it's an interesting discussion that between, we always discuss. So today we have a third panel with us, Ritu. So it would be more interesting.
Today's topic is how important is hobbies in the development of children, and can these hobby can be converted into bread earning uh, skill for individuals. So, what is your opinion, Ritu, on this?
I feel hobbies are very important for any child and every child to go for, because hobby develop them as a person, which is very important in today's world. And hobbies can be, you can do your hobby in group, you can do your hobby all alone also. So in both the cases, it increases your confidence, and it also allows a child to de-stress himself or herself, which is very important. Then the child learns to socialize, and it also enhances your creativity, which is very important. That any person, whether you are going to do some kind of a job, you're going to work in corporate, or going to be some kind of an entrepreneur, you need to be creative, because creativity, think out of the box. That's what
Yes,
I feel.
yes, true. You have mentioned valid point, because I also feel that hobby benefit children in many ways. It gives child an opportunity to express themselves. It allows them to discover themselves and build self-esteem. And also, I think in a process, or in a way, we achieve goals like problem solving and make decision by this hobby practicing. So, what are your ideas on this subject, Sitesh?
Well, Kanchan, I think that we should all have some hobby to pursue, because that is what satisfies our heart. Everything else is used to bring food to the table. And therefore, hobby is something that makes us what we are in the core. Many times, the hobby needs to be asked or developed, that we try to do with our children, because there are so many distractions in our life today. It is important for today's children to know what they can pursue as a hobby. But at the same time, some many years back, one of my former boss asked me this question: what is your hobby? And I told him, and this discussion was happening between the transit time at Tokyo Narita International Airport for a few hours. And I said, my hobby is writing. And he asked me, when did you write last? I said, some 1 month back. And he said, no, that's not a hobby. Hobby is that you do every day, even if it is 10 minutes.
Yes, definitely. So, hobby is a very essential part of today's children's development, actually, because that also reduce risk of depression, which I think most of the children are highly exposed to, because they are at home, they are watching television, and they are doing online studies. So, I think that some kind of break, which is very, very essential for children, and I think parents should also get indulge in these kind of activity, because that they will again enhance the happiness. Somehow, over the period of time, I think parents are also just doing their professional corporate jobs rather than really getting free time. And I think hobbies can bring a self development also. But now the question is, the big question for both of you: what are your hobbies? Ritu?
Okay, so I'll tell you, my hobbies. I love reading. I love reading a lot, and I love traveling, and I love cooking. So, I have of late started thinking that why not? I mean, why not open a cafe or be a halwai, be a very, modern halwai? Why not? So this is what I have of late started thinking about, get into cooking as a profession.
Yes, and what about you, Sitesh?
By hearing Ritu, now I have more inclination to visit Delhi. Uh, and apart from the Bengali market and Parathe Wali Gali, I have one more place to have food. Well, for me, the hobby always has been, since the day I realized what is the meaning of hobby, it was always something which is related to expressing myself in terms of the writing. The true real hobby that I developed somewhere around when I was in the high school timings. And it was always remained that, and writing, and then it moved from writing to theater to a little bit of vision, and now for many years it has started with radio, and it is continuing with radio. Kanchan, you know about it. So I think that it is important to explore something which is called hobby, and there are many more ways of doing it today. In our times, Kanchan, if you remember, pen pal was one of it, philately was another of it, and few more. Uh, but today there are so many ways of doing it. But somehow I always feel the youngsters, the kids, the children, when I ask them what is your hobby, and they have nothing to say, or they suddenly perplexed because nobody has asked them this question. So it's important to pursue it for ourselves, and it is also important to inculcate. And the interesting part about hobby is that there is no age for it. There's no retirement from it, isn't
Yes,
it?
definitely,
Yes.
definitely. The hobby brings a sense of fun and freedom of life that can help minimize the impact of chronic stress. Now, the big question is again is that many parents don't encourage because there's academic pressure on children. So, and there are many schools. If you really go counting the school, there are many schools who have cut down the hobbies in terms of the painting is there, and acrylic painting, or water painting, or sometimes making paper craft, and everything is there. But I think a hobby has to be turned into a skill. Now it is an era of a skill, like you said that writing, Sitesh said that you like writing. So now when we are talking about writing hobby, is there any way in schools from very early age when children can be taught in marketing writing or in copywriting or is news writing? So that is very important aspect, because it is a hobby but it should not go waste. There is a probability that a child can pick up that particular hobby and turn into a career or a breadwinner aspect of his life. What do you say,
Exactly.
Ritu?
Yes, you can, and it's very important to do what you love. So basically, most of the people, they love their hobbies. And yes, people are making their hobby their profession. And I've seen some schools in Delhi, and I think the government is also they're changing their syllabus. But I've seen in some schools in Delhi that nowadays they're teaching journalism in 9th, 10th, and 11th, 12th classes also. There is fashion designing, interior designing, and also like I don't know about in Bangalore or like you're in Hyderabad, but in Delhi we have a zero period in school where kids, they do what they like doing. You have various kind of uh, courses, you short term courses which you can take up in the school, and that is the time when you get to learn about those things, like storytelling. Then theaters are being doing are pretty famous in Delhi schools. So you tell kids about various other options and let the child choose what he or she wants to do, but you have to give them the taste of all those things, and then it's a very good option that the kid decides what he or she wants to do later on in life. And every child is not good in academics. You can't expect every child to be getting 90%, 95%. I don't know how every second child is getting 95% these days. But what about those kids who get 80%? What about those kids who get 60%? They're also pretty good people. They also have brains. It's just that they cannot mug up physics, chemistry, maths. So there has to be some option for those kids also, which many of the schools are now thinking on.
Yes, because I also in new education policy, I think government has stressed on teaching academic with creativity. That the aspect which I've seen in our children currently. In fact, in my children also going through that phase. But again, the question is that are we exposing our children at school level like a carpentry or like something animal and wildlife? Because there is a social studies as a subject where, or for say astronomy, the space we have, like children read that these are planets and these are asteroid and all routine education. But if somebody wants to learn beyond that, so then if we are doing this, that means we are making a base for our children to find out to become a veterinary technician or animal consultant, which is very much required for say, because we live among the animals, but we hardly know about the characters of the animal. So I think time has come to really generate these ideas, and children and decision makers should take up this as a discussion or as some introduce it into the education curriculum. So what do you think, Sitesh, about this particular aspect?
Well, Kanchan, you certainly sound like an activist when you say that there needs to be more that needs to be done. Well, Ritu, this is a welcome to hear that Delhi schools have a zero period. In fact, that's a very interesting thing, and I would take this up in the next PTM, which I love to talk to the children.
Yes.
In fact, my children don't like me talking to their teachers for so long. So I think this hobby, as per se, as we have seen in the rest of the world, from far east, in what I have seen in Japan, what I have seen in Africa, and for what we know in the Western world, our curriculum, whether it is a state board or it is a CBSE, it is still far in terms of extracurricular as compared to the international baccalaureate, which is IB. So I think when you talk, Kanchan, in terms of carpentry and all those stuff, I think that is still we have a long way to go. I'm sure it is happening in the international schools, but if this has to enter into our mainstream hobby as a subject, and that needs to be seen getting into the government schools as well as the private schools as well as the funded schools together. At the same time, it is important that we also sensitize not only our children but also the teachers about teaching the same subject. Why mathematics cannot be a hobby of someone? Why physics, chemistry cannot be a hobby of someone, right? So it depends on the teacher, a creative teacher, to get that kind of an interest. At the same time, when it comes to DIY stuff, which is carpentry or electricians or something like that, folk art, calligraphy, all of that. So we all need to create that kind of a curriculum for the teachers' training also. Our country has been more about the rote learning to create, white collar or blue collar workers, and it has to change. I hope it will change with the kind of data that we have, internet, easy internet that we have. and I think only pandemic is stopping us.
Yes, actually, you mentioned maths. Actually, so it's a very good point that children can have a hobby as a math. But what we are
Yes,
studying, but what we are giving our children is a NCRT curriculum for maths. Why not a Vedic math? Why not abacus? So these kind of things are missing in school curriculum. Now, when we are talking
yes,
about everything has to be there intact in the school curriculum. Now children have they according to their interest they can choose what they want to choose as a hobby or maybe extension of that subject. If you recall, I don't know, there used to be SUPW period in our
Yes,
curriculum long back,
yes,
and then we were allowed,
yes,
as you mentioned, Ritu, that it should
yes,
be zero period. So we were allowed to do things. So all like knitting, making pottery, everything used to be there, and we learn many things. Like I tell
learned
you,
many
I
things.
learned knitting from that particular period only. So all these
Mhm.
things has to be there, and it has to be available for children to choose. So that is very very important. And though things are starting, but they are very maybe not as per the speed is very low. Actually, the few schools are opting, few schools say no, like international schools they say no, we will be doing something which is world standard, and I think they are leaving behind something which is very crucial for Indian children's development. What your idea on this,
Kanchan,
Ritu?
I want to say something. Yeah, I want to say, because what you say, I do completely agree with you. But the parents have to be made aware about it also, because I am middle class parents, parents, middle class family people, they feel that their kid should be getting above 90%, should be taking up some good career and settle down somewhere. I mean, doing something very great in life, getting good salary. This is all they dream for. But then you have to make parents aware about that. The things are changing, and post pandemic things have changed a lot. People have lost their jobs, and they have started something new. Many of the people, they have become entrepreneur. What they are doing, like I know a lady in my building. Now what she does is, she's created a cloud kitchen. She's lost her job, she's created a cloud kitchen, and now she's doing pretty fine. So why not? So the awareness has to be created among parents, among students also themselves, that there is a life beyond their academics life also, and then they can take it up professionally also. But then for that, you have to really, have a roadmap in your life, a proper roadmap that how you want to do it. And parents and kids and the teacher, all three are very important in it.
Yes, I also want to add one thing, because if you are not sound, uh, if you're not happy, and hobbies gives you happiness. So if you're not happy, if child is not happy, I think, I doubt that they will not be able to excel in the academics also. Now when we are discussing a hobby, there's a greater part of
Kanchan, I
skill.
really, just one thing I want to say. Yeah, since you said happy, I have met someone, a teacher who is conducting happiness classes in school. It's a
Yes,
course of happiness course, and it's
yes,
very important, happiness classes.
right,
Yeah.
right.
So
So
this is
actually,
what I want to say.
yes,
Sorry.
actually, I think we are just pursuing the same path, but little slow. Now, Sitesh, you know that skill development is coming up in India, and NCRT and our Prime Minister also stress on skill development. But then, when we talk about skill development, the crucial aspect of development comes of soft skill development. So, are we really taking this again? It's a part of hobby, because we do a lot of activities when we do software development as a practical, like time management or listen and recap.
Mhm.
So all these the activities. So are we also taking seriously soft skill hobbies along with the hard skills and academics?
So, Kanchan, all through my IT life of more than 2 decades, I have always uh, spoken about the soft skills as comparable to the hard skills. And all the time, corporate life has told me that hard skills gets you the money, the soft skills gets you the happiness. And they don't understand that these are not interchangeable. They are exclusively together complementary and supplementary. And therefore, we also have an IT company, interestingly, in India called Happiest Minds, which is founded by a former Wipro chairman, Ashok Suta. And it is important for to corporates to understand that a person who joins the company after the college from the campus, his longevity into the company is not only dependent on the hard skills, but also on the platform of the soft skills that is given by the company to the employee. We all know Google gives 20% of its time to its engineers to pursue their own projects. And some of the greatest tools have come from those projects. In India, HCL had got this name of asking, finding out great managers amongst themselves and make them intrapreneurs. And that was a great thing to find out some great companies coming out of the HCL fold. So I think this is very important, not only in the school level, but also in the college level and in the corporate. But I think in today's, especially in the IT world where I work, I see that there's a lot of such things are happening because we invariably get to know what is happening in California.
Right.
But probably in other industries, it may come a little late. But in the middle age, when the students are in college life after the 12th, and those 4 or 5 years, those 4 and 5 years, I have realized, I see that they all are trying to get into those CAT and GMAT and SAT and TOEFL and GRE and those IITs and IIMs. Whereas the same student in other part of the world, which is the developed world, is trying to pursue something else. And this side, the student says, why I have to pursue all that, what someone else is telling me? So there has to be a lot of balance around it. I think what we need to tell ourselves as well as our youngsters, when I say youngsters, I do not only mean our children, I also mean our college going students, that today internet is something which has given us a medium to create something. So television was called an idiot box because it was just one way. But internet is not one way, it's two way. So we should enjoy internet by entertaining ourselves into all those OTT platforms and binge watching. But how much are we creating on that? Are we creating something out of that? If we are not creating, there is a way to find out some knowledge. Let us say calligraphy. Many people don't know what calligraphy could be until unless they visit a textile museum in Ahmedabad. So I think it is important for all of us to, when we go to hiring in the colleges, I ask this question, what is your hobby? That's a very important piece of my judgment of picking up someone, because the person who comes with a hobby, he knows the love of the work that he does. And as we all know, if you love the work, you will never get tired. You will never need a holiday.
Right. Yes. So I will summarize, like Ritu has mentioned that she loves cooking, and you mentioned writing. So all these hobbies should be having a department, and the school may be very early. Like somebody wants to really know about astronomy or something, somebody wants to know, become a diver. He must have a knowledge of how deep he can go, the knowledge of sea, which Sitesh, we know only very limited, maybe 10% of our own seas and oceans.
But what is your hobby, Kanchan? We never asked this question.
Okay, my hobby is talking, and that's what I'm doing actually. Okay, jokes apart, I like painting, and I have excelled in painting because I do different type of paintings, like acrylic. I also do Tanjavur. and some folk painting. So I've developed it over the period of time. So I enjoy it, and I really appreciate somebody who is into these kind of painting, because that is a very good painting and a very good hobby, I mean, and it gives you it de-stress you, and lovely actually.
So you can make a caricature of my face.
Yes, I can.
Great.
I can, yes. So as usual, it's lovely to talk to you, both of you, Ritu and Sitesh. And I was summarizing that schools and parents should understand, because it's high time that they should collaborate academics and hobbies and soft skills, because that will result into overall development of a child. So what I really foresee, or I recommend, that every school should have all these hobby departments, and where children can pick, choose, and develop their hobbies along with the academics. It was so lovely talk to you, Ritu, and it was so lovely talk to you, Sitesh. We'll meet again
Thank you.
in a different interesting topic. Till then, bye bye.
Yeah, yeah. I will now go and listen to that song. Man ke Sache.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, bye bye.
Hello, friends. This is Chandra, and today I would like to talk to all my startup and small medium companies and give some ideas on how you can take your product and your knowledge and your services to right people, right audience. And this is something that I have personally tried, and I would like to share this information with you all, with the intention that you can also leverage this and probably take some of these action points, and if you like, you can implement them and also grow your business. One other thing which I would like to mention today is um, the uh, the marketing strategy of all the people today is by and large based on the email. And while we get so many emails, we also individually delete all those emails which are hitting our inbox. So the chances are that if we are sending our emails, somebody else is deleting those emails. So there is a risk of your email messages not being reaching to the right audience or the intended audience, or even if they are reaching, they are getting deleted. There is very little analytics that is possible on what you can do to increase the interest level of the recipient. So that is one of the issues that there is, which is plaguing all of us in the field today. And the other issue is there are a lot of compliance related matters which we have to take care. So while there is a social media, and many organizations are leveraging social media to take their messages, and they are moving away from email, I personally feel that time is right to move away from email marketing and get into the social media marketing completely. For various reasons, there are a lot of advantages. One of the advantages is non-intrusive. That means whoever is seeing those messages, the control is in his hand, and he can actually control what he wants to see. And suppose he doesn't want to see your post, then he can simply move on and see something else. So it's completely non-intrusive. It is not interfering in any privacy. At the same time, you have leverage of reaching a lot of people globally. So you can now address a bigger segment of people on social media. The challenge on social media is how do you send your messages and the same version to all of these different social media which is available today. So we can help you with all these new techniques, and if you go to the link which is there on the website, that is topbrass.akulmach.com. This is a new platform that we have created which will help you do all this at a very low cost. So I think my ideas, my suggestions are in line with what you are thinking. My sincere suggestion is move out of email marketing as soon as possible, because you're spending a lot of money in building the infrastructure, buying client databases, building CRMs, running campaigns, and the ROI is not visible. So start using social media as quickly as possible, and you will see the difference. Thank you.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant, and welcome to Grit and Valor. And today we have very distinguished guest with us. She's a veteran from Air Force. Her name is Squadron Leader Manvi Bali. So, without further ado, let me welcome her to our show.
Good afternoon, Chandrakant. Thank you so much for such a nice, warm welcome. And it's my pleasure to be a part of this today.
Absolutely. In fact, we would like to know about certain things which we have been hearing in the press. Something to do with the working condition of the women soldiers in our armed forces. And you have been a veteran. You have served the Air Force for a very long time, and I think you are the best person to discuss on this subject. And we have also seen recently there was a movie which covered that. Obviously, that was all false, and Supreme Court of India struck that down. But anyway, I think what is the training schedule for women cadet? Is it different from men? What is your opinion?
Well, Chandrakant, I think I will start with, just very, very briefly talking about from where we all began. So if we look at the history of the women in defense services, in 1888, the role of the women in the Indian Army began with the Indian Military Nursing Service, which was formed during the British rule. And we have some very, very notable names around from that time. In one of the recent series, also, a lot of people would have seen very, very strong women warriors like Noor Inayat Khan, Kalyani Sen. And then obviously we've also seen the famous women regiment under Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose's Indian National Army called the Rani of Jhansi Regiment, one of its kind regiment during the World War II. And the Indian Armed Forces, they began inducting women officers in 1992. And look at where we have come, breaking all the societal barriers. In this present day, we have fighter pilots. Women have flown into combat zones. They will be inducted as sailors. And we are a very strong group of women in the Indian armed services. And from 1992 to 2021, it has been a long way. So would we say it has been an easy journey? Definitely not. So a lot of work had been done by the pioneers, the early batches of the women in the Indian Air Force. So like you mentioned, there's been a recent movie. Without mentioning the name of the movie and the person who's been mentioned in the movie, a lot of respect for the senior lady officer. But of course, around that time, the Indian services were adjusting to the fact that women will be inducted into the defense services. It was very new concepts for them, and now we've come a long way. That's the reason we have the 3 women officers into the fighter streams. So the life in Indian Air Force, when we started off with our trainings, there hasn't been any bias for lady officers. It was exactly the same physical regime. We passed the same physical fitness tests. We passed the same examinations. We went through exactly the similar service selection boards. So the entry to the training, to our specialized training post our commissioning, they all have been exactly the same. So I really don't understand from where the question comes that, what is the difference between the men and women? Because these services, I think they're the pioneers when you talk about who don't create that sort of bias of caste, color, creed, sex, gender. It's never been around. So nobody really asks, can you do this task or will you not be able to do this task because you are A, B, C, D, X, Y, Z? No, exactly not. It's a mission. If you are, so, the Indian Army logo, do you have it in you? Does it say, do you have it in you if you are a man or if you are a woman? No, it doesn't. So it just asks, do you have it in you? So if you have it in you, you just prove yourself. So that's what defense services is all about.
I think it's a great answer, and I think you have conveyed the message loud and clear for our viewers. But there are two sides of viewers we have. One is called civilian, other is called the forces. So when you talk about all these things, certain section of society would know exactly where you're coming from. But then there are people who are in the civilian, especially in the civilian side, who have never seen, who have no exposure to the defense, how it is done. I think there will be a lot of confusion with regard to specifically sending their girl child for army training. I think it is required to change the perception. What is your message for those kind of people where equal opportunities are given in the defense services for men and women, and how they can leverage it?
So if you look at this present, so let me give a very common example, which I give these days. So what has COVID taught us? It's taught us to be adaptable and survive in a situation which has been put in front of us. This adaptability and the survivability is part of a training in defense services. Don't you think these are the most important skills which even the girls of the today, they need to learn? I think everybody, why just girls? I generally don't mention male and female separately, again, because of the backgrounds that I come from. But this sort of independence that the defense services have, put inside us, the confidence that they've built in all of us. I can tell you, I am from a middle class family. My parents were in the services. And we were just like any other girls in the household, helping even our mothers in kitchens. But there weren't any biases or, differences which were kept from the girls and the sons. So we still grew up thinking that, okay, these are the things that the bhaias do and these are the things that the girls do. So when I entered academy, the first thing that was grilled inside my mind was that there isn't a thing which only the boys can do and the girls can't do. In fact, the physical and the psychological strength that women have is far more than, I'm so sorry, but it's more than what men do. And that has been proven in, the last few, if you've read the news, the women are just breaking records of all kinds when it comes to displaying physical and psychological strength. So I think for all the girls, not just independence, the confidence, a financial independence, and a lot of pride, which you yourself feel when you adorn that beautiful uniform. It can be olive green, it can be blue, it can be the white. But the moment you wear that uniform and you give that big salute to somebody, the pride with which your heart swells, I think there's no other profession in this world. I'm so sorry. I think, again, I'm very partial about it. But I think there isn't any other profession which gives you that sort of self-satisfaction that, this is like, it cannot get better than this. So I think, this is the profession for the girls of today and the girls of tomorrow.
Absolutely. In fact, when you talk about the psychological strength that women has inherently, or as the genetic code, describes it, we got an opportunity to cover the Triveni success last year.
Yes, awesome session.
Right. And this was, it can get as grueling as ever. You're middle of the ocean, 5 women, 5 soldiers from the Indian Defense Services, all by themselves circumnavigating the earth. I think they have achieved it. It was a great feat. Now, coming back to the moot question, when you were undergoing the academy training, what kind of training would you like to share? I mean, what I've heard from
Yes.
my friends is that, you have to drop down and give me 30, it's like that. Is it similar for you also?
Trust me, Chandrakant, it's not 30. It's definitely in 3 figures. It's sometimes 100 and more. So 30 is like a lassi day for us. But yes, the trainings are quite intensive. So they do understand, the services do understand that everybody is not coming from a very athletic background. So the defense services, they prepare you for what is going to come to you in near future. So it's not like you need to be a outstanding sports person or a gymnast or a body weight, you need to do a lot of exercises before you join the defense service. The defense services really understand your diverse backgrounds and they train you. So the first year of our training includes a lot of physical fitness. So the physical fitness starts early in the morning. So mornings generally start at around, sometimes it starts at 3. So normally I'll just not scare people. It starts at 4. So it starts with us getting absolutely fit and ready in our whites. We call them whites, and we get ready for a morning PT. So after a PT, which is approximately a run of around 1.5 to 2 kilometers, we get back to our exercises, which includes a lot of push-ups, a lot of jumps, and a lot of rolling, and everything in academy. We are taught that, you have to earn it. So we earn our breakfast, we earn our lunch, and we earn our dinners. We also earn our book outs. So the earning session is wherein the entire course just gets together and they say, okay, so our book out today, which means we'll go out in the city today, we can negotiate at approximately like 500 push-ups from the entire course. So the entire course gets down on hands and we give 500 push-ups, all in high josh, that these 500 push-ups are going to take us out to the city and we are going to have some nice food today in Hyderabad. So again, it also builds on your strength, but it also builds in a lot of camaraderie amongst your fellow, cadets. So we all have, again, a common cause, which is, taught inside us from a very simple thing, like, just a book out. So we all just believe, yeah, that's a common cause. We all need to go out. What do we need to do that? We all need to give 500 push-ups. So let's all do that. So there have been times when, we've gone in for cross countries, which we have regularly. And again, I've not been a very athletic person. And trust me, I just had one of my fellow cadets hand behind my back. He was just put his palm behind my back and I would just continue to run. Again, if you think, what would that palm on the back of, me would have done in helping me to run? Actually, nothing. But what it did to me psychologically was, Manvi, just keep on running. I'm behind you. So it didn't matter who comes first. What mattered was, all of us just do this together. So, the physical fitness was part of all these qualities and these traits which were built into us. So it wasn't like today we'll just get up and we'll, start doing A, B, C, D, X, Y, Z. It used to be a lot of small activities through which the core spirit used to develop, through which we would understand, how to stand for each other. So there used to be exercise wherein they just used to teach us, can you carry your friend behind your back? He's hurt. Can you carry him? And people would. I think about it that how could a girl with a frail figure like me would be carrying one of my course mates behind my back? But we did. And sometimes I just wonder, what did they do to us? So it's all in the mind. That's what they taught us. Physical fitness is an aspect of you being strong, but it starts with your mind believing that you can achieve and you can do it. So that's what the physical regime is in the defense services.
I think you have put it very nicely. In fact, it's 90% the mental ability and 10% physical. And that is what the discipline of the defense teaches you. I think all soldiers go through that. And it's basically you have to be fit all the time. And if you're not fit, you will not be able to carry out your operations. So going to the
Yes.
operations side of it, today in the mechanized warfare, you use billions of dollars of equipment. You may be having $1 million in your both hands. What kind of training you go through, and is there any difference between men and women training when it comes to equipment and all of these gadgets which are being used today? We would like to know more from you about this.
So after this first year of training at the Air Force Academy in Dundigal in Hyderabad, we all moved to our technical training. So I've been a technical officer with the Indian Air Force. So then we moved for 6 months. The another 1 year, we moved to the Air Force Technical College in Bangalore, Dundigal. And that's where we do our technical training there. After that training, there's a 6 months tetra, which is a specialized training for all of us, which is a training imparted to officers based on what equipment has been allotted to them. So I've been a communications officer. So I was the first batch who was learning, and we were put through a tetra for learning all these new age radars, which were being inducted into the Indian Air Force. Indian Air Force was also going through the process of having the Air Force network. So we all were being trained on these things. Again, there hasn't been any difference in men and the female. We all been together from day one, and we were also together during our specialized trainings. Yes, there has been a lot of effort which has gone through in having women go through specialized training on the fighter aircraft streams from the technical side too. But again, we've been very successful in breaking those barriers. The women, we also have the first women being in the Mirage fleet, the first woman in the Isles, the first women in the Sukhois. So it took us some time, but then the enviable force that the women officers of today are, we proved our worth and we did get it. So no cribs at all.
Absolutely. So I think the defense services treat every individual equally and equal opportunities are given. I think that is very clear. Coming to the almost like my second last question is about the combat services. And when it comes to combat, obviously, men are chosen for doing that because there are inherent risk involved. However, now we are seeing women also in India who are now getting inducted in the frontline combat, and Israel has been having the women officers and soldiers for a very long time. Do you see any challenge in that area if you are in combat, frontline combat? Do you see any big challenge for women soldiers?
Absolutely not, Chandrakant. If you see even the United States, the number of women officers that they have been inducting into direct combat zones after they've seen how women have performed, especially during their conflicts, it's just rose manifold. So the issues, what issues? So that's my question. We've gone through the same trainings. We understand what entails when we go into combat zone. Obviously, we're not in some beautiful area, which is it's a combat zone. There are some things which are required of you as a soldier. And the women are far equipped to handle such adversities. So I don't see any issues in women going into active combat roles at all. In fact, they'll be great. History has proven that.
Yes, I think as far as my opinion goes on this subject is that India has been always having women soldiers, always. And I think the whole paradigm shift happened after the British started coming to India, and they didn't have women soldiers in their own army. But if you look at our history, Indian history, I mean, we have a lot of examples of women fighting and also carrying out strategic decisions. which are required
Yes.
in the battlefield. You have any last words to convey for our viewers?
Just continuing with what you just said, womb which can give birth to a child, and arms which can give a lot of love to a child and a family. In case it really requires, our history has taught us that it can also pick up arms and fight. So the women are an enviable force, and the companies, the corporates, the defense services, they have realized that it's just beyond anybody to imagine a life without women in all these services. So it's a great future for all of us. Looking forward to a great, great, great future for all the young girls who will be willing to join the defense services in near future.
Absolutely. Absolutely, it was a great pleasure learning about these things from you. And shall I call you Officer Manvi? I think that is a better way to call you instead of saying Miss Manvi, because you are a officer of the army, and once you are a squadron leader, you're always a squadron leader. So it was a great pleasure talking to you. We will catch up in the next episode very soon with something even more interesting.
Yes, we will. Thank you so much, Chandrakant. It was a pleasure.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Have a nice
Hello friends, I am Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to our series, The Great Kings of India. And today we will be discussing one of the fascinating king of India, Ashoka. Now, I always been mesmerized by this personality because at one phase of his life, he is tyrant, he is killing people. And in the other phase of life, he's non-violent, he has accepted Buddhism. And what I feel is that he is responsible for propagating Buddhism in India and all Indian subcontinent. He is the basic reason why Buddhism survived for so long. And the impact of his era is so much that even today we have accepted our national emblem from his era. So we'll be discussing more about this fascinating king. And to discuss about this king, it is a pleasure to tell you that I'm joined by Dr. Meeta Joshi, who is head of the Department of History in one of the prestigious college, St. Anne's College of Women in Hyderabad. She is teaching, she is giving all knowledge and traditional know-how of ancient India. A part of this, she has her work is being published internationally and nationally. So without wasting any time, I would like to introduce you to Meeta Joshi. Madam, welcome to the show, The Great Kings of India. How are you doing today?
Namaskar, Kanchan. I am fine. How are you?
I'm fine. Things are moving great. We are still in COVID era, but then life goes on. So we are also coping up with the times. But today we are discussing. We have an opportunity to discuss one of the great king India ever had, the great Ashoka. So I would like our viewers will also like to listen from you about our king.
Before I start talking about Ashoka, I should tell you that he was known as Ashoka the Great, okay? And he was one of the greatest emperors of Maurya dynasty, and he happened to be the grandson of Chandragupta Maurya. Chandragupta Maurya himself was a very great king, but why Ashoka became great was because of his deeds. Previously, a very, very, brutal and tyrant
emperor, Ashoka got transformed by one incident which changed his life altogether. And that incident was the War of Kalinga, which he fought and won. But after this war, the very next day, when he went into the battlefield, when he saw the battlefield, he was too disappointed that what he has done. And that moment, he saw all the houses burned. He saw many dead corpses lying here and there. And it was a very, very depressing and disturbing sight. After going to the war field, Ashoka was in total, depression sort of state. And see, destiny is such that in his time period only Lord Buddha was there. And when he came to know about Lord Buddha, he went and met Lord Buddha. After his meeting, when he spoke to Buddha, his mind, heart, and soul totally changed. And he promised Buddha that he won't wage any war from now on. And he accepted Buddhism as his religion. Now here a twist comes, because an emperor who he was a very good administrator. Now with his religion, changed, the perspective changed altogether. After accepting Buddhism, he was, first of all, what he did, he appointed some officers only to propagate Buddhism in his empire and outside the empire, and they were known as Dharma Mahamatras. Okay, they used to travel from place to place to make people aware of Buddhism. Now, the beauty of Buddhism is such a religion which teaches you only love, which teaches you compassion, which teaches you non-violence, and which even teaches you to analyze yourself. So Buddha wanted that anyone who is in his empire should know about this great, philosophy of Gautam Buddha and get benefited by it. After a point of time, he even, his son and daughter, they also became the Dharma Mahamatras, and they propagate Buddhism. After adopting Buddhism, Ashoka was a changed man because he adopted the theory of non-violence. Now, with such a huge empire, the extent of empire was so huge because Mauryan empire at the time of Ashoka was the largest empire probably in if you see the Deccan, Satvahana empire was the second largest, Mauryan empire was the largest. So managing such a vast empire, but now he had a vision after adopting Buddhism. He developed that vision. All the principles of administrative policies which he had, he changed them. And what he told people, that everybody should live in harmony. If anyone in his empire had any problem, they were allowed to meet the emperor, directly. And Ashoka would listen to them and solve their queries. So he came to such a level. He came to the ground level after, adopting Buddhism. Personally, also, a lot of transformation happened in Ashoka. He spent a lot of money in building stupas, viharas, chaityas for the Buddhist monks. He even financed their councils. Councils means there were meetings of Buddhist monks in which they discussed about the principles of Buddhism. So he also financed that. And the major development of stupas, chaityas, and viharas happened in the time of Ashoka, because he wanted that people should adopt it in their lives and take the goodness of the religion. That was his main aim. He wanted to spread peace, he wanted to spread compassion, he wanted to spread love through this act of spreading Buddhism. So this is one thing. Another thing, the rock edicts which we get from the time of Ashoka, they also mention this, that he did a commendable work in spreading Buddhism, not only in India, but to the foreign countries also. As I told you, his daughter Sanghamitra, she traveled to Sri Lanka on the orders of his father because they all adopted Buddhism. And she also traveled to Sri Lanka to propagate Buddhism, which was a good thing, because they were spreading the good things about Buddhism, and people were adopting it, and somehow people's lives got transformed after it.
Yeah,
So
but I also feel that in spite of accepting Buddhism, in spite of practicing non-violence and not killing animals and planting trees around and facilitating traders to have economic development in that particular area, he also maintained a huge amount of army, so that around all this, yes, around his boundary, nobody should think that he is a weak king, since he has accepted Buddhism, and since he has said that he will not fight anymore. So I think, but he still maintained that army. So
yes,
what do you
he did.
think about this?
He did. Yes, he did. He did maintain his army. It was not for a war purpose. It was to guard the extent of the empire. See, earlier army people were used, suppose you have some little civil war type of a thing, or some outbreak or some disturbances, so they can go and monitor the things. So for that purpose, after the Kalinga war, it was this motive, not to wage a war, kill people, or spread the extent of the empire through the wars. Totally his
Yeah, and then of course safeguarding the boundaries. I think that is also one of the main purpose of Ashoka.
Yes, because he wanted that the people who are in his empire should be protected. They should live a peaceful and a life, and they should not have this fear that any invader will come from outside and disturb them, because India has a history of invasions. Lot of invasions happened. So he wanted that his empire should be protected. That was his main motive.
So I always fascinated by the transformation of one person, as we were discussing earlier before this recording, that 1 minute can change the personality of a person. I think that
one moment, Kanchan, one moment.
Yes.
One incident, one person tells you a positive thing, or you see something. It requires a fraction of a second to transform you, and that transformation is always for better. See, if you not we are discussing about Ashoka, but there are many incidents in history. Valmiki, you see Rishi Valmiki, he was a dacoit, and one incident transformed him, and he wrote that Valmiki Ramayana. Angulimal, there are many incidents in which people got transformed totally. So same thing happened with Ashoka.
Yeah, I also feel that he raised a war and he consolidated his empire even after accepting Buddhism, even after taking vows that he will not fight any war to extend the boundaries, just to safeguard his empire, which was I think is a work of a king, to safeguard people and the boundary of the country. But I think his aura was that profound that nobody from external forces, even that point of time, thought of attacking his empire.
First of all, everybody was, they were in a state of confusion, that to a king who was so, after conquests, after killing people, after waging wars, that what happened to this man? So people were in a state of confusion. The neighboring countries, they were like, because see, Ashoka's empire was till Afghanistan. His boundaries, apart from India, they went up to Afghanistan. So people were wondering that what happened to this man, how he got transformed. And after he came to after this transformation, some people visited also to know about his know-how, that his state of mind, that what happened to him. But when he met, then they could make out that he's a totally different person now. And it was and see, this happened only because of his own personal anguish. Please try to understand this. It was, when we do something wrong, then it is that guilty feeling which kills you. So to overcome that, maybe he went to Buddha. He went to Buddha to seek some peace, because he was having a struggle in his mind, that whatever he did was wrong. He understood that. See, he cannot undo. He was not able to undo what he did, because whatever is done cannot be undone at any point of time. But what he thought was, from now onwards, if I change my perception, then so many people who have lost their husbands, they lost their families, at least this thing will not continue further.
Yes.
So that was a good thought.
Yes.
That was a good thought. And for that only, like, he worked.
Yes. So I think the Kalinga was a turning point in the life of Ashoka.
Definitely. War of Kalinga was the turning point.
Yes. And then though I feel he's such a great personality, that he handled the Raj Dharma plus his personal anguish and plus propagating the goodness of Buddhism to the people. Because somewhere I read that he has engraved stones and put to places, and it's written that you should do this and you should not do this, and so that day and night people read those sermons and embrace them.
Kanchan, he gave his own theory, which is known as Ashoka's Dhamma. In Pali language, dharma is pronounced as Dhamma, Dhamma. So through his Dhamma, what he took the ideologies and principles of Buddhism, he propagated that in his own way. It was not as it is what he got from Buddha or Buddhism. Right. He propagated in his own unique way. And if you happen to if you are interested in reading, there are several books on Ashoka's Dhamma, Kanchan. You can go through them. Then you will see the vastness of his ideologies, his principles, that how then he was not only a king, he became a thinker. His horizon was broadened. Why religion is required in life? Because it makes you a better person. It makes you wiser a person. Any religion for that matter, not only Buddhism, any religion, why we follow a religion? Because we get a certain set of principles from them, which are beneficial for our own life, for the people who are around us, and for the society. For that sake,
I just want to add that I think when you're talking about religion, I think religion also a factor which pacify some badness in individual. So it subsides something bad which you really think. What do you think about this? So this exactly happened also.
See, religion will not pacify, Kanchan. Religion, see, if you see all the religions, it is Buddhism, whether it is Christianity, whether it is Islam, whether it is Hinduism, Sikhism. Some religions, they say, they instill a feeling of fear in you. Why we say God fearing? Because you have that fear in your mind that if we do this, this is a sin, this is a bad thing. So personally, what I feel is religion should not instill a feeling of guilt inside a person. Rather, it should have the power to transform that person. It is a human nature to err. It is a human nature. Everybody will become a god if we don't err.
But I think,
So
this doesn't happen with Ashoka. He very consciously followed Buddhism and very consciously, I think, merged two things, the Buddhism and the Raj Dharma or the royal duties.
Yes, he took it parallelly. It was parallelly. The Ashoka's Dhamma, the administration, they were going like hand in hand. It was not like that he became a saint. No, he lived a normal family life, but with a transformed vision. But some historians, like A.L. Basham, they don't agree with this transformation. They say that this transformation was not real. So see, different people, different perspectives. We should always see the goodness, that what is the positivity we can take from it. So from Ashoka's character, you can take the number one trait is adaptability, because he adapted to a positive side of his character.
Yeah, I think
Earlier,
transformation of one personality.
Yes.
But I'll always see like this only.
Yeah, so that is the biggest trait. And then to accept, see, if in this word, the whole tussle or war is for acceptance. Everyone wants to be accepted, Kanchan. Everyone. That is our whole, fight in this human birth. Right. We want to be accepted as a, daughter, as a wife, as a mother, as a teacher. Acceptance. Everyone craves for that acceptance. So he accepted that he did something wrong. That is the a wise quality in Ashoka. Otherwise, see, it is a natural thing that many kings, they have waged wars in the pages of history, but no one got transformed as Ashoka have transformed. So that is his greatness. That's why we call him Ashoka the Great. This the Great comes with Ashoka or Akbar the Great. Only two people have this, suffix with them, with their names. Ashoka the Great, Akbar the Great. Why Akbar was also called great? Because he was tolerant towards the other religion. Though he was a Muslim, he followed Islam, but he promulgated a new religion known as Deen-e-Ilahi, which was the fusion of Islam and Hinduism. So when you do such things, see, we, Kanchan, as human beings, we don't take anything with us when we leave this world physically. Only thing which we leave is a living legacy. So Ashoka did the same, Akbar did the same. They left a legacy.
Yes.
They left, and the contribution of Ashoka in the field of art and architecture is huge. It's immense. All the stupas, the chaityas, the viharas, and the rock edicts which you get. The inscriptions. They are the records now, from which we can refer to and tell the future generations that what happened. So that is his biggest contribution, apart from all other things.
Yes, I always appreciate Ashoka because the impact, I always see impact, his era's impact even today. because we have a few systems which he has created, the economic aspect which he has created at that point of time, which we are still following in few patterns. So we will be
because see, Mauryan administration was very, very good. Mauryan administration, for that matter, was very, very good. And it was adopted by the later dynasties. After the Mauryans also, the dynasties which they came, they also took that model. They carried forward that model. So it is not only the philosophical aspect, but in all aspects, economic, administrative, in every field, you can see Ashoka as a role model. Not only in one aspect, in many aspects. And the emblem, the national emblem which we have, is from one of his rock edicts.
Right.
So that is again that means you are giving acceptance, you are giving recognition to that king by making it a national emblem. So it's a big thing. It's a very, very big thing.
Yes, it's a big thing. I think Ashoka has given us, our civilization, a kind of remembrance. We are known as people from the Ashoka's land. So I think that's a great thing. Today we have discussed about an overview about Ashoka and how he has transformed, and how Buddhism he has adopted, and he is responsible for propagating Buddhism in Indian subcontinent. So in our next episode, we'll be discussing about administration, the good points of administration, which somehow in little format we are still following those traits of administration. So it was so nice to talk to you about Ashoka and discuss about our great king, the great Ashoka. We will be discussing this topic further. So till then, bye-bye, take care, and all the best.
Thank you, Kanchan.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies. And today, in the tips section, we will like to discuss how you, me, everyone today can utilize, can power pack their machines, individual machines. And as you know that most of these laptops and PCs that we use comes with multiple cores. And the people who actually tell us how to use these machines will tell us that, hey, if you have a very high advanced CPU, you should also have corresponding high speed memory and also high speed hard disk. And nevertheless, you should also have a high speed network to support all of that. Once you have all of these things in your PC, then you will be able to do your video calling, etc. Most of these machines will come preloaded with Windows, and most of us knows that the Windows are there, whether paid version or free version, all kinds of Windows are there, and stuff like that. So the whole point is that when we have such high-end machines, are we utilizing all of them, all the CPU power and the memory effectively? If not, then what are the other possibilities that we can use our machines for when they are not maxed out based on their memory and so on? So when we actually start looking at our PC, we should look at least 4 core processors, whether 10th generation or 9th generation Intel or AMD chips. And then if there are 4 cores, that means there are 4 different CPUs within one CPU. That means if you have more CPUs, you can do more processing. However, most of us are using it for video calling and MS Word kind of activities. At the same time, we are stuck with the Windows platform, and there are other platforms like Linux has also come up in a big way. So you may be a nerd, you may be a techie who would like to try things. You may be itching to try a new game which has come up, but that does not run on your PC, and you don't want to basically disturb the configuration of your PC, but you want to play a game. You want to do ethical hacking, and the whole point is that you don't want to use your machine for hacking. You want to be able to create a new machine or buy a new one. So today I will tell you exactly what it takes to do all of these things without spending any money, and be able to do that using your existing hardware. But when we say that you should have existing hardware, nevertheless you should also have adequate hardware, in the sense that if you have a very old machine, Pentium machine, obviously what going to tell you will not work. So you should have at least 10th generation Intel or AMD Ryzen with at least 8 GB of RAM, and at least 1 TB of hard disk. If you have these specs, which are very normal, nowadays, if you look at the lowest end PC or laptop that you can buy in the market, will have at least a 4-core chip, 8 to 16 GB RAM, and at least 1 TB hard disk. So if you have all of this, you can then create virtual machines. So today I will tell you how to do it, and it is not something which is very high tech. It can be done simply by downloading few free softwares which you can use and create virtual machines within your machine. Now, you may have a Windows machine, and you also want to try your hand on new Linux version, because now you must be hearing that Linux is also very powerful. Recently, they launched their 64-bit Linux, which is very stable, very powerful. It operates faster. It takes lesser space as compared to Windows. So you want to basically try it out without changing anything. See, if you want to basically try a Linux and see how it works, then you need to buy a new machine. So why you want to invest in that if you can try it out? So the first thing is you have to you have a need where you want to try a new operating system without disturbing what you're doing right now. You have already configured your machine, you're already set, you don't want to disturb what you're doing it, but you want to try new operating system, and that is why a virtual machine can be a good answer, where you can create a virtual environment within your PC and load the new operating system on that and use it. So that could be one use case. S- uh, and one of the use case could be to try the Ubuntu version of Linux. So as you can see in this screen, I am trying to show that this is a Ubuntu. Who would believe that Ubuntu looks like this? This exactly looks like Windows. You have all these different icons. It has its own office. It has an email. It has printers and so on and so. It has a browser. So this exactly looks like and feel like and work like uh, a normal Windows PC. Although it is not Windows, it is different. It is a totally different operating system, but look and feel and the usage is exactly the same. You don't need to know exactly a lot of technical stuff. There are a lot of forums in Ubuntu which you can, if you are stuck and you want to try new things, you can go to these forums and take help. And the best part is, since Ubuntu, which is a Linux version, is an open source, you can create your own. You can create your own identity, unlike Windows, where you're stuck with a certain view. But if you download an Ubuntu, or if you download another version of Linux, which is called very popular, called Mint, this looks exactly like Windows. In fact, the Mint version is the closest Linux version which appears and works like Windows. But although when I say it is like Windows, it is not Windows. It is Linux, based on Linux, and all of these are 64-bit operating systems. And then you want to try this before you want to even shift. Suppose you want to shift to Linux, you want to try it. and virtual machine could be a good answer for you to get it. Now this is the Windows interface, and as you can see, there's hardly any difference between this Mint or Ubuntu. There is absolutely no difference in terms of how you use them, and so you can choose whichever version you want to, whichever OS you want to try, but you don't want to buy a new machine. So you should be able to create a virtual machine and download some of these things. In fact, there could be instance where you want to download older version of Windows within your Windows 10, and then use some of those softwares which you are not able to use now into that window, into that virtual machine. So virtual machine is a very powerful concept where within a machine you can create another machine. So we will talk about that in a bit. There could be a game requirement that you don't want to disturb your existing setup by playing game. You can actually create a virtual machine, uh, create a totally different username. You keep your identity separate from your Windows identity and play some games. So you can create a virtual machine, register that game, download that game, play that game as if you're somebody else, not yourself. And here I want to give you a little warning that when we say virtual machine, it is not the separate boot drives as it is usually confused. You can boot from Windows or you can boot from Linux using same machine. This is not a bootable solution. This is actually creating a virtual machine within a machine. There could be a requirement where you want to do ethical hacking. Suppose you're doing study, you're in college, and you're trying to learn how to do hacking. And obviously the whole point of hacking is that you don't want to show that, hey, I'm so and so and I'm trying to hack. You want to hide who's trying to hack. And the best method to do that is you create a virtual machine in your PC or a laptop and use that to do your ethical hacking activities. So this is another use case. So what is a virtual machine? Virtual machine is nothing but an area of your machine which thinks it is an independent PC. It resides within your PC, but it does not know that it is residing inside your PC. It has its own CPU, it has its own memory, it has its own hard disk. It's pretty much something like if we try to put it in a physical world example, it's like a guest coming to your house. So while the guest is in your house, the guest is using your crockery for having tea, using your sofa to sit down, and using your real estate to move around, and also talking to you. So while the guest is in your house, the resources are being used which are from the host house. So the guest is a virtual machine and host is the actual operating system. So this is a simple example of how to understand how the virtual machine works. And then there is no limit to how many virtual machines you can create. You can create one, or you can create as much as your hardware allows. So you can keep on making virtual machines, keep on running different things in that. You can also create virtual machines and give it to your colleagues, to your children, to your family members, so that the work is used from one PC, but then they work with separate login and they have a separate operating system. It will not interfere in your work. So this way also, this is one requirement which you can fulfill, and you create virtual machines within your hardware. And again, I like to repeat the word of caution is that you should not try this method if you do not have adequate hardware, at least a 10th generation chip, at least 8 GB RAM, and minimum 1 TB of hard disk. Because if you don't have resources, then you will not be able to give justice to both hosts as well as virtual machines. So moving to the next subject is, like I'm trying to show in this screen, is that you have Windows environment running. Within Windows, you have multiple operating systems running in their own respective virtual machines. Now, what is virtual machine? Virtual machine is a very unique, remarkable technology uh, by Oracle, and it is a piece of software which you can download. I mean, if you go to Google, search for virtual machine, you can search for it, install it, and then it will do. It will ask you what you want to do, and when it asks you what you want to do, you should be able to uh, create, say for example, one virtual machine one. Then you can assign a portion of your CPU to that particular virtual machine. You can assign memory, how much memory will be restored, given to this virtual machine, and how much hard disk. Now, word of caution again here is, if you decide to give, say for example, if you have 16 core system, or let's say you have 8 core system, and then you decide to give 2 core of your CPU assigned to this virtual machine, and you assign at least 4 GB of memory, and say about 256 GB of hard disk, or let's say 30 GB of hard disk to this virtual machine. Now, this hardware will be totally dedicated to this virtual machine, and it will not be used by the host. So you have to be very careful while planning the whole aspect of what the virtual machine will be doing, what is the requirement for that virtual machine. If it is a game, then you need to obviously give more resources to the virtual machine, because it will not then scale up. But if you want to do something like processing, Excel, etc., those kind of things, then small things like 1 GB of RAM, 1 core of your CPU, and 20 GB of hard disk would be sufficient. So it really depends what is your need when you want to do a virtual machine. If you want to basically try a new version of Linux, suppose you have Windows and you want to try a new version of Linux, then I would say that you give at least 2 CPUs to the virtual machine, 1 GB or at least 2 GB. If you have 2 GB of RAM, that would be sufficient, and at least 20 GB of hard disk. This is a sufficient configuration for downloading any of these versions of Linux, which is Ubuntu, or Linux Mint, or anything else which you feel you want to try it out. And the best part is, once you create a virtual machine, you can delete it. If something goes wrong, things can go south anytime when you're trying to do these things. You can simply delete virtual machine, and it will not have any impact on your host operating system. It will not interfere with anything. So when you're trying to do some R&D, trying to load different operating systems, virtual machine is a fantastic concept which will allow you to do that. And as I said, the technology is from Oracle, and it's simply called VirtualBox. Search for VirtualBox, download the software. It will take hardly 2 minutes to download. Open it, and then start creating virtual machines. You can create more than one or one virtual machines. And once it is downloaded, it runs like any other software, and it will you can distribute what you from your host setup. You can start allocating these resources to the virtual machine. You can give it any name. You can say trial, you can say Ubuntu. Suppose you want to call it Ubuntu, or you want to do live streaming, you can just call the virtual machine live streaming, so you know exactly what is the purpose of this virtual machine. So once you have created this virtual machine, you can then start giving out things like CPU and memory, and you can choose how much you want to give out. Remember, if you give it these resources to the virtual machine, the host will not be able to use what has been given out. It will be a separate thing, and host will lose control of that. But there's nothing nothing to worry about, because you can delete the entire virtual machine, and resources will be restored back. And then every time you start your PC, you have to specifically start your virtual machine to to start allocating these resources. So it is like any other software. It will create a virtual machine. And the best part is, once the virtual machine is created in your PC, virtual machine doesn't know that it is a software. It actually thinks and behaves like a separate PC. It doesn't know that it is residing inside a PC. It behaves and very much like a piece of hardware, like piece of your laptop. So that is the best part. You can do anything with this, and if something goes wrong, simply delete it, create another one, download the new Ubuntu in it, download new Mint in it, or download a new game, or even download a new version of Windows and play with that. So these are the some very good examples of why you should actually have virtual machines. And now with so much power available in the CPU and so much RAM available in your PC, you're using only 20 to 30% of that while using your PC. So rest of it is just lying idle. You can actually create one or two virtual machines and run different applications without investing in a new hardware. So you can create a live stream using a virtual machine and use your host machine to create new videos without stopping the live stream. So live stream will continue on your virtual machine, and host machine can be used for making your videos and stuff like that. On your virtual machine, you can run classes. Your children can study without you investing in a new laptop or a new machine for your children. You can create two different, suppose you have two kids, you can create two different virtual machines, give them access of what they need, how much processing they need for their activities, give them access, they can continue using it, and they will be running from the same PC that you use for your official purpose. So I think virtual machine is a fantastic concept. It is absolutely free, and if you're trying to learn new things like Ubuntu or Mint at some point in time, because these operating systems are now becoming very powerful, and you want to shift in future from Windows to any of this Linux version, then here is a time where you want to try virtual machine. And virtual machine is absolutely free. You just download it like any other software, configure it, and boom, you start using it. So this is something which I wanted to bring to you as a tip, as an advice. And since it is free, you should be able to use it. You should actually try it out. You don't need technical knowledge to be able to create a virtual machine. Nothing will go wrong. Just download a virtual box uh, from the website, download a new operating system, and first install VirtualBox. It will tell you how much memory CPU you want to allocate that. And once you have allocated VirtualBox, it's a virtual machine. Start installing the operating system like Linux or even Windows if you have taken the license, or if you want to download a home edition, a home and student edition of Windows, which is free, you can do that. Download that in a virtual machine. Suppose you have one or two kids, you can create two virtual machines with home edition of Windows, give Google classes on both of them, let the virtual machine run on your laptop. Your kids can access it from a workstation, and let them run their virtual machines from your hardware. So I think there are a lot of requirement, lot of use cases which you can leverage. And hardware is also quite low cost nowadays, very powerful, which you can leverage to do different things, even games. So with this I will end. Do write in the next video. I will include your comments, and if you like the idea, you want to send your comments, or you have any other idea how do we use virtual machine, please feel free to write in. So for today, I'll say goodbye, and I'll catch up with you tomorrow again with something more interesting.
Good morning, friends. This is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies, and this morning I welcome you graciously to our show called Top Brass Likeable Leaders. Good morning, friends. This is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies, and I graciously invite you to our show about skills gap that exist in India. And today we have very eminent personality on our show to discuss about this particular aspect, that is Mr. Naval Gant. Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies and welcome to Top Brands. And let me also welcome my friend from UK, Mr. Naval Gant. Naval, how was the morning today in London?
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. And it is typical summer. It's pouring down. It's stair rods. You can hear it in all the windows. But let's not dampen our spirits because today's Wednesday, so it's Snotty Wednesday. So what are we going to tell our young people today?
It is Sorty Wednesday, and Mr. Naval is back in his flamingo shirt, so that is a welcoming sign. So I think the topic of discussion is we are moving beyond the presentability, how to set up your technical stuff like camera, light, how to look good, how to speak. I think the topic now for today is how do you create engagement with the client, with the viewers? Because if you're talking in a physical world, you are actually seeing, hundreds of people in front of you. You know what they're thinking. You have the ability to change your pitch to attract as many people as you want. But when you're talking on a video, you don't see the other side. And yet you have to appeal to the people who are not even visible to you. And how do you create that stickiness? How do you induce that glue in your content, in your video? That is something that we would like to take your inputs on. And I think that is a very critical subject today. So Naval, what is your opinion?
Well, I love the way you explain it, CK. That stickiness, that little bit of glue, the thing that really brings people into the screen so that you're waiting their every word. And you're absolutely right, Aaron. Speaking into a screen is not easy. Not easy at all. You're not having this one-to-one conversation. I mean, we're lucky because I can see your smiley face. So I can see whether you're listening, you're interesting, whether I need to change the tone down or put the tone up. But we can't do that in literally a 90-second interview because that's what we've got. So the tricks of the trade are be engaging. That very first time that someone sees you in your video is going to be the time that they're going to start to judge you. And I'm not talking about judging you in a negative way, okay? This is judging in a positive way. So feel good about it. Feel excited about it. Because if you get into your interview, your 90 seconds, it's a minute and a half. You'd be amazed how fast a minute and a half will go. We've been talking for longer than a minute and a half, and it's just flown by. And it always does flow by because we need to be engaging. We need to get to the point. So this is pressure, okay? Now, you can look at this video time and time again, and I will still say this is pressure because in 90 seconds, you've got to get over your message. It's a brilliant example for if you're going to be going into the entrepreneurship to get your message over in a very short period of time. So you need to be presentable. As CK's already mentioned, my flamingo shirt. Make a statement, you know? I'm wearing this today because I'm actually about to go and play golf, although, frankly, in the weather that we've got out there, I'm not too sure that the flamingos will be very happy about getting wet. But the point is, make a statement. We've talked about the technical bits. Look into the camera. It's the most difficult thing in the world to do. Look into the camera. Firstly, finding out where it is because it's not down here and it's not over here. It's up there. But if you're using an iPhone, guess what? It's in the top right-hand corner. If you're using a Dell machine these days, it's in the bottom left-hand corner. So, you know, you need to be looking down there because that's where the camera is. So be presentable. Be in that arena where people can understand what you're saying and how you're saying it. And notice, I don't know whether you noticed, my background changed.
I did.
Amazing, isn't it? Yeah, you did, you know? But that's what's going to happen, you know? Was it done automatic? Was it done deliberately? Only you're going to guess about that one, okay? But this was for impact. This is the impact you have in a short video. It's 90 seconds. I mean, CK, 90 seconds. It's just goes in an instant, doesn't it? I mean, how many conversations do you have that last hours and hours and hours that could be summarized in 90 seconds? Yeah, I can see you smiling because you're thinking about it.
Well, I think the first 90 seconds is what matters, and you're going to make or break in the first 90 seconds. Even though after your first 90 seconds have gone, you can actually continue talking for an hour. But I think the impression is made in the first few minutes of your conversation. So I think one of the tricks that is important for a video is, do very good research on the subject on which you're talking. Because if you're just talking too many words with very little meaning, I think you're going to put off your viewers and they will just move on. They will not watch the videos. In fact, many times if you see the videos, you don't want to stick around more than 10 seconds. So that you don't want to happen to your video. So make sure that you have a well-researched subject. You have subject matter expertise so that you can use certain keywords to attract these people as a glue. Because, if you're talking about certain keywords and then that, this person has done some research and there is something for me to take. So they will stick around in your video, they will watch it and therefore. And second thing is you have to convey your messages in the minimum words because nobody has patience to listen to your long essays. You have to use the minimum words to convey the right message. So I think you have to form your sentences, making sure that you use the English properly. And English is a very flexible language. You can convey the same thing in 10 sentences or you can convey the same thing in half the sentence. So make sure that you convey quickly so that since you have 90 seconds, you convey maximum. And the listeners are also getting in their ears the keywords and that will create the stickiness. So what do you think, Neville?
It's absolutely brilliant because you're explaining things that you listen for. You do a lot of interviewing, you do a lot of commenting, you do a lot of meetings with other people. And it is all of those things. It's that stickiness, it's the keywords that you're looking for. It's that motion. And as you've noticed, I changed my background 2 or 3 times. I wonder how many people noticed it. But if you're in this video arena, remember, you don't know who's watching. You are on parade throughout that 90 seconds. So let's give you some very simple, we're just going to give you one tip because like anything else, if I give you a whole list of things, it will be overwhelming and you won't do any of them. So we're just going to give you one tip. And this tip I learned from a really good friend of mine that was a BBC reporter. He spent probably 10 years of his life reading the news. Now, if you look at these people reading the news, they're very engaging. They look at the screen. If you go to where they read the news, they're not in this huge chasm of a cave with lots of screens and lots of people rushing around. They tend to be in a corner cupboard, stuck away in the middle of nowhere with all these gadgets around them. They can hardly move. They're so rigid that they daren't move because they can't get out a camera shot. Okay? These are the people actually you can learn a tremendous amount from. And Clive said to me, almost the first time I met him, and I said, Clive, I really like the way you present. And he said, it comes from practice. So we're going to give you 2 tips today. Number 1, it comes from practice. So you need to practice, practice, and more practice. But the other thing is, and I didn't know this until he said it to me, they talk about the elevator pitch in some of these meeting groups. One particular one is BNI. It's a worldwide network. They talk about the elevator pitch, and it's a 30-second or a minute or 5 minutes. You've got a pitch that lasts for 30 seconds or a minute or 5 minutes. And the interesting thing is, Clive said, what you need to do is to break down your pitch into segments. And you said it, CK, the keywords. So just like when you're writing a long report, you pick out the headings for the long report. And then you fill out that long report. And then what you need to do is to create the executive summary. And that's the 90-second interview that we're asking you to do. That 90-second pitch, that executive summary. You're just going to pick out a few key areas that you're going to talk about in 90 seconds. So if we split what he would do, he would split 90 seconds down into 15-second segments. So for the mathematicians out there, I don't need to tell you how many segments there are of 15 seconds in 90 seconds. For the non-mathematicians, I'll make it easy for you. There are 6. So what you need to do is to break it down into 6 segments. The really important segments are the first and the last. Because the first one is, how engaging are you? Are you presentable? Are you going to talk about something that I'm interested in? And the last one is that leaving the impression. What are you going to leave them with? But that doesn't mean to say that the 4 segments in the middle are not equally important. They are important, but if you've made a noise at the beginning and you're going to leave them with a noise at the end, you need to make sure that the noise is consistent. So rather than noise, it needs to be music. And it's not music from an orchestra that's tuning up. You know, I'm sure many of you have heard an orchestra, you know, there's like 30 or 40 piece orchestra and they're tuning up and they're doing it individually, but they're not playing together. And they're all going, and they're all doing it at different noises and different sounds. And it sounds noisy. But when they make music, when the conductor gets there and goes tap, 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 and everyone is ready to go, and when he waves his wand, but first time the baton goes, bingo, they're in position and they're off and running. Now, whether that's a musical orchestra of 400 pieces, or whether it's a duet, you know, or a single soloist, they're making music. And that's what you need to be doing in this 90 seconds. A short intro, building up so that people are more interested as they go through, and bang, hit them at the end so that you leave them with an impression. And that's as simple as it is.
It's very simple. In fact, it's a great advice, Neville, that you're asking us to do, is to break down our 90 seconds into 50 seconds pitch. So you can have different segments of your 90-second program. And I think this is so true because you mentioned songs. I think it's similar. You know, we're talking about making a video, but I think it also applies to the songs. So if you listen to a song and if it is not appealing to you in first 50 seconds, you're going to change the channel. So first 50 seconds has to be very, very engaging, and next 50 seconds will be determined by the performance of your first 50 seconds. So I think you have to plan your pitch in such a way, well-researched subject, even if you're talking about some current affairs or some technology or home care. It has to be engaging, it has to appeal to the people, and it should be very original. It should not be run-of-the-mill stuff where thousands and thousands of videos are floating around on the net. It has to be unique, and that will create stickiness, and that will drive traffic to your video. So thank you very much, Naval, for giving us this advice, and I'm sure the SOTI Award contestants would take these tips and incorporate in their videos. So as usual, it was a pleasure talking to you. We'll catch up again tomorrow.
Always fun, CK, always fun. Don't forget, guys, 90 seconds is all about practice, practice, and more practice. Enjoy your stickiness. I love it.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and welcome on this Wednesday morning. And we are having this program called Naval Gunt Live. And as the name suggests, this is a program which is primarily presented by Mr. Naval Gunt, who's joining us from UK. So let me welcome Mr. Naval.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. Yes, it's Wednesday, and the subject for today is going to be quite interesting because we've all been cooped up for quite some time. So we need to do a bit of spring cleaning, don't you think, CK? You know, get rid of that dust that's settled around us. Get back into the real world and start preparing for the next event, whatever that next event is.
Absolutely, Naval. In fact, in India and the Indians world across, they have celebrated Diwali, and as part of the ritual of celebrations, 10 days prior, we have to clean everything, throw old things out, buy new things. So I think we've just crossed literally that hurdle. But I think more importantly, we need to clean our mind. As you said, I think that's a real message, that we have to declutter our mind. And I think the reality of the pandemic, which has created in the world today, is that going forward, most of the workforce would be on the contract. As per the estimate, it is 30 to 40% workforce would be on contract, or contract as a consultant. Um, and that is what is required. And before we get into that kind of a mode, the people have to first realize what they are getting into, and what they have to prepare, what activities they have to do to prepare themselves to really position themselves as contract labor. So I think that is a discussion we want to have with you, Naval. What is your thoughts on this aspect?
Well, it's a really important topic because, as you say, Diwali is about all that spring cleaning that you've done before, and it's the new era. It's the new year that comes in, and we do it physically. So we've done it. We've cleaned our property, cleaned our houses, put the lights on outside, had a lot of fun, welcomed the new era. But the main place we should be decluttering is 5 inches between these things here. And the interesting thing is we've all got these. There's 2 of them. You can hold on to one if you like. Some are bigger than others. Some have got big lobes, smaller, it doesn't matter. They're called ears. And in between our ears is where it all goes on. So if we're going to value what we're going to be doing in this new era, where people are doing gigs, as they call them in the Western world. It's the gig economy. In other words, where you're just taking on a short contract or a long contract, which could be a week, 3 weeks, a month, a year, But these are short contracts, and now it's a question of getting yourself ready to take those on, because that's the economy that we're coming to. And it's not just a local economy, but it's the global economy that's moving that way. So we need to do things for ourselves to get us in the right mindset so that we can take that next stage. So I'm going to suggest we do this over 2 bites. 2 bites of a cherry, 2 bites of an apple. And the first bite this week is focusing on yourself, your own self-worth. You know, when you look in the mirror, do you like what you see? Are you happy with who you are? Do you enjoy life? No, these are really early stepping stones that we've probably got to reintroduce ourselves to ourselves. So this week, I think what we could do is we could focus on 3 things where you can go and practice for the next week, and then we can focus on more things that are going to get you right into this new contract type world. So the first thing is and there's a picture in the background that might help you. It's self-belief, having the right attitude, having that can-do attitude, even if you don't know how to do it, you know that you've got that get up and go, that you're going to develop the right process, the right way forward. You're going to find out how to do it. And all of this is a lot of self-talk that goes on. And it's as simple as saying to yourself, I'm stupid, because you don't quite get it all the time, as opposed to the right attitude is saying, didn't quite get that, I'm going to have another look. I made a mistake, maybe. I need to go and do a little bit more research. And notice how different those are. One is, I'm stupid. If you have that self-talk about being stupid, I'm useless, I'm a bad person, no one likes me, you can really get into that really quickly, can't you? And I'm sure you see people that say this, you know, people that you had a lot of belief in before, but over the last 8 or 9 months, they've slipped into this arena of saying, well, I'm not really good enough, and I'm not sure if that's going to work. And you even see it in the tone and hear it in the tone of their language and their demeanor, how they sit down in front of a PC and you see it on Zoom, you know, they don't sit up. They don't look as though they're engaged. They don't look as though they're having fun. They've talked themselves into that situation. And by the way, they've not been alone, because the news, the TV, you know, Twitter, LinkedIn, Facebook, Instagram, Pinterest, they've all done it. They've all literally, it's been blasted at you from so many places about how the world is a bad place and I must be a bad person because I'm living in that world. The world's not a bad place, is it, CK?
Well, I think the attitude makes a lot of difference, and I think that is the first step to improve the attitude, as you rightly said. And many people, as you rightly said, don't have the right attitude to even take the first step. So if they are not able to identify what is their self-worth, I mean, they don't have the right attitude, then how going forward they will be able to price their services which they will offer to their enterprises. So I think you're
Absolutely right. So it needs to start, and we're starting simply here. Although, having said that, it's going to be quite difficult because you've got yourself into this situation. And bear in mind, you need to listen to that again. And I know you can repeat this by going onto YouTube and going back again, but you've got yourself into this situation. You've allowed it to happen. You might want to blame everybody else, but actually that's the wrong attitude. So immediately, your self-worth starts with your self-belief. Who am I? Do I like myself? Have I got the right language that's going on up in here? Because as you and I both know, there's a conversation that goes on up here without your mouth opening. My wife constantly says to me, if I could be watching the TV and completely abstract to what's going on the TV, and my head's going, because I'm having a conversation. I haven't got two people up here. I've got half a dozen, and they're all chipping in to the conversation. No, when you get really good at this, you could have 100 people in your brain, because there's probably that many things that are going on. And the key thing is to control the ones that are negative and let the ones that are positive have their say. So you can shut people down. Again, you're not opening your mouth. It's just going on in your head. So the key thing is to shut the ones that are having all those negative vibes going on up there and open up the positive ones. So this self-belief is really important. It's where we need to start. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
So I think you have raised a very profound observation, and you're absolutely right, because this happens with everyone. It has happened to me. It probably happens to you, and it happens to everyone, whether you're young or old or a middle-aged person. Many times people don't even know that their attitude has an issue. So, what is your advice? I mean, we are talking about building your self-worth. So over the period of next 2 episodes of this program, we want to basically focus on that. But the first step is, how do I get into attitude of identifying what is my worth? Do you have an opinion, or do you have any suggestions to the viewers how to improve their attitude and get some value for themselves out?
Well, the interesting thing is really easy to do. You've got to go and do something. So they say you need confidence to move forward. Well, how do you get confidence? How do you get confident over something? You go and do something. You go and do something that actually reinforces your confidence. So it might be going for a walk and, listening to the birds singing, looking at the flowers, looking at the leaves, looking at the trees. This is an interesting time of year to go for a walk in the UK, because the trees are turning colour. In some respects, they're dying. They're losing their protection. Apart from the evergreen ones, which are just maybe slightly changing colour. But the thing is, things are happening. There's an evolution of things that are happening out there. And if that's what you go and enjoy, go and do it. Do it more. Because that will actually bring you back into the real world. This is what makes you want to get up every day. So building that self-belief, building that confidence, you need to go and do something. And obviously, go and do something you love. So if you like reading books, go and do it. Have a clear focus about why you're doing it and go and do it. So if you like creating things, could be anything. Maybe a new web page, maybe a new landing page, if that gives you a thrill, a buzz, then go and do it. If you like looking at something that perhaps your competitors might be doing, or something that's going to improve what you will be doing in the future, then go and do it. Get the best out of it. And as you see, this is a doing issue. You've got to physically go and do something. And it might be sitting in front of a PC, or it may be going for a walk, or it may be doing something else. But you've got to go and do it. And my suggestion is, do something you love. Because if you love it, all of a sudden you fall back in love with it. Because at the moment, you're not there. You've lost your way. Your self-esteem's low, perhaps. Your self-belief as a result is low. Your self-talk is all negative. I never get anything right. I give up too easily. This isn't going to work. Just listen to the language that you're talking and change it. And the point I'm trying to make here, CK, is you've done it before. You've got loads of experience where You've done it before and it worked. So go and do more of that and have fun, okay? Because you become more confident by getting good at something. You might even decide to go and do something you haven't done before. And that might be learn to play an instrument. You know, if you've got thick walls and you haven't got thin walls in your apartment and you want to go and learn to play the trumpet, then when you're learning to play the trumpet, believe you me, you hit a few bum notes at the beginning. So you've either got very friendly neighbours who like you, or give them earplugs, or give them, you know, a new CD, or buy them a Netflix subscription and say, I'm going to be practicing my trumpet at this time. Why don't you listen to some other music? You know, and that leads us into the next one, okay? Surround yourself with people that make you feel good.
So I think the point that you have made is very important, and that is why some of our colleagues, industry colleagues, say that hey, they are going to a, secluded resort for a week. They want to unwind and they want to think about what they want to do next. So I think this is a time where people who wants to build career, or it's about reskilling ourselves. So the first thing is to do, and you mentioned that it's about doing, is to think what they want to do and then really do it. So make a timetable, come out with a timetable and start doing those things which you have written down. So I think that is very important. But Naval, I think it's a reality, it's a real world. So for some of the people, it's even very difficult to find directions also, because usually people jump from one thing to other very often, and it's very difficult for them to get focused and do things. So, what is your advice for such kind of people?
Well, you raise a very interesting subject, CK, and as I say, this what we're talking about today goes deeper and deeper and deeper, and depending on who you are, depending on how deep you need to go. And there's a lot of people in this gig economy, in this gig world, that have been very successful in the past, and now aren't very successful at all. And maybe they've slipped down the curve the fastest because things have just disappeared. So what they were doing previously may have not had structure, may have not had purpose, may have not have focused, but they got by and they were very happy in what they did. And it just worked because there was so much work out there that really they didn't have to work at finding work. It just came to them. And I'm sure you know lots of people that fit into that category. For those people, it's probably harder because you've got to start again. Because you didn't know what actually made you successful. You didn't have a process. It was luck in many respects. You didn't have a timetable. You didn't have a diary. You didn't, call 5 people a day, as some books recommend you to do, because at the end of the month, you've actually touched base with 150 people. Wow, just by calling 5 people a day, well, 5 times 30, which is the average month, is 150 people. If you multiply that by 12, all of a sudden you're into the thousands. And that's how you can build your network, and that's how you can build confidence in other people knowing what you do. So I feel really sorry for those that have just stumbled along and it have been really successful for the last 5 or 10 years, and now it's not, because now you've really got to take a step back, and maybe your confidence has been hit hard, maybe your self-esteem has been hit, and therefore your self-worth, which we'll talk about next week. How do you price yourself for that new gig, for that new opportunity? We'll mention the subject this week, It's getting out of the me too. You and I have talked about me too for ever since we've known each other. You need to be different. You need to show people that you are worth employing. No, you've got to literally become a graduate all over again, you know, and sell yourself. And a lot of people don't know how to do that because they've never really had to do it. Their last job has given a referral for this one, or the job they did 3 years ago has given a referral for the next one. But things have changed. So now what you need to do is dig in deep. And it may be the first thing you do is, as I said at the beginning of this, you know, go and surround yourself with people you feel good. Not people that completely downtread what you're doing or what they're doing. You know, this is self-talk at the end of the day. So one of the first things you can do is go and talk to people that may well be in the same situation that you are, but they've got this can-do attitude. They're always bright and sprightly. They're always happy to take your call. They're always happy to have a discussion with you. And those are the first steps that actually you can do to take, which actually will improve their state of mind as well. Because until you start to have that conversation, you don't really know where people are coming from. So this isn't about reinventing yourself. This is about finding yourself. Seeing how good you really are and working out why people employed you in the past, why you were different, and then doing more of that, really.
You know, Neville, when you speak like this, I am thinking about the politicians because, you know, politicians may have a very long career, you know, going up to 50 years or sometimes 60 years or sometimes even more. But if you look back in their life, every 4 years they have new agendas. You know, they have a new narrative to talk about. They basically fight for different items and they create a public perception every 4 to 5 years. So I think it's very important for everyone, even professionals like us, to at least get some inspiration. I mean, politicians are not the best people to get inspired from, but at least we should look at this quality where they're always driven every 5 years. Even they are very old people at age of 80, some of these politicians are quite driven because they have an agenda in their mind. So I think you very rightly and aptly put out that the first thing to realize your worth so that you can be successful and ask for the same price as an individual contract consultant is to first realize that what is your core competency, and if you don't have a core competency, what is your attitude to find a new skill or nurture the competency that you have further so that you can ask for it. So do you have any other advice before we close this video, Neville?
Well, really, it's a wrap up, and the purpose of today is to give you a structure so that in the next 7 days you can go and do something. You can go do something about it, because it's all right listening to these videos and you say, oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, I get that. Oh, I'm not sure about that. Oh, he's dead on with that one. That's not the purpose of this video. The purpose of this video is so that you can now go and do something with it. So here's the action plan for this week. The first thing is sit down, and you might want to sit down with a pencil and paper or your PC in front of you and just start thinking backwards. You know, what is my attitude? Do I like me? What have I done before? You know, what have I done before to make me feel good? Did I really enjoy what I was doing? You know, start with all of those questions that you, the only person, can get the answers to. So that's your first step. In other words, it's developing that self-esteem. I am worthy. I will be more valuable in the future. I just need to work out where I'm really, where's my expertise? What have I done? Where have I done it? And this is all about improving your can-do attitude, because you've done this before. It may be some time before, okay? It may not have been just before COVID hit. You know, you may have been having a bad patch then, but at some point in your life, you've done this before. So this is a bit of soul searching. The second thing is, go and do something you love. Now, this could be on a work basis. It could be on a practical basis. It could be anything you like doing. Some people at this point will go and pick up a paintbrush and decorate a room. You know, if that's what you love, go and do it. Make you feel good because there's a tangible outcome. The room's been decorated. Other people pick up a paintbrush and paint a picture of the garden or of a science fiction figure. It doesn't matter. Go and do something you love. Building up your confidence levels. Could be anything, as I say. The third thing is, go and ask your friends, your business relationships, who you call friends, or maybe enemies in the past, because they're probably suffering in the same way. Go and ask what's happening to them. Go and ask them to give you feedback, because you're going to now be in a better position to take that feedback. And ask them to be honest. What was it why did you employ me last time? Why do you think that project was so successful? And build up that level of self-esteem. You've done it before, you can do it again. Now all you need to do is develop a process that you can continually go back to and make things work. So 3 things. Have a little audit of what you've been. Go and do something you love. Have a chat with other people that you've worked with so you can get some feedback. Preferably people that are going to give you honest feedback. Once you get those 3 in place this week, then you can move on to the next level. But you've got to do the work.
So Neville, I think the advice for the viewers is very clear. They have to do certain things, and that is why they will be prepared for our next episode, which is about identifying your self-worth. So viewers, please follow Neville's advice for this week, which is about improving your attitude and identifying what is best for you, and practice that for next 1 week. And we will come back in next Wednesday on this at the same time, and we'll discuss about the top 3 things which are essentials for every professional to identify his self-worth. So thank you very much, Neville, for coming on the show this week. We will catch up next week.
My pleasure. Have fun, everyone.
Bye. Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies and welcome to Top Brass. I'm privileged to have my guest, Mr. Nagesh Sood, who is a well-known human rights activist across India and also a practicing senior advocate in Ahmedabad High Court. So without further ado, let me welcome Nagesh to Top Brass. How are you, Nagesh?
Hi CK, I'm doing good. How about you?
I'm good too. There is nothing much happening except that we are enjoying the monsoon And also we are on a journey of understanding the human rights. We would like to discuss, something interesting today with you. I think today the topic of discussion would be right to food. So would you like to throw some information or light on this particular aspect from the legal standpoint?
Yes, of course, Chandrakant. See, basically, right to food is a human right, protecting the right of people to feed themselves with dignity. This means that sufficient food is available, that people have the means to access it, and that it adequately meets the individual's dietary needs. The right to food protects the right of all human beings to be free from hunger, food insecurity, and malnutrition. The right to food does not imply that governments have an obligation to hand out free food to everyone who wants it, or anybody has a right to be fed. However, if people are deprived of access to food for reasons beyond their control, for example, people are in detention or at the times of war or natural disasters such as this pandemic, the right requires the government to food directly to the people. The right to food is protected under international human rights and humanitarian law and correlative state obligations as well established under international law. The right to food is recognized in Article 25 of the Universal Declaration on Human Rights and Article 11 of the International Covenant on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights, as well as there are different instruments which are internationally recognized. So far as India is concerned, Article 21 of the Constitution of India guarantees a fundamental right to life and liberty. The expression life in this article has been judicially interpreted to mean a life with human dignity and not mere survival or animal existence. The state is then obligated to provide for all those minimum requirements which must be satisfied in order to enable a person to live with human dignity, such as education, healthcare, just and human conditions of work, protection against exploitation, etc. So, the right to food is inherent to a life with dignity, and Article 21 is to be read with Article 39A and 47 to understand the obligations of the government in order to ensure the effective realization of this right. Now, Article 39A of the Constitution requires the state to direct its policy towards securing that the citizens, that is men and women, equally have the right to an adequate means to livelihood. Article 47 spells out the duty of the state to raise the level of nutrition and the standard of living of its people as primary responsibility. So the citizens have a right to be free from hunger enshrined in Article 21 to be ensured by the fulfillment of the obligations of the government which are set out in Article 39A and Article 47. Now, if we talk about the present lockdown, of course, the difficulties were created because of the people who are basically belong to marginalized groups such as workers who are daily wagers. Then there were migrants who were working at different places, were wanting to go home because this was the time when this is called the harvesting season for India, and therefore the migrants wanted to go home for this purpose. However, because of lack of transportation, they could not go to their respective natives. And what we observed in the entire country was that the crops were spoiled because of the non-availability of labor and workers. There were uh, 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 there were farmers who could not sell their vegetables and crops in the open market since the markets were closed, and therefore, a lot of supply of food was affected during this lockdown. Now, to kind of deal with that, the Kerala was the first state which started free ration for about 1 month to people who are below poverty lines, and later on, that supply was also given to people from all sections of society, and food kits consisting of different items were distributed after 8th of April. The finance minister actually announced 1.7 trillion rupees relief package to take care of food security measures funded by the Prime Minister's Garib Kalyan scheme. And the help was given to the poorest people by announcing the distribution of 5 kgs of rice and wheat per person, and 1 kg of pulses to every household. So this model by the central government was followed by different states like Tamil Nadu, Punjab, Haryana, Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh, and uh, similarly 5 kg of subsidized food grains of monthly ration per household was provided under the National Food Safety Act 2013 for two-thirds of the Indian population. Thereafter, the Defense Food Research Laboratory, which is based in South India, uh, is a food research organization which is solely responsible to feed India under extreme conditions like disasters, conflicts, and space missions. Uh, so they have been working day and night to feed especially the health workers across India with nutritious meals. So these were some of the schemes that were introduced during lockdown by the government to deal with the sufferings of people, which at this time uh, was obligated on the government to provide food as we are in the unprecedented times of COVID-19.
I also did a little bit research of my own. So I would like to just inform you about that. So when the COVID was on and the lockdown was on across the country, I think the government, in order to uphold the right to food law, they did some changes. I think one of the major changes they did is remove the Mandi Act, which was imposed during the socialism era of 1970 India. So they got rid of the Mandi Act and they opened the market so that the farmer, like for example, you mentioned that the farmers were not able to sell their produce. So government ensured that farmer is free to sell his produce at whatever price he wants is suitable to whoever he wants. In fact, the India was in such a state earlier that the farmer from one farmer cannot sell his produce to another farmer. They were barred to do that. So all that is gone now. Why I'm bringing this point, because I have been contacted by a few of the middlemen. As you know, Nagesh, we are in business consulting business, and because of this removal of the Mandi Act, the people who were actually selling at the Mandi, that means they were getting produce from farmers and then selling it to consumers, are suddenly feeling out of job, and they have become very, very rich. So some of these guys have contacted me by looking at my website, and they are now saying what we should do now. So, the things are totally changed. While the government is pro farmer and they are upholding, they have upheld the law of right to food. The other point I like to bring to your notice, as per my research, is that The land is limited in our country. It's a limited land. The land cannot increase. So whatever we can do scientifically, like for example, you mentioned the research institute in South India. Whatever we can do, we can predict the rains, we can modify genetics, we can do water harvesting in a proper way and all that. The growth, unlike other industry which can go to double or 3 times, 4 times, the growth in agriculture cannot exceed beyond 3%. So suppose we make a 1 or 2% growth as compared to previous year, it is considered miracle. So we are actually grappling with this situation where one side is that markets are getting opened up and there are certain people who are getting jobless who are sort of middlemen. And other side is that the production on the agriculture side is not huge as compared to other industries. For example, if you invest in a scooter industry, you can make a projection that, hey, I'm making scooters in India and I will sell it to Taiwan. So you can immediately double or triple your projections. But in agriculture space, which is actually producing food, the maximum growth by God's grace cannot be more than 4%. So I think these are certain things that the government is grappling with. And why I'm bringing these two critical points, so that you can then talk about the food security bill that government has brought in and how humongous the task is, considering these limitations or blockades that we have.
Yes, definitely. You see, the government's endeavor in these times have been exemplary. I mean, they have tried their best to feed the needy in this unprecedented times, and it has opened up with a lot of schemes. As you said, that the certain systems have been abolished because of the fact that people were not able to get access to the produce, or the farmers were not able to sell their produce in the markets. Now, the system, which has been there since a long time, saw a change because of the fact that people were unable to have the access to these markets, and also that due to the due to the lack of harvesting of crops, because of the shortage of labor and the machineries, the actual crops were spoiled. We understand this position that the government has an excess of food grains with them. There is plenty of food grain which are stocked with the government, and therefore there is no dearth of the provision for food for people. But unfortunate part is that how does that food reaches to people who are affected? So that system needs to be improvised. That system needs to be, thought about, so that in times like this, the food what is available, which is in plenty. We have a good harvesting season last year, and even this year we could have had a good harvesting season, but for the fact that the harvesting could not take place, but for the fact the produce, vegetables, etc., could not reach the market, the supply chain got disconnected. And therefore, the government has now have to concentrate on developing a system where such blocks can be overcome.
Nagesh, I think I've heard that the government has also started the e-market. I don't know what it's, I think it's called eNAM or something, which is a portal where they can start finding the client. But I think the challenge today is that the things are happening very rapidly. While the food security bill is there, in fact, the food security bill that Indian government has started is a free rationing till November end. Like you mentioned, that 5 kg of rice per person and pulses, etc., given to 800 million people from starting from February to November. Now, feeding so many people, 800 million is equal to 2.5 times the population of the European Union. So it's a very huge.
Yes.
It's a huge program. At the same time, the farmers are facing an issue where they are suddenly exposed to this new marketplace, because earlier they knew whatever meager amount they will get because the amounts were fixed. Now the amounts are not fixed. So they have to learn to adapt to the new ways. That means finding new marketing strategies, finding new clients, how to sell. Even though ENAM is there, but they have to be taught how to use it. So I think the farmers are doing their job. I feel the government is also doing their job, but there is a need for somebody who can handhold these people and make use of these technologies. So I think that is where we are in terms of food security that we have in India.
Absolutely. I absolutely agree that, of course, the system is in place, but how to make effective use of the system is what we need to work on. Definitely, there are programs which are there in place by the government to look into the shortfalls or shortcomings we had during this pandemic, that how well we can distribute the food to large number of people. We already have a PDS system in place, but to cater to such a huge population, it's a humongous task. And how well we can do it, we need to have some time. We need to have some more technology, which is more friendly to people who are not used to it so far. And therefore, this is how we can develop the system after this experience, what we have gone through.
I think there is opportunity for people who are actually working as a middleman, is to reinvent themselves and become trainer for the farmers and helping them sort of a sales guys to help them sell their produce in a different way. So I think the opportunities are also opening up. People have to now think very fast and smart. So I think that is where we are, even in the area of agriculture. So it is great pleasure talking to you, understanding the legal side of the whole thing, Nagesh. It is my personal pleasure learning from you.
Absolutely. It is actually mutual. So we are sharing our experience. So there's nothing what is being taught, but it's a conversation which is simplified to understand what things are and how best we can use them. So it is wonderful being with you, Chandrakant. So look forward to explore some new things tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nagesh. And tomorrow we will discuss some other aspects around the human rights. So until then, bye-bye.
Bye. You take care.
Thank you. Bye.
Ho, 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 ho. Merry Christmas, Neville.
Ho, 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 ho. Merry Christmas to you, CK, and everybody out there. National Farmers Day. Have you got enough milk?
We got milk, but I think there's a lot to be done. We have to treat farmers as business people. There are a lot of opportunities, and there are a lot of entrepreneurs who are waiting to leverage this opportunity.
Absolutely. So it's National Farmers Day, so go talk to a farmer. You never know what you can help them with.
And this discussion is coming up right now.
Ho, 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 ho. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, friends. And we know we're just 2 days away from the big day, the magical day. And today is also the Farmers' Day celebration in India. And to discuss further, let me invite my friend from UK, Mr. Naval Gun.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. Yes, 2 days away from the magical day. And actually, Farmer's Day is a magical day because, frankly, without food, which comes from mostly from the land, you and I would starve. So this is a really important day in many respects. And I think what we need to do is to just bring people up to speed of how farming has changed over the years. Because I remember as a child, going to farms. My parents used to have friends who were farmers, and we'd go on a farm and we would do everything. We'd milk the cows, we'd, play around with all the sheep and just generally have a lot of fun. But a farmer's life is pretty tough, in many respects. So, what's it like in India for a farmer these days?
So Naval, today is a Farmers' Day, and we are giving respects to the people who are involved in this trade of doing farming. And I understand that it's not an easy job. It requires a lot of physical labor, and also the knowledge of weather pattern, and also the knowledge of soil, nutrition, and also the knowledge of what crop will grow at in what season and what they have to do. So I think it's very scientific. And many times when we eat food, we don't think about what has gone into producing that food. So I think today's day is very relevant for India. And as you rightly pointed out, farming has come a long way. It's mostly mechanized. And then specifically with regard to India, there are two predominant farming seasons. And why these seasons are there? Because the battle pattern in India are uh, very clearly for weather, which drives the whole landscape and the farming practices. Because if it rains so heavy during monsoon, there is nothing that can grow. So that is a time for keeping the field ready for the next phase of farming. So there is one season which happened, we just finished in November. The cultivation happened in November, and then the godowns are filled with food material across the country. And the next season will come just before the summer sets in. So there are very clearly two distinct uh, seasons, farming seasons, which drives almost 90 to 95% of the farm produce. So farmers in India have two seasons where they can make money. I will just try to bring a little bit of business around it. That means they have two marketplaces twice a year, and they have to do a lot of hard work again twice a year. So it's not something that we do it in our kitchen garden. That hey, if you want to grow some herb in my kitchen garden, I don't have to follow any weather pattern. But when it comes to the serious farming, which talks about many metric tons of produce, then you need to really follow the weather pattern. And that is why farming is a very big science, which people like us who have never done farming, including myself, don't really appreciate and respect those people who are involved in this trade. So I think that is one aspect of the farming which I feel that we should respect the farmer, and that is why we have Farmers' Day celebrated today. Second thing is in India, there are a lot of cooperatives which are provided, and these are non-government initiatives. The business people, they come together and help create different kinds of facilities for farming people. So they provide hospitals for their animals. They provide advisory on different soil samples. They provide how to get these medicines back in their fields. And these are all cooperative movements where the farmers become member of different cooperatives, and they actually leverage certain activities which these cooperatives are bringing to them, and using them make their cultivation and produce the farming produce, and then the cooperatives then help them sell it also further. So it's a complete ecosystem which is available in India, which is being leveraged. And there are things like if the animal dies, then how to dispose of the remains. All that is part of all these activities so that the work happens smoothly and there are no hardships provided to the farmers when they are doing working really in the field. So I think there is a complete ecosystem around it in India.
Oh, there's definitely a complete ecosystem, and thanks for taking us through rather a rapid condensation of what goes on in the farming industry in India. And as you mentioned, cooperatives. As you well know, I use the word collaboration. Cooperatives are a collaboration, and they're a good collaboration. And a lot of businesses outside of the farming industry could actually help those cooperatives really succeed. Um, Anyone in the SaaS arena, software as a service, for instance, can join the fray, because guess what? Most farmers, they don't specialize in software. They don't specialize in this type of service. They're really good at doing what they are. So you could join these cooperatives, and we encourage you to go and do it. Go and talk to them. See what you can offer them from your world, because that's how we're all going to grow. Excuse the pun. But anyway, let's just think about one specific area: AI, artificial intelligence, or machine learning, or automated process. Because farming is one of those arenas that's had a lot of automation come in probably quicker than quite a lot of other industries. For instance, just the process of milking cows today, it's not manual. I remember as a child, about 5 or 6 year old, and I'm sat on a stall, I'm milking a cow, you know, pulling udders. It was only a small farm, and they hadn't gone into automation. Um, but it's how we learnt what about husbandry of the farming arena. How animals are important to our future. But today there isn't a milking farm in the world that hasn't got automation. You physically you go in and you see it's almost like a Ford production line. If you imagine the Model T Ford being built all those years ago on a production line, well, milk is a production line. The cow comes in, the machinery goes on its udders, and it pulls out a certain amount of milk dependent upon the cow. What I learned many years ago was that each cow doesn't produce the same amount of milk. So some cows actually are on different settings. And the farmer knows all this. And today, they don't even have to know it, because each cow is microchipped, and the microchip sets off, okay, I've now got Maisie the cow, and Maisie the cow has come into my stall, and Maisie, we're going to take exactly 4.5 pints from Maisie because she's on that particular cycle. So it's far more automated than people realize. And I wonder how many of our entrepreneurs out there have even thought about the processes that go on in this heavily automated arena. What do you think?
I think India as a country has a huge potential for getting these technologies in. And there are other areas also related to farming. There is one area which is related to fresh water conservation. So India has a huge population and huge landmass. At the same time, it does not have a great freshwater source. We have few rivers. We have built a lot of dams. We try to, get the water, fresh water from these rivers, which are predominantly coming from the Himalayas. But it is not sufficient. It is not sufficient. We have built channels all over the place, but that are not sufficient. So we are getting new technology on water conservation and drip irrigation from Israel, because Israel, they are the expert world leader in this area. So we're getting a lot of support from them. Similarly, in the area of AI and merging that with mobility, I think that will be a killer solution for India, because at a lower cost, a farmer will be able to use an app to control how much the drip irrigation he has to do in what section of the field, and also how much nutrients are required in the soil of a particular section of his field, so that his resources can be utilized appropriately. He does not water where there's enough moisture in the soil and look at the other area of the field. And similarly, he does not over fertilize the land where the fertilization is not required. So these are the things which a country like India would need, and I'm sure there are a lot of work happening by the Indian entrepreneurs in this area. I think the challenge we get right now is getting the sensors at a lower cost, because right now, uh, most of the sensors are manufactured out of China. Those are not very real good quality. The real good quality are being manufactured by Germany, but they are very expensive and they are far away from the reach of a common man. So I think that is where the challenge is. The software, automation, AI, dashboards are already there. With I know personally in my ecosystem, there are at least 10 to 15 companies, startups, and SMEs having these systems. The challenge they face is getting these sensors so that they can supply these to different sensors to farmers at a lower cost.
Yeah, as you say, we're really moved into technology in the farming industry, and I've got a couple of projects going on with a drone company where I'm a non-exec, and we're doing a lot of aerial mapping. You mentioned water. Water's a huge issue with regards to farming. In India, in monsoon, you got too much of it, and in many parts of the year, you've got none of it at all. So it's that conservation issue, and it's not just having the right crop in the right place, but it's also finding out where the water sources are. And as I say, we've got two big projects going on currently using drones, because you can get to pretty inaccessible parts of your land by using a drone if you've got a really good pilot. There's another issue. There aren't many good drone pilots out there, so calling all drone pilots, let us know who you are. You've got that issue of capturing a lot of data very quickly and creating something that someone else can then use. Because in the company that I'm helping, they haven't got water specialists. They're a drone company. They're very good at what they do. They map terrains. They do a 3D modeling, and they're using sensors. And as you say, sensors are really the way to go now. We use sensors all over the place, and it's not just for farming, but for COVID, for instance. We're now taking temperatures from a whole area using one little sensor in a drone. It covers a huge amount of, imagine a cylinder being formed around a drone. It's not quite a cylinder because it's almost like a cone. So you have a drone here, and in a conal area, you're actually measuring the temperature, which is absolutely fascinating. The amount of capability that we've built into all of these very small sensors is just phenomenal. But we need to move on, and the key thing is there's lots of businesses out there hopefully are thinking, well, perhaps I need to be talking to farmers, perhaps I need to be finding out what their problems are, because we've got some solutions that we can't use anywhere else, and maybe they've got a problem. But like anything else, CK, there's no point in creating a great solution if you haven't got a problem. I remember many years ago, there's a program on the TV called Dragon's Den in the UK. It's got various different names around the world, but fundamentally what you have is 4 or 5 money people, that are sat in front of you, and you're pitching to them, and it's all televised. So it's done for entertainment, really. It's not the sort of place that I would suggest people go into, because it's the entertainment factor that they're after not whether or not you've got a good entrepreneurial product. But I remember one particular product was a beach bag. And when you got to the beach, it rolled out as a towel. And I'll never forget what one entrepreneur said. One of the dragons said, they said, so what you've invented is a beach towel in a beach bag. And they said, yes, fundamentally, that's what we've done. He said, well, I've got a beach bag and I've got lots of different beach towels. So why would I buy yours? Which means when I roll out my beach bag, I haven't got a beach bag. So if I want to go, somewhere else and I want to take my beach bag with me, I've got to take my towel. My simple point here is don't create a solution until you find a problem. If there's a big problem in the world, and believe you me, there's lots of problems in farming that they'd love to solve, but they're thinking as farmers. They're thinking of what they've currently done. Don't get me wrong, they're probably quite well advanced. So they're thinking in an advanced way, but they're perhaps not thinking the way you think in your industry. I've spent a lot of my career working in oil and gas, and you wouldn't be surprised, but many people are surprised about what we as a management team would look at elsewhere and bring it into the oil industry because we'd never seen it before. Some of the simplest things in different industries that they take for granted, that I would sit there and look at it and go, wow, we could do this and this and this where we are, which was a real leap of faith in our industry. But for them, it was common sense. So the message, I think, today is, being National Farmers Day, think about what you could do for the farming industry, but find out what their problems are first. And how do you do that? Have a conversation with a farmer or someone that works in the sector and ask them, what are your problems?
So, Naval, I think you made a fantastic point of identifying what is the problem, and I think the entrepreneurs need a problem to solve. I think that is where the entrepreneurship is, based at. So, there is another issue with with farmers in India specifically, is that they have to now take the next leap. It's not only the technology available to them at a very, very lower cost. They also need to find advanced ways to sell their produce. So there is a requirement for some sort of e-market, so that they can sell their produce directly from their farm, and they don't have to carry the truckload of produce into some central location and then try to sell their produce in an exchange. So the exchange can be brought as part of their portal, which will help them find out soil condition, water condition, health of the plant, weather pattern, and also the e-market. So I think there is a whole lot of integration possible uh, for the benefit of Indian farmers, and that has not yet happened. I think the field is quite open. Uh, there are a lot of ideas which a lot of entrepreneurs can leverage and provide to this segment. And as you rightly pointed out, Naval, and I'm very thankful to you for saying that we have to treat farmer as a businessman, because we have not treated them as a businessman so far. So we talk about their problem, but nobody goes and talk to them. So I think the first step would be to go and find out what they need. I think at this juncture we can end our discussion. There are many things to discuss, but I think we will celebrate Farmers Day. And after 2 days, there is going to be Christmas, the magical day. So I wish you once again a very happy Christmas.
A very happy Christmas to you. And don't forget, farmers are real people. Go and talk to them. You've probably got something that can really help them, but only if you have the conversation. And they're not going to come to you because they don't know you. They don't even know what you do. But at least you've got the advantage. You know what they do. Or do you? We'll see. It's great talking with you, CK. Have a fantastic day.
Thank you, Neville, and we will catch up tomorrow again. Bye-bye.
Cheerio.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and welcome to Top Brass. This is Thursday morning, and let me welcome my friend from London, Mr. Neville Gun.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. And what's trending today? As you can see, I've changed my shirt. Apparently, my wife says I need to trend up a little bit, so I'm wearing a t-shirt. All the gurus wear them. Who knows?
Well, Neville, as far as I'm concerned, between you and me, you are trending.
That's always a worrying thing. In this discussion, we're both trending. You're 50% and I'm 50%. There you go.
Yeah, but I would like to share this great news with the viewers here that Neville Gun has been classified as the top 100 among the top 100 influencers in the world. So that is a great news. I'm very happy able to announce this. And congratulations and good luck to you.
Thank you very much, CK. But as you know, all I say is it's not about influencing, it's about doing. So let's do something today. Let's get out there and let people know what's happening and why they should be using it.
Well, I think there's another statistics which I can share with you is that our click-through rate on the channel is 12.8%, which is higher than what the entire YouTube gets. It's like if you get more than 10%, you are good. So our click-through rate is 12.8%, which is quite high.
Oh, congratulations. Obviously, you're putting some stuff out there that people are listening to, which is really good news. So what else is trending out there? What's trending in the world of work out there, in the SME world? What's coming at you on a regular basis via email and LinkedIn and Twitter, etc.?
Well, I think it's an unprecedented time, Neville, and the things which are trending are not related to business. I think they are taking away most of the bandwidth of the internet today. But I would like to also give you this information that for past few days, like couple of days, people have started the old campaigns which they were running in 2019. I think that is also bringing down the trending subject. The trend itself is going out of the window because of this. And, people are sending emails like, hey, you want to do SEO? I can do it for you. You want to sell on LinkedIn? I can create a campaign for you. You want to get the website developed? I can do it. HR solutions, how to optimize your bench. I mean, where is the bench? I'm surprised to see these emails. We have people talking about how to optimize your bench. There is no bench anymore. I mean, there is no people. There is no bench. So I'm surprised to see these campaigns again coming up for past few days.
Well, it's not surprising. I mean, we see cycles of this all the time, don't we? And it really isn't surprising that people's behaviour really doesn't change. What we need to be doing out there, the answer to all of this is build a relationship. Don't keep, just throwing stuff out there and hoping that someone is going to be there ready to catch it. I would have thought that those days have completely gone. I mean, despite the fact it's a digital world and everyone thinks all I've got to do is keep saying it and saying it and saying it, and eventually people will buy. The old rules, the old expectations, the old understanding, the old feelings are still there. It's people will buy from people. And remember, it's those that we know and trust. So it's all about relationship building. So rather than just keep throwing out the same message, build a relationship. Now the thing is, we're not the only people saying this. Lots of people have been saying it. People have been saying it for years. You know, Peter Drucker said it in his influencing books of the 1960s. You know, here is a great leader of his time that we're still talking about today because of their great leadership development capability. And who's saying it today? Well, Elon Musk is saying it, build relationships. Richard Branson's saying it, build relationships. All of the great leaders of the world are saying it, build relationships. And I've noticed an influx of Simon Sinek over the last 2 or 3 months, where all of his videos are really about relationship building. And in fact, when he was interviewed ad hoc by Richard Branson on the Virgin Accelerator entrepreneurship program, he said, if you were solving one of today's problems as an entrepreneur, what problem would you solve? Notice he said, solve a problem, not find a solution or create a solution and then go find a problem. Solve a problem. That's what an entrepreneur should do. And he said, relationships. Solve the relationship problem. Eureka. You know, here we are. Let's solve the relationship problem. How you do it? Easy. Have a communication. Have a conversation with somebody, just like we're doing now. That's how you solve relationship issues. Talk to people. Understand them. Get to know them. And the same goes in business life. You know, if you've got employees, understand what makes them tick. Talk to them. Take them out. Have a coffee with them. Understand what their problems are. Help them solve their own problems. This is not difficult, but don't do the trending, throw it out there and let's see if someone's ready to catch. You know, you throw a ball at me, I'll catch it. But am I your audience? The likelihood is no. You know, I'll listen, but I'm not your audience. So why are you wasting your time with me? It's called behavioral waste, as you and I both know. So the main thing, I think the message we need to do today is go and build a relationship. Listen to all of the so-called real influencers around the world. The Simon Sineks, the Richard Bransons, the Elon Musks, etc., etc. They would say, go and build a relationship. And come on, talk to us about build a relationship. Come on, have a discussion with us. We'll help you build your relationship.
In fact, Neville, I would like to share some of the conversations I've been having in this part of the world with various leaders and the CEOs of startups and SMEs. And I'm surprised to say, I'm just summarizing my conversation. I'm surprised to inform you that, one of the conversation I had last week, in which I told him that, you can come to our channel and build this relationship, reach out to the target audience, convey what you have, what pain you solve for the audience. He says, that's not my biggest problem. It is so hilarious when I tell you this. That is not my biggest problem. My first problem is, how do I get leads? So I told him, look, man, I mean, if you're not able to even reach out to your audience, where is the question of getting to the second situation where you want to generate lead from these audience? So there is a whole lot of confusion in the mind of lack of clarity in the mind of these CEOs. They don't know where they are going. Their first problem is leads, but they have no strategy in their mind. How do I get that on the table? So I think that is where people are. What you would like to say to such people?
Well, it's cause and effect. It's always cause and effect. The turnover or sales line is down. Is that because you got bad salespeople? Might be. Is it because the market's dipped? Might be. Is it because no one's buying your product anymore because there's a new competitor in the arena? It might be. But you can
you can procrastinate and you can imagine what it might be. What you need to do is to go and find out what it is and ask those questions. It could be your lead generation is tied up. It could be, someone in the department isn't sending out the emails that they used to send out before. Until you know what the cause is, you can't fix it. And the problem is, if you're fixing an effect, give me leads. I want more leads. But if no one likes your product, it's pointless generating more leads. If there's a competitor in the market that's half your price, and that's where all of your revenue has disappeared to, it's pointless getting more leads, So solve the problem. Find out what the issue is. Be a bit of a forensic accountant. Be a Sherlock Holmes of your organization. Go and ask questions. Find out what's really happening. Because it's only the reality that's going to help you solve the problem. So often, CK, I mean, you and I have got these conversations all the time, but so often we hear the same thing, give me leads, my revenue's down, the sales team's not performing, I need to cut costs. These are all effects of something happening. And we all know COVID has had a huge impact, not just on your product and your organization, but globally. You're not in this alone. We're all in the same problem together. People are looking further afield for solutions. Other people are looking closer to home for solutions because they don't want the travel. They don't want the distribution time and distance to be a problem for their customers. So this is a bit of horses for courses, I'm afraid. You're going to have to find out what's really going on. Put your glasses on, put your deer stalker cap on, be like Sherlock Holmes, even go and buy a plastic pipe if you like. Just imagine, get yourself in character. Do the Arthur Conan Doyle, get yourself in character and just go and ask the questions. I mean, nothing would be more hilarious than a chief executive walking around, the lower levels of the organization with a deerstalker hat, a pair of big glasses, or a monocle, and a pipe. I mean, that would certainly get people talking, wouldn't it? Maybe we should be sending a new trend. Go and find out what's really going on. Go online, buy this kit, wear it, and you'll find out what the answer is. What do you think?
Absolutely, Neville. In fact,
I was joking about the kit, by the way.
No, but I think the whole point is that you have to make a difference in your pitch, because if your pitch is not working, you have to refine your pitch. I think that is what you're saying. You're trying to add anecdote to the whole learning process, but I think you don't have to buy a pipe. But I think that understanding here is that you need to refine your pitch. You need to understand what the client needs. Maybe he doesn't need what you have. Maybe he has a different need, but you need to identify that. And if you're not able to convey your message to your client, there's no point in sending in a blind email or a bulk email to a bunch of guys who will simply delete your emails. So I think the time has come to reorganize, recalibrate your lead generation policies.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And redefining the pitch is just one option. But it all comes down to what's the relationship with your customer. Find out what that really is. Drive it home. Ask them the simple question. Do you like what we're doing for you? If you had an opportunity to give us real feedback, what could we do better? But you got to mean that, you haven't just got to say it, black and white on a piece of paper, please give me feedback. That's not going to work. You've really got to mean what you're saying. Be the leader that you've been designed to be. And once you recapture that, because you had it at one point, once you recapture that, thirst, that hunger, you'll find the solution to the problem. But don't find a solution to an effect.
because it will only be temporary.
Actually, Neville, since you mentioned Sherlock Holmes, I would like to say this message is elementary. I think
For those that are not Sherlock Holmes fans, it's elementary, my dear Watson. But and there are some great gifs around, the graphic interface. Go and have a look on Twitter. There's some great gifs around Sherlock Holmes. Now that we've established the obvious, let's get on with things. It is. We all need to be that forensic detective in our own organisation. And we should encourage all of our employees, all of our staff, all entrepreneurs need to have that forensic gene inside them. Just find out what's happening. Where's it going wrong? Why is it going wrong? What can I do better? And as you notice, it's all questions, questions, questions. And if you keep asking questions, you will find the answer. I can't say it any simpler, really. If you don't ask the questions, you won't know where the problem is and what solution you can give to that problem. Just because we talk about trending. So don't do what everyone else is doing. Throw it at a blanket. Just bash it out there and hope that someone is in the right mindset at the right time that's listening to what you have got to offer. Because that is just, frankly, not entrepreneurship. That's shooting at the moon and missing, but hoping that a star will pick it up. Well, if you hadn't noticed, the moon is a damn sight closer than any star. You're going to have to wait a long time to hit the star. So if you're going to shoot for the moon, hit it. If you miss, you will get a star, but keep shooting at the moon because you need to be focused. And that's what this is all about. Don't just throw stuff at a blanket.
I think this is a very good tip that you have given to our viewers today is about how to not become part of a rat race, but think what they can do different and how they can reach out to their audience, how they can get the, some sort of survey done, be in front, because to be in front also there is a race and it is requiring the mind share of the people. So you need to now get there and not send same usual campaigns and I can do this and I can do that, because that is not what people want. So I think with this, I will close this discussion, Neville. Thank you very much for the learning that you have given us. It's mean a lot to all of us.
Pleasure, CK. Good luck, everybody. Let's be focused.
Thank you, Neville. You have a good day. We will catch up tomorrow.
Take care.
Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. Today our point of discussion is about the RBI allowing cryptocurrency to come in a country like India. So we will not discuss about what cryptocurrency is, but we will discuss about how does this impact the new world order. So let me draw your attention to very briefly, what is cryptocurrency? The cryptocurrency is a currency which is generated based on some algorithm, and so I will not also go into the depth of how the cryptocurrency is generated. but the fact of the matter is the cryptocurrency is basically very secure. It can be generated based on certain algorithm. The downside is in the current the way it is regulated at this point in time is the user need not give his identity. So you have the cryptocurrency working on a public key and a private key concept, where the public key is shared, but the private key is with the consumer who's actually paying money. So because of this, you don't have to reveal your identity in case of when you want to use cryptocurrency. It is very, very popular among the underworld people, among all these terrorist activity at the moment. And not many countries have allowed it uh, because of, first of all, these reasons, because it can be misused. Second is what will happen to the regular economy, regular currency which is running in those countries. So out of 190 or 200 odd countries, only a handful of countries have allowed cryptocurrency in their country. And there are certain countries who have allowed it with some minimum regulations. Now, it does not impact the globe because, the countries who have allowed, they have very little population. So the major part of the global population exists in two countries, which is China and India. So obviously China has not allowed it, and India did not allow it in last 10 years. But now the Supreme Court has given order that it can be used as a viable currency in a country like India. So if you look at this order, it has far-reaching impact, because in what form the cryptocurrency will come in use in a country like India. And in the beginning of this recording, I said that this is the starting point of a new world order. Now, if you see all these science fiction movies, people don't use currency for buying spaceships and buying different things which they show theoretically in these movies. They basically buy units. Hey, this particular spaceship, which is Star Destroyer, costs so many millions of units. So unit is nothing but a type of a cryptocurrency, which is prevalent, or it works across the entire empire. So there is no currency like dollar, rupee, pounds, etc. So that is the first shift that will happen. And the second thing is the cryptocurrency has to be regulated, because at this point in time, each country has their central bank regulating their own currency based on their economic criteria. So in a country like India, again, the regulation will come from RBI, which will say that, hey, the cryptocurrency can be used in these XYZ conditions. So until that happens, we need to be very careful on investing in cryptocurrency. Second thing is, if you look at the transition from regular currency to cryptocurrency, there is hardly any challenge from the technical standpoint. Because in today's world, when you use your currency, for example, whichever country you are, the currency is not really the value of that currency. It is a value which is given to you by the central bank of that currency. The value of that currency, resides with the central bank of that country. So in many ways, starting from 1970s and 80s, all the currency exists in today's world is in a cryptic format, because your bank account really carries the value that you have. It's not the currency that you hold in your hand. So say, for example, you have $10,000. It is actually a figure on the piece of paper which says that your net worth is $10,000. It is not the actual currency that you carry with you in your hand, because the currency can be devalued tomorrow. And who can devalue that currency? It is the central bank of that country. So that is why it is very easy to replace the cryptocurrency with the regular currency from technical standpoint. What are the challenges in this area? Because there are a lot of foreign exchange issues, the GDP issues. So all that has to be brought in such a way that it does not disrupt the economy. And right now, the owner of the currency is the central bank in respective countries, whereas the cryptocurrency, there is no owner. So there is no foreign exchange that applies. So if we just bring in the cryptocurrency just like that without any regulation, the global economy as we know today will have very drastic impact in terms of how do we do exchange with each other, because cryptocurrency is beyond the foreign exchange, it's beyond the ownership, it's beyond the regulation. So it has to be released in a country like India, which is 25% of the global population, in a very systematic manner, and it has to be dealt with in utmost serious manner, because it can be misused by the in underworld transactions and the terrorism activities. Because right now the currency, we know exactly who's using what currency and where, and we can catch hold of that person if the person is misusing the money for money laundering or for wrong purpose. When it comes to crypto, there is no regulation like that. So, so I just want to basically bring this aspect to you, and I feel that RBI allowing cryptocurrency in India will change the world order, as I said, because a lot of Indians will start buying currency and start paying in the cryptocurrency. So this will impact major trade war, and at some point in time in future, because India has shifted to cryptocurrency, maybe 5 years, maybe 10 years, I am not sure how long it will take, the China will also have to move into the crypto world with proper regulation. So what is needed today is a proper regulation, and we have to slowly phase out the currency which we know today and get on to the bandwagon of cryptocurrency. And thus, um, the banking industry will also undergo a lot of changes in terms of how they run their business, uh, because cryptocurrency is generated automatically based on algorithm in the internet itself. So you don't need bank to print the currency, to hold the currency in a vault or stuff like that. Each individual will have two keys, which is primary key and a public key. So when he is making a payment to somebody, he is also sharing his public key. So you can basically get the currency uh, from the internet directly, store it with you based on your private key, and whenever you're making any payments, you can just share the public key and number of units of the cryptocurrency, and the person who is receiving that will receive in his account. So it becomes very simple. You don't have to go through any bank, and therefore the regulations are required. Very serious thought is required, because until now, very few people across the world as an experiment for using it, or maybe using it as a barter system, because there are certain countries like Canada and Australia, they allow crypto to be used only as a barter currency, not as a regular currency. They have formed some sort of regulation to control the crypto spread. But with India coming into this fold, which is a large country with 1.3 billion people, I think the Indian government or the RBI has the onus to create a proper regulation and launch it, because this will have a bigger impact on the global economy. So with this, I welcome your comments, and I look forward to responding to your comments as much as possible. And I will meet you again tomorrow with some more interesting subject. Until then, bye-bye. Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and welcome to Legal Matters. Friends, as you know, in this series, we actually call expert and we discuss the legal matters which affects the people by and large in our daily day-to-day life. And today, without further ado, let me present Mr. Jeet Bhatt to you. Jeet is a very well-known lawyer practicing in Ahmedabad High Court, and he joins us from Ahmedabad. Jeet, welcome to Legal Matters.
Thank you very much, Chandrakant, for introducing me and using such uh, kind words. It's my pleasure to be here, and I'm looking forward for the discussion on legal matters.
It is our pleasure, Jeet. In fact, what I want to discuss with you today is something related to your profession. And, if we commit something wrong, general public, then we have to go to the court and fight the case. At the same time, when we are fighting our case, we have to, contract a lawyer who can represent us in a proper way in the court. So this discussion today is about related to whether a lawyer conduct or lawyers, approach towards your case and about you, is it within the purview of professionalism or is it outside the purview of professionalism?
Yes, Chandrakant, it's a very important question, and I think it is the question that is being asked and raised around law schools and even in societies in open discourses regarding the professional ethics of lawyers and the duties of lawyers towards client, and also whether a lawyer can refuse to defend an accused because the lawyer thinks that he has committed a serious offense or because of his moral principle. But basically, before starting, let me introduce you my profession, that is the legal profession. In fact, it is considered as one of the most noble professions in amongst all professions, and it is not considered as a business or a business activity. The difference between having a business and being in a profession is that in a business, people sell goods or buy services, but in this legal profession, the persons involved use their knowledge and skills. So therefore, this is considered on a higher pedestal than other businesses. It is not a commercial activity, and it is one of the most oldest professions in the history of civilization. And certainly, it is a distinguished profession, and it carries a lot of responsibilities. And throughout history, if you see, lawyers have done and given great service to the society, considering our independence movement also having all legal luminaries in this during the freedom struggle. So certainly there is a huge responsibility on the lawyers, and they have to serve the society, which is the ultimate goal of this profession. And considering that, the after independence, the Advocates Act 1961 was enacted, and wherein professional ethics and code of conduct has been prescribed for the lawyers, wherein the lawyers not just have a duty towards the court, but they also have a duty towards their client. They also have a duty towards the opposing party. They also have a duty towards their other members of the legal profession. But basically, lawyers are the officers of the court, and they are considered to be the servant of justice. So that is their ultimate goal. They are above all the officers of the court of the on the administration of justice delivery system. They play a very important part, and therefore their primary duty is to be very fair and dignified towards the court, also not to impact the decision of a court by any unlawful or inappropriate means, and to use the best of their services and skills in order to benefit their clients. But they are also not servants of their clients, because they are not bound to say or do whatever their clients say, because they also owe a duty to the court first and then to their client. So these are the broad duties which a lawyer has towards the court. Then the duty towards his client is that once he accepts the brief, then he cannot withdraw from the action or engagement unless he has an appropriate cause to do. He cannot accept and appear in a case in which he has reason to believe that he will be a witness, and he has a duty to make full disclosure against his connection with the parties or interest before the commencement of engagement. So that is if he if he's in any ways related to the other side or to the opposite side, then he cannot take because there's a conflict of interest. And so he has to make a full disclosure that there is no conflict. And then only if there's no conflict, he can take up the engagement or the brief. Then his duties are to have privileged communication, because of the clients who are there to engage him, inform him, or give him the details. Those are considered to be privileged communications, and that cannot be shared with anyone, not even to the court. Uh, so these are his basic duties towards his client, and then he also owes a duty towards the opponent, and he has to act responsibly towards his opponent, and he cannot negotiate or communicate in any way to the opposite party without his client's consent. And also the duty towards his colleague is that he cannot advertise, or he cannot solicit work directly or indirectly. And that is why in the legal profession in our country, it is not permitted to have advertisement boards or hoardings, or they cannot in any way try to solicit work directly or indirectly. So these are the broad duties of the lawyers towards the court, towards his client, towards the opponent, and towards the other legal members of.
So, Jeet, you have put it very nicely, and you have actually given the definition and the boundaries of the legal profession very nicely, so that our viewers can know, what are the obligations of a lawyer when they engage with a lawyer. However, I must say that in reality, even lawyers are humans, and they are also affected by their personal lives, their ideological differences, and their political views. So, in those scenarios, what is in reality happens which should not happen? Do you have any opinion on that?
Well, yes, ultimately it depends on every individual, but the roles and responsibilities are clearly defined under the Code of Conduct and Ethics, which has been prescribed by the under the Advocates Act and by the Bar Council of India. So it is the duty of every lawyer to accept and act in accordance with such duties. But sometimes we see that it does not happen, and not every lawyer adheres to his professional ethics very strictly. But I think this is as it is a very noble profession. I think every advocate must act and are duty bound to adhere to these principles and ethics sincerely. And if they do so, then again, this legal profession will be considered to be one of the most, and it is, in fact, right now, it is considered to be a noble profession. But with respect to, as you say, asked whether the lawyer's morality, or the lawyer's belief that his client is accused, and can he refuse to appear. In that respect, I would like to just point your attention to the one of the rules of ethics, which provide that an advocate is bound to accept any brief in the court or tribunal, or before any other authorities, in or before which he proposes to practice, at a fee consistent with his standing at the bar. So there is a duty uh, specifically prescribed under the Code of Ethics, where an advocate is bound to accept a brief where he practices. So a lawyer cannot refuse to defend a accused person on the ground that he thinks that he is guilty, or he might be guilty of committing such an offense, which might be a heinous offense, which might be related to rape or murder, or any other serious offense like narcotics, or even terrorist activity. So that is provided under the Code of Ethics, and a lawyer is duty bound. And if you see historically, all great lawyers on criminal sides have never refused to accept a brief, only because they believe that their clients have committed the offense. So
So,
even
so
yes.
Jeet, I have a question on this aspect. See, you say that the lawyer should not should look at the merits of the case, and then look it from the legal standpoint, and not really bother about what is the outcome. However, we have seen many times. In fact, I'm going to quote certain incident which we have all heard in public domain. Things like cases related to Kasab, where the lawyer was not available. There was no lawyer willing to take his case. Then there were other cases also. There was a case where a small child was murdered in a school in Delhi, and then the bar council had a divide, and there are a lot of politics there. And what I'm talking about is that there were two set of lawyer. One was saying that, hey, we should fight this case. Others were saying we will not fight this case. So this is not the code of conduct as you have described today, and as we know, for lawyers they cannot refuse a client basically. Yet we are hearing this in the public domain quite a few times.
Yes, Chandrakant, you are right. There have been several such instances, specifically starting from Kasab. Uh, well, in Kasab's case, ultimately the government had to grant him access to a lawyer, and he was represented, though after much, uh, because the lawyer who was representing him was given death threats, and therefore he had to be provided security. But ultimately, he was provided, because the reason being that in a democratic setup, the right, every individual has a right to a fair trial, and a fair trial is not possible unless you have a defense counsel representing you. And it is every citizen's fundamental right to access to justice, and also the right to have a counsel of his own choice, that is provided under the constitution as a fundamental right under article 22. And therefore no person can be denied, and if such person is denied this right to have a counsel, the fair trial itself is denied, and that can lead to a travesty of justice. So to avoid this, the legal profession prescribes for this code of conduct, wherein a lawyer is bound to accept a brief, and he cannot decide on whether his client is guilty or innocent, because that question is before the judge, and the judge has to decide on the basis of the legal evidence which is available and produced by the prosecution, that whether he is guilty or innocent. The lawyer should not take on the responsibility of a judge and decide before the judge pronounces whether he is guilty or innocent. So that is the responsibility of the judge and not of the lawyer. Second, there is a presumption in our legal system that every person accused is presumed to be innocent until proven guilty. And this is the cardinal principle of our criminal justice system. And based on this principle, every person, if is presumed to be innocent, then the lawyer should not jump upon and come to the conclusion that he appears to be guilty and therefore refuse his brief. But there's a slight exception to this, when the when the client would confess that I have committed this offense. But until that confession comes before the client, the lawyer must not presume that he is actually guilty and refuse this brief. So that is the basic right of every individual, and every individual is entitled to the access to counsel and access to justice. So therefore lawyers should not refuse. Now the second question, if what happens if a client confesses before the lawyer that yes, I have committed this offense. In such circumstances, the lawyer can refuse if he has not taken up the case. So before taking up the case, the lawyer can say that because of your confession, I think this is morally incorrect, and since you have confessed that you have committed this offense, I don't think it right to take up your case. On that ground, the lawyer is justified to refuse. But if the lawyer, having taken up the case, and thereafter the client confesses that yes, I have committed this offense, then the lawyer should not refuse to carry on with his engagement in that case, and cannot refuse, because that refusal will amount to prejudicing his case before the court, and that a lawyer is not entitled to do. So therefore there's a distinction that if before taking up the case the lawyer does not want to take up because the client has confessed, then he is entitled. But after taking up the case, the lawyer cannot refuse to carry on with the trial on the ground that he is aware that. But then the role of the lawyer is also towards the court. There also the lawyer will have to be very careful, because he cannot permit the client to produce any false evidence. That cannot be done. So he, if that is done, then he can inform his client that I will not be a party to leading any false evidence before the court. But if he is aware, then he should tell his client not to produce any false or misleading evidence in order to mislead the court.
Jeet, we have discussed a lot about code of conduct for the lawyers, which has been set in the legal system. However, the lawyers operate in a bar council. You know that every bar council has every large court or high court has a bar council, and sometimes the decisions are sometimes political or apolitical. It depends on the situation. So, do you have an opinion about the functioning of the bar council?
As you earlier asked, that bar associations have passed resolutions asking its members not to appear for any accused. But with respect to those resolutions, the Supreme Court has pronounced a judgment in 2010 in the matter of A.S. Muhammad Rafi versus State of Tamil Nadu, wherein the Supreme Court has said, and I quote, that in our opinion, such resolutions are wholly illegal, against all traditions of the bar, and against professional ethics. Every person, however wicked, depraved, vile, degenerate, perverted, loathsome, vicious, or repulsive, he may be regarded by the society as a right to be defended in a court of law, and accordingly, it is the duty of the lawyer to defend him. These are the words of the Honorable Supreme Court in a matter where the some bar associations and district bar associations had passed resolutions asking its members not to appear for the accused person. So such types of resolutions are clearly in violation of the mandate of the Supreme Court's judgment, as well as against the principles of legal ethic, and also in violation of the fundamental rights of every citizen. So such resolutions should not be passed. In fact, the Supreme Court has dealt with this issue in detail, and it gives an historical example in this connection regards to the trial of a famous jurist named Thomas Paine, was tried for treason, and a famous English lawyer was the Advocate General at that time of Prince of the uh, Wales area, Mr. Thomas Erskine, who was said that if you appear for this accused, then you will be dismissed from the office as Advocate General. But that lawyer, undeterred, accepted the brief and ultimately was dismissed from his office. And he, in his book, writes that, and I quote him, that from the moment that any advocate can be permitted to say that he will or will not stand between the crown and the subject arraigned in court where he daily sits to practice, from that moment the liberties of England are at an end. If the advocate refuses to defend from what he may think of the charge or of the defense, he assumes the character of the judge. Nay, he assumes it before the hour of the judgment, and in proportion to his rank and reputation, puts the heavy influence of perhaps a mistaken opinion into the scale against the accused, in whose favor the benevolent principles of English law make all assumptions. This practice has been accepted in India as well. And so, question a lawyer should always ask is not whether the client has committed the offense or not, but the question that he must ask to himself is whether the prosecution can prove beyond reasonable doubt the charges that has been leveled against him. So if that question is asked and the trial proceeds on that ground, then lawyer should not refuse on the basis that he believes the accused to be guilty.
I think there is a lot of learning in today's discussion, Jeet. I think this discussion is very valuable for the viewers who are watching this program, and many people don't talk about professionalism in the legal world, but I think today's session is based on that, and I like to thank you from the bottom of my heart to bring this out very clearly that the legal profession is a very noble and very pious profession. And I think we should have faith, all of us have faith in this legal profession.
Absolutely, Chandrakant. In fact, it's my pleasure, and I'm happy that your viewers will find it informative and educational. So that is the whole purpose and idea of doing this interaction.
Certainly. So let me address the viewers. If you have any questions from Jeet or any other legal question, you can write it to us, and we can bring you either live in the show, or we can present your question and get an answer. So with that, I will end this discussion today. Thank you very much, Jeet, for joining us today. We will catch up again next Thursday.
Thank you very much, Chandrakant.
Bye-bye.
Hello, friends. This is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies. I'm also one of the co-founders of this company, and today I would like to talk to my fellow citizens, Indians, and convey a message. As we all know that India as a country is a large country. It has a more than 1.3 billion people as a population, which is almost like 25% of the global population. So it has a huge impact on the world economy. And the Indian government has also set up a target that, rather two targets. One is Make in India. That means more and more work has to come into India. And the second large target for Indian citizens is to reach a $5 trillion economy. Now, as you can see that while we can continue to make our own plans individually and as organizations, the 5 trillion economy dream that we need to achieve as far as our government is concerned, they have set up a target for all of us. The issue there is a skill which are required. So there are certain skills which are being taught in the colleges and universities, and then certain skills may not be relevant for the future. For example, if there are skills which are related to something which is repeatable, those kind of skills may not have too much value in time to come, simply because those skills may be taken over by the artificial intelligence uh, and automation. So, what we need as Indians for getting more and more work coming back to India from the globe is the skills. So, we all know that we need various skills, and we need a lot of people being trained into different kind of skills, and that is when the $5 trillion economy dream will be fulfilled. Now, it has a very strong relationship. If there are no skills, there are no work, and there is no work, there is no 5 trillion economy. Having made this point, I'm sure most of you agree that success in life or achieving a target has nothing to do with your money or the backing or whatever you can do for your company and for yourself. The two major qualities which are required in order to be successful and in order to achieve your dream is the leadership. Second is the teamwork. So these are the two qualities which are definitely required in addition to the skills that we need to develop. Because if there's no leadership and there is no um, attitude to work as a team, then it will be difficult to execute global contracts and generate revenue for the country. So I think these are the two skills which are very important, which is leadership and the ability to work as a team. So team player. These are the two major qualities which are required and which are very very critical for India to develop. In addition to create new job opportunities and also create new skills, which will bring a lot of projects back into India. So as a professional um, and as an organization, as a professional, I would like to help my fellow citizens and you know impart these leadership skills for whoever wants our help. We will make you better leader, better team player. And the why I'm saying this is important, because nobody is training leadership. Even if you want to be trained in leadership, it is very difficult to learn the leadership skills in a classroom. It has to be learned by doing things. And that is why people like me can impart our life journey and our experience with new budding skilled people and help them to be a better leader. And most important is to be able to work together as a team. And that is when the India will excel, and that is when we will basically achieve the dream of becoming a $5 trillion economy. So with this small message, you can write to me. My website details are given below here. uh, you can reach out to me, and I will be more than willing to help and share my experience, and make sure that if you approach me, I will create a leader out of you. So with this, I'd like to say goodbye to you until next time. Bye bye.
From Akulmach Technologies, and you are welcome to Top Brass. Today we have Ritu Gupta, who is a CEO of Four Seasons PR, and she also has a deep interest in Ramayana. Welcome to the show, Ritu.
Thank you, Kanchan. Thank you so much.
Ritu, you know that in Ramayana, in Sundarkand, which is a fifth chapter of Ramayana, it talks only about adventure of Hanumanji, his strength, his selflessness, and all adventure he is doing. In fact, this chapter doesn't show Ram as a hero, but Hanumanji as a hero. So, right. So, I also feel that Hanumanji as a personality is not Indian subcontinent centric, but many people in the world knows about him.
Yes, in fact, you're right, Kanchan. Hanumanji is not only centric to India, Sri Lanka, Indian subcontinent, but globally people, they know about him. And in today's time, when every country is facing the problem of coronavirus, people are going back to the ancient history of India and talking and praising about Hanumanji. Like recently, the Brazilian president has written a letter to PM Modi ji, where he talks about the power, the strength of Hanumanji. He talks about that how Hanumanji got a mountain. When he was supposed to get Sanjeevani Booty, he got a complete mountain, a full mountain, and for when Lakshmanji was not well. So, you know, he in the letter he requested PM Modi to provide medicine for COVID-19 patients, and this medicine is called hydrolyxic chloroquine, and this medicine is available in India. So, while writing about this medicine, requesting to provide the medicine, he mentions Hanumanji, the incident. So, yes, world over, people are praising India and the old culture of India.
Yes, and he said that India has, India is safeguarding people around the world by helping them, like Hanumanji has done centuries back. Now, I also want to ask you, Ritu, what do you feel about the incident when Hanumanji burned whole of Lanka, which is said that it was made of gold in one day?
Yeah.
So, what would have been the impact of this incident at that point of time?
Yes, so let me just talk about incident very precisely, that Hanumanji was produced before Ravana, and Ravan insulted Hanumanji. This enraged Hanumanji. So after this enraged Hanumanji, and also Ravana asked his soldiers to put fire on the tail of Hanumanji. So everything enraged him. So he went around the Sri Lanka, he went around Lanka and burned building to building. Sita ji got to know about it, and she prayed to Lord Agni to protect everyone, and especially Hanumanji. So Hanumanji was not, he did not get hurt, but then whole of the Lanka, the golden Lanka of Ravan was burnt down. It was burnt down to ashes, and it became a ruin. And this, you know, shows what this depicts the first defeat of Ravana, the first defeat of Ravana against Sri Ram, and this defeat is the defeat from fire of chastity of Sita ji, who is the wife of Sri Ram. And nowhere would you read about it, but then I personally feel that when whole of the Lanka, the golden Lanka of Ravan was burned down to ashes, they must have had definitely faced financial and economical problem also, because there is no mention about this in Ramayana. But now when I talk about it, when I see the global crisis happening because of corona, I do feel that during that time he must have had faced some economical issues also. And later on he lost the war against Sri Ram. So this incident had an impact, definitely.
Yeah, correctly. I think that it is a defeat before the final defeat of Ravan.
Yes, yes.
So I also want to ask you that at one point of time, Hanumanji requested Sita ji that that he can take him to Ram. He requested, but Sita
Yes.
ji denied. Instead, she said that I would please ask Ram to come and save me from the clutches of Ravan and free me from this. So why she has had taken this kind of decision?
So what I analyze are 3 points. Hanumanji requested Sita Maya that I can take you back to your husband Sri Ram. But what my analysis is this: that there are 3 points. Number one, Sita ji mentions that Hanuman, you cannot carry me. So he says, no, I can carry you. I'm very bold and I'm a giant person. I can carry you. Then she says, no, I will not go because I do not want to touch any other man's body other than my husband Sri Ram. Number two, Hanumanji considered Sita Maya as his mother because he was devoted of Ram. But then Hanumanji, Sita Maya reminded Hanumanji that Hanuman, you only do what you were specifically told to do, and it was just to find out about me, that how I am. You were not supposed to get me back. So ask Sri Ram to come and get me back. I will not go with any other person. And also I feel that she never wanted, and she thought that if she goes back with Hanumanji, then people will ridicule the power of Sri Ram, which she never wanted, that people should ridicule her husband. And she being the wife of Sri Ram, she never wanted that her husband's glory should go down. So these are the 3 analyses which I think. And Hanumanji, yes, agrees to it. He bows down to Sita ji and said that quickly I will go and give the good news of finding you to Sri Ram and Lakshman.
Yeah, it was nice talking to you today, and we'll meet again tomorrow and discuss other aspects of Ramayana. So you take care.
Thank you.
Bye bye tomorrow.
Take care. Take care. You also take care. Thank you.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and welcome to the CEO Roundtable. And today is Friday. Let me welcome my guest. First guest is from Singapore. She is a very senior person in the industry and chairman, CEO of Career Zone, Ms. Farida Charania.
Hello everyone. I hope the week has gone well. I'm ready for the weekend, so I hope all of you are as well.
Yes, I think we are looking forward to a great discussion today, Farida. Thank you for your presence. Our second guest is joining us from India, Ms. Kanchan Verma. She is the CEO of Akulmach Technologies.
Hello, everybody. How are you doing? And I look forward for a great discussion today.
Welcome, Kanchan, and we are all fine. And today the topic of discussion is about the job opportunities the youngsters can expect, specifically related to the batch of 2020. And when you are a final year student, the job is already selected for you, or the internship is already selected for you. There used to be campus interviews by various corporates across different universities, but all of that is not happened because of COVID. So what next? So we would discuss this aspect, which is specifically related to the employment of youngsters. So Farida, we will start with you. What do you think is going on? What are the risks for the batch which is coming out in 2020, and what are the new opportunities for them?
Sure. So while neither of us claim to have all the answers in this area, but there is observation, and then there is some expectation and experience as to what to expect next. Now the thing is that because the pandemic hit, a lot of industries were negatively impacted. So for instance, tourism, transport, retail, hospitality, these were impacted really, really badly. But also, there were industries which emerged as having a lot more opportunity, like the digital media and entertainment, video conferencing services, health and wellness, e-learning, delivery and logistics, warehousing, storage, e-commerce, pharma, robotics, streaming, VoIP. So these are, the new sectors which I see have become very strong in the last few months. Therefore, there are a lot of opportunities which are definitely constrained, because like you said, there used to be interviews on the campus, and there was a selection process, and that was the expected way of working. But that is all changing. So having said that, all we need to do is adapt. And my recommendation to the new graduates is that they need to be flexible, they need to be digitally savvy, they need to be open to remotely working, so be able to work by themselves, not really kind of be insistent on working in an office environment, because this way of working might continue very long. So they will need to be a lot more agile in terms of being able to pick up things in isolation. So so not really have that camaraderie, the classroom kind of setup, or the new induction kind of setup, because a lot of these things are happening digitally. So they need to adapt really, really quickly. I think this generation, the younger generation who's graduating as of this year, they've had a very steep learning curve, because a lot of them would have already aligned to the new digital world. They would have received their lectures digitally, they probably could have attended their exams digitally as well. So I think it is a time of change. There will be a pathway to get adjusted, but then there will be opportunities, and there are actually quite a few opportunities.
Well, Farida, you are giving a very positive picture, but it is also imperative that we should be realistic. Although the students have given the online digital exams, and those are all shrouded with in mystery, because how much preparation they have done, how much teacher interaction they had, uh, all that. So I think the exposure may be there on the digital platform, but earlier the method was to do a campus interview, where at least 4 to 5 offers of internship would come, will land in their lap, and then they can choose where they want to do, especially with regard to engineering and management students. So none of the companies have gone in. That means the usual internship business is, it does not look very attractive for companies. There is no longer need to hire youngsters, interns, groom them, and then make them ready for for their roles. So the companies are using some other method of engagement, and hence students have to realize those methods, what are the opportunities in that area, and get enlightened towards that. So I think this is my view. Kanchan, I would like to throw this open, and since you work with education institutions, uh, what is your opinion, and where opportunities are and where are the risks?
Well, I think that pandemic is creating a long-lasting effect and challenges in terms of education sector. Uh, There are many advices that education sector is not affected with, from the COVID, but actually it's been affected by the COVID because there's no physical classes. There's no interaction of students with other students, so they can get information. Now, the scene is that it is a war on talent. If you have some specific talent, you are in a job, in employment. If you don't have, then you have to acquire that talent. Now, we talk about digitization. So, there are many students who are not from technology background. They are maybe, for example, they are studying history or they are studying Hindi graduates. So, where is the employment for them? So, there is the employment for them, suppose for Hindi subject, their employment online only. For that, they have to really undergo a training of technology, how to use, how to present themselves. So again, there's a challenge for them. Now, on the other side, if we think who are the employers for these kind of talent, they also looking out a workforce, a composite workforce where they can rely on, and they can give more information, more input, and in this process they can make more profit. But now I see there are many courses which are free online. So as I said, there's a lot of challenges in both ways. So what I feel the student should, they have challenges, and to overcome these challenges they have to train themselves more in terms of technology, in terms of how to create niche for themselves in this environment. So I think that is quite challenging for especially 2020 pass out students.
Excellent point, Kanchan. I think I like to add to this that yes, there are challenges, and like I said, there will be a period of adjustment because again, maybe organizations have realized that online works well. They might not want to invest in the real estate to actually bring people to office, but at the same time, people who just start work, the youngsters who just start their work life, they are missing out on a reasonable part of that experience where you actually work in a team and do things together and learn from each other. So that adjustment is extremely crucial because maybe this will become the way forward. This is what the new normal might look like. And acquiring digital skills is one thing. I think that is a given, but also the mindset that because like for instance, if somebody has trained to be a chef, where are the opportunities for them? Because leisurely activities, fine dining, this is one of the most impacted sectors. Yeah, so where do these people find opportunities? So is there an opportunity for them to kind of become part of, say, a business where they can actually still exercise their skills online and probably have a supply chain mechanism which delivers it to the end consumer? If someone has trained to say become a support staff, what about somebody who is going into say office administration? If they have an administration background or academics, where are their skills used? Because the need for a receptionist or for an office manager will become very little, because maybe one person will double up as everything, since it's an online thing. So where are the opportunities for them, and what are the skills that they need to acquire to, one, stay relevant, adapt, and be part of the workforce, not sit on the fence and wait for things to be normal, which nobody knows how long that's going to take, right? What do you think, CK?
So I think we all recognize the risk part of it, and the way Farida and Kanchan have given their pitch, it is very clear that some of the jobs will totally vanish from the marketplace. So things like the office administration staff will go, because if there is no physical office required and everything is moving in the virtual background, the physical operational side uh, will not bad, and those people who wants to build career in the administration side of it will have to acquire new skills and find new jobs. So I think it's very clear, Farida, to answer your question. We all agree that the risks are identified. So going back to the subject for opportunities, which are relevant for batch of 2020, I think the opportunities can be in different areas. It's very clear that people have to get digital. They have to leverage the digital platform. So let's break it down into segments. Let's say somebody wants to become we will only focus on the non-IT side of it, because IT is very clear. They can immediately get onto the bandwagon of digital platforms. But if somebody wants to get into an arena of, like a mechanic or like a chef or, cook, for example. So these are all non-digital activities. What are the opportunities for these type of people who are good in their subject but don't know where to find opportunities, where to find jobs, where to find a business opportunity? So what is your opinion on those? Let's focus one by one. Kanchan, you want to pick up category of cook or anything?
I would like to add that opportunities are there's a whole shift in terms of opportunities. So I think the ground is open for professionals who are willing to do jobs in community services, which is there, in health services, which is there. The opportunities are there, the employment is there. Then again, because there's a shift altogether. So people who are from non-IT background, they should focus on health related sectors, or they are open to, suppose for example, translation of one language to other. So there's a lot of opportunity. They should be ready to learn new language. So it is kind of, it's a war of talent, I said. So you have to be talented, you acquire a lot of skills to really add at the moment in this in this COVID era. It's not yet post COVID era. So, but I feel you have to acquire more of talent, more of skill to really get along in employment market.
So just to add to what Kanchan is saying, I would like to say that if you are an oxygen manufacturer, right? So you don't have to really exert hard, because in the COVID thing, all you have to do is produce oxygen from the atmosphere, put it in a cylinder, and then you have a ready business. So I think it's a no-brainer. I mean, you want to set up a medical healthcare services-based business, there are a lot of opportunities. The problem is related to the youngsters who are passing out in 2020. Where are the opportunities? I mean, imagine yourself, when we were passing out, we had no clue where we will end up. So there will be campus interviews. We got selected by some company. We got into internship, and then from there our career started. And then after that, after the internship period was over, we were destined to become what we were based on what internship we did in the initial states. So I think that is where the moot question of today's discussion is: what are the opportunities for people who are not in the IT segment, but in other walks of life, like chef, office administration, things like that. Where are the opportunities?
Okay, I feel that if any young student who is passing out from this current batch, and if we take an example of chef, so now the opportunity is all, as we know, is online. So for that online, where we have to create a course, we start giving these courses, all unique courses. It's not the daily cooking which we are talking for the chef. So in this segment also, we have to be open to ideas. Learning outcome has to be very, very crucial. So we have to give these kind of courses. So I think that is one aspect of when we talk about chef, or something related to hospitality. Like for hospitality, one subject which I think is table manners. So these kind of small courses you can give. You can give online education in there. So that is one employment base. What I feel is.
Okay, so I'd like to just pick it up from here. So, for instance, because um, if I were to actually offer advice to, say, a catering student who's just passing out, now, not necessary that from somebody who's not known at all, people are going to take courses, because I do have a slightly different, view of looking at it. But I think the core skill of a chef is the ability to cook food which is different from food which is cooked at home. And people actually, when they go to the restaurants, it's not just for eating. A chef is someone who creates a very unique experience for the diner, because they are expected to have this whole not just the gastronomic delight but a visual delight as well, because it's all about being in that ambience, the ability to cook up something which is very not just tasty and appeals to your senses, but also visually extremely attractive. So this is a core competence of a chef. Now there could be a sector where people who pass out from these catering institutions, they could start off something where they give people a home, uh, an experience in their homes of, say, a very gourmet kind of a cooking. So that could be one possibility, because it's not that this will never recover. All of this is going to recover, but the problem is in the interim. So when this is one of the options, because learning from someone and cooking in your own home is a very different ballgame. There is a lot that is available already. Somebody who's trying to for instance, say, create a career in the administration side, operations administration, they could actually become a virtual assistant. There are people who would require these services. Someone who's looking to be a mechanic, they will still find a job, because that is not going away. It's just this whole adjustment period, that what do you do in the time that the world actually will adjust to the new normal, because you're still going to need cars, you're still going to need mechanics, and these skills are something which anyways you can't impart them online. You can't teach a car owner how to repair a car, so they will still need a mechanic. So it is going to be, but in the interim, the adjustment period is slightly think out of the box. Can they offer services at the client site, because maybe these workshops might not be functioning as of now, due to a lot of countries being in lockdowns. Is it possible to offer people experiences in their own homes? Is it possible to actually deliver that experience? There are possibilities, because again, it will not recover is our assumption, but it will come back in some other form. Like tourism might not recover in a hurry, but local experiences might really kind of go up. Like in Singapore, the government initiative is that they are actually creating something called Singapore Rediscover, and they are offering money to people to use staycations in the local hotels to go and visit the local attractions. Japan has a similar package as well. So things will come up, but the whole ability to kind of be able to take your learning and deliver it for your vocational purposes, the whole medium might change. Like no longer being a flight attendant is your first choice. You might have to go in other service industry.
So very well said, Farida. I will take from there where you left. See, let's go back to the same discussion of internship of 2020. Um, let's be very practical about it. See, what happens is, if you're, let's discuss chef as an opportunity. Now, chef is a penultimate opportunity in the hotel management area. So, you don't become chef just like that. You don't get trained to become a chef. You have to come out of that hotel management, and then eventually recognize, somebody else recognize you, or you yourself recognize that you have a skill, then you become a chef. So it's not a one day activity. Really,
Absolutely.
in real sense, what really happens is, you are a hotel management graduate, you get into a hotel management internship job for 2 years, and from there, the way you perform into various aspects of hotel, you get identified, and then you get built into your career line. So you have to do, administration, you have to do billing, you have to welcome the guests, you have to clean the bathroom, you have to make up the bed, and you have to also cook. And when you do all these different activities in hotels, some might get into hospitality, some might get into cooking, some might get into something else. So these branch out happens after you finish your study. And to get into this profession, see, we are all mature people, so we can think about it. Hey, I want to become chef, so I will do my digital classes and digital courses and I'll become chef. But that's not the reality. You have to go through the internship. The problem of that we are discussing today is there are no internship plan because the hotels are not getting any guests. um, what will happen to hotel management grads who want to become interns for next 2 years after 2020? What are the opportunities for them? I think that is where I'm trying to bring back the discussion.
Yes, absolutely agree, and that's what I'm trying to say as well. That these are people who would do everything, so they will not just be focused on getting a job within the hotel industry, because there are not that many jobs. There is not all most hotels in most countries are doing stay-at-home and quarantine notices. They don't have jobs for more people because they are trying very hard to keep their own staff. So for these grads, there could be opportunities in terms of being able to go into, say, online administration, the ability to deliver. If they are really good and they are trained as chefs already, they are trained to kind of go just in the culinary line, then they have the opportunity to deliver these experiences to people in their own homes. That is one option. Like in Singapore, here we have a concept called smart kitchens, which is a rented place which has a kitchen setup. You can actually, without having a restaurant, you can run your own delivery service from there because they have all the licenses and everything. I do not know if a similar thing exists elsewhere, but these are some options for people to kind of look at, because the typical jobs, the reality is that they are not available, or they won't be available at least for some time. And a new chef who's not known at all cannot deliver online classes. Even if they do it for free, it's okay. They will build a certain amount of audience, and then probably they can actually then kind of find opportunities there, but immediately they won't be able to start delivering classes and things like that. So they will need to be open, they will need to adapt, they will need to see what opportunities in customer service, customer relations, online e-commerce, delivery, what kind of options are coming their way, and they will need to be able to pick up whatever is coming their way.
Yeah, I also want to add in this that not only a chef is when CK is saying that he has to after graduation he has to undergo a lot of training in different aspect of hospitality. So when we talk about this, then it's not only that cooking we will do. There are some floral arrangement things which we can teach people online. So opportunities are there for certain segment. Then you have to just convert those into a different segment and a different maybe different way to really go online and find good opportunity for yourself and for others also, because learning aspect is also very important. So if you are teaching and you want to really share your information, your education, your skill, I think that this is a platform. But yes, competition is there. You have to be talented, and the learning outcome is.
My only, objection to this is, or rather, my opinion is that they will not be able to start earning. And in isolation, there is only that much experience they can gain. So I would say that they should be open and see where the opportunities are. And I'm sure that employers also are open to hire people from diverse backgrounds, because this you trained, I mean, whatever you trained for, the world has changed completely. We trained for a different world, and today the world looks distinctly different. So I still feel that they should be open to whatever jobs are available, which can utilize their other skills, and perhaps when things start at least going in the direction that they want to, there is always a chance to actually move back. Who knows, they might start liking what they are doing in the new normal.
So let's go back to the opportunity at hand. I think we have to, or it is our responsibility to give some sort of guidance in terms of what are the opportunities for the batch of 2020. For instance, if you go back just few years back, last 3 to 5 years, um, there were economy was booming across the world, and there were new jobs which were created. Things like you mentioned, Farida, kitchens. So we are from India. So India was full of kitchens. There are home delivery was a booming business. So it's not only the kitchens which were making money. There was new chefs which were getting employed because each kitchen was producing different kind of gourmet meals, and then the delivery was also happening. So now, if you look at the delivery folks, which are part of they are the entrepreneurs in some way, but they are associated with certain kitchens, and they were able to make up to $500 to $1,000 per day, just delivering the food from kitchen to the customer. So the situation of the economy right now in that small segment of society, the kitchens are out of business, the delivery guys are out of business, and consequently there are no job employment in this arena. So I think what I get after talking to both of you is that first off, the degree is important, but I think there are a lot of gaps in the vocational education also. In order to get groomed to leverage the digital arena, for example, Kanchan said that, hey, there are not only cooking, but there are some other activities which you can do. The problem with that model is that you still have to do something physical, but until you start doing physical, for example, if you have to set up the flowers, you need to go and set up flowers somewhere else so that you can collect money. But right now, that opportunity is not there. So in the interim, what do you do? I mean, the batch is going to pass out in 2020 and they have nothing to do. So that is where my point is that I think there is a gap. All these things that we are talking about, which are non-digital in nature, the jobs like mechanics, chefs, administration, I think these students need little bit of hand-holding, and that handholding can be provided by the online institutes who will teach all these small activities. So instead of doing internship, these interns rather do some courses, so that when the economy opens up, when COVID goes away after 1 or 2 years, they don't have to again do internship for next 2 years. They can say that, hey, I've got these courses during the COVID era and I'm trained on these activities. So this is what my opinion is. What do you guys think about?
I think you are in the right direction, but for some people it might be imperative that they have finished their graduation, they need to start earning, because not everyone's family background is capable of sustaining them for the next 2 years, because planning could have been that, okay, this person is going to graduate and they are going to go and take care of themselves. So that's where I'm saying that probably be, so they can actually pick up some more skills by doing online courses and stuff, but that is very futuristic for me. Right now they should take up wherever there's an opportunity. For instance, there are a lot of freelancer platforms, and even services like a virtual assistant. Most people with a little bit of diligence and little awareness of how to use say text editors can actually deliver that service, because it's all about coordinating stuff and things like that. So maybe that is one option till the time they can actually find something concrete and keep upgrading themselves. There could be opportunities where say customer service. So basically, since e-commerce has boomed so much, there is requirement for customer service, because still somebody is addressing the consumer's queries, right? Either via phone or via email. So there is opportunity in that area as well. In fact, I'll share an experience. I made a complaint to Amazon today morning that the microwave that I bought has spoiled. What are my options? And never before have I actually got a reply from Amazon in 3 minutes. Today I got a reply in 3 minutes saying that we're really sorry for the inconvenience. We have these slots available for them to pick up your product. and we will replace it free of cost. That just proves one thing, that they probably have ramped up their customer service. Maybe people are working from home, and the response time is become much better, because again, in the digital world, even if they are Amazon or they are anyone else, they are also competing for business, and they will have opportunities where they will hire people to address queries, for instance. Yeah. uh, Call centers have not gone out of business, because they are still functioning. If today I have a problem with my phone, I am still calling somebody. So there are opportunities in that area, and I don't think that's going to shrink at any point in time. That's only going to expand. So I am saying that while you can pick up other skills, you can do digital skills in your own time. You need something to sustain, and probably this could be the way forward.
I would like to add to this in terms of opportunity. I think there are new opportunities in the area of editors. There are opportunities in terms of video content editor, um,
Yes, absolutely.
text editors, curators. I think these are new areas where people can pick up skills, and if they are on the creative side, they can try their luck in entering into these areas. Maybe get associated with some senior people, learn the tricks, and then be on their own. Kanchan, what is your opinion on this?
Yeah, I agree with the points you made about the hand-holding of these young students, and I also agree with Farida's point when it's a buffer time, so you take up whatever is available, and in the meantime, because I also feel there's a shift in the operation system also, like Farida quoted Amazon. Now we have a lot of opportunity in supply chain. Things are every company wants to really satisfy the their customers also there, so there's a opportunity in supply chain, so you just can pick up any of the job or time, train yourself whatever you feel like you feel that you are good in that, you train in that particular course. All courses are available online, you need not to go out, you can find out the suitable course online and train yourself. Then there's opportunity of in health sector. There's many opportunities available in the health sector, like maybe in the supply chain in the health sector also there. Then there are opportunities in education also. You sit at home and while learning, you can also teach your experience, your skill. And there's nothing like you start if you don't have experience of flower arrangement in education, but doesn't mean that. But you have the skill of how to really do a flower arrangement. So make a small courses. Start doing a little business along with the opportunity you are in. So I think this will make a lot of change in this current 2020 pass out students' life and career.
I also like to add something more here. So, there are opportunities in areas like, for instance, warehousing, like you said, supply chain. So warehousing, that also actually requires people, because end of the day, if there is a shift to e-commerce, there are maybe 20 jobs that went away from brick and mortar stores, but 20 more were created in the back offices. So it is just a mindset shift. Again, I'm saying that for, that period of adoption and adapting is a difficult period, because in my mind I trained to become say an administration manager, and I want to work in an office. I was not prepared to work in a warehouse. But the thing is that that is where the opportunity is now. So it is also a mindset shift. Honestly, we can acquire a lot of skills, and a lot of it actually could be, on the job learning. But eventually it's a mindset shift. It's, adopting and adapting to what is available, and then, being open to it as well. So my recommendation to anyone who's watching us and who's a new grad passing out would be that keep an open mind. Who knows, you might start liking what you're doing, because we do not know how the new normal is going to look like, and this might as well be the new normal.
I think we had a very good discussion today, and I just want to appeal to the youngsters, specifically who are passing out in 2020 or even next year, that if they are looking for some advice, do write to us, reach out to us. Our email address is listed at the end of this video. We are all here, three of us, to help you, to guide you, and also ensure that we orient you in the right direction so that you can do the right activities for next 2 years and you build your career. You don't waste your COVID years. So with this, I would like to thank our guests today, Farida and Kanchan. Thank you very much for joining us. It was a very fruitful discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so we will catch up again next Friday. Until then, bye-bye. You guys take care and appeal to youngsters once again to write to us, engage with us. We will try to help you to orient you in the right direction so that you find the right career. So with this, I'll end this discussion and we will catch up next Friday. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. Today we are joined by Alec Barreto, who is the CEO of Advantage Bricks, a company based in Brazil. Alec joins us from Sao Paulo, which is where his headquarters is. Welcome to Top Brass, Alec.
Thank you so much, CK. It's a pleasure to be here and to join you as your next interviewer. I have been seeing a lot of your videos with other top leaders, and it's an honor to be here with you.
It is our pleasure, Alec, to be able to speak to you. Thank you. You found some time on a Sunday. We are in India and we are under total lockdown. There are certain districts within India which are in very extreme, lockdown where people cannot even step out. And today is day 26 for us. So how does it look like in Brazil?
We have had a partial lockdown in various states, not a total lockdown as in India. That is, part of the population believes that COVID-19 is a little flu. Part of the population believes in science and know that COVID-19 is a deadly virus. But here in Sao Paulo, we have a lockdown, a partial lockdown. Essential services are on until early May. I think probably 3rd or 4th of May is our lockdown, or 22nd May, which might extend a little bit more depending on conditions. Our hospitals are fully booked for ICUs. There isn't space anymore for the sick. So they had to extend a little bit more this lockdown.
So you are also in the similar situation as rest of the world. And I can see you're taking this call from home. So most of us are working from home. And since you are in the area of management consulting business, you talk to so many people on daily basis. Do you see in your circle, in your network of business, any lowering of business sentiments because of this lockdown?
Yes, in Brazil especially, Brazilians are very accustomed to a face-to-face connection. It's a lot of what they call calor humano, which is body warmth, where you shake hands, you hug people, you have face-to-face meetings, you do a lot of things together in person. So a lot of things have changed with the lockdown. You don't see people anymore, you don't meet people anymore. So with this, businesses are complaining a lot. They are not accustomed with home office. Advantage Bricks, our consultants have been working home office ever since we started. Well, whenever possible. Sometimes we have consultants that have to work at client sites, but mostly we have consultants that work at home, and they like the experience. They stay less time in traffic. They spend more time with their families. They can take their children to school. But overall, we see a lot of the business sentiment that the lockdown is affecting businesses. Truly, it's going to affect the small and medium scale companies. And for these companies, we expected or we hoped that the government will help them more. But it's being difficult here in Brazil. There's a lot of discussion on what is science and what is politics. Whether COVID is an economic issue, it's a health issue, it's only hysteria, or it is science, it's medicine, which is going to affect millions.
So I'm sure people will read about it and gather more knowledge. But coming back to our business discussion, and in your business, you talk to so many companies within Brazil and even outside. So you also get involved in a lot of cross-border businesses as your company. So do you see that now there is a lowering of sentiment, and at some point in time in future the lockdown will be lifted? So from your point of view, what government of any country today should do to increase the sentiments, so that the recession should not set in and business come out of that recession and start doing rapid business?
Well, we have seen many countries that are experimenting a partial lockdown, are trying to stay away from either a full lockdown or partial lockdown and opening businesses slowly. We see the case probably in India that we have read something about pool testing, where they're trying to test populations as a whole to find out if that circle of people have been infected or not, and allow them to work. So some countries are probably trying new things. It's essential to have businesses open for us to increase, to get the economy running back as it was. But in the same way, it's important to be a healthy way forward. So it's a very tough question, CK. It's very tough to know what is the formula to lift the lockdown and have people working again, when we know that COVID-19 is a deadly virus and can affect young people. It affects elderly the most, affects people with conformities also. I myself, I'm in the high risk group. I have chronic asthma. So it's a very difficult way forward.
In fact, there will be new ways of doing business, and as you mentioned that the people in Brazil wants to have a face-to-face interaction, but I think that process will change and new processes will be identified and brought up, because obviously, like you mentioned, you are a CEO, very successful professional, but you have a medical condition. So obviously you will not take risk with your life. So similarly, there are other people with some other medical conditions. So I think people like you and your industry colleagues will come out with some innovation which will drive the business forward. And as far as the countries are concerned, I think they have all the wisdom and advisors available to guide them through next couple of months. So I'm assuming that there will be less of country specific boundaries in future. That is my opinion. But you please take care of your health, don't step out, and also your colleagues, ask them to stay safe and work from home.
Yes, we will do that. I think, as you mentioned, in the future, the use of technology, use of conference tools will increase. We have read about so many companies that have had increases in millions from the time COVID-19 came up in the specific countries. And very soon, we expect that a lot of business closings will happen through a conference call, through a video call. We can present ideas, we can discuss ideas that are tools for brainstorming, electronic boards for brainstorming. Canvas has something similar on that. So the need to be together eventually is going to phase out slowly. And with this, you can cross barriers, you can cross borders. We already work with a few countries, and we are going to implement all that know-how of working with the countries that we work within Brazil. So we see that change already. It's going to be slow, but it's coming.
It was wonderful talking to you, Alec, and thank you so much for finding time to discuss a few things. And very soon we'll find another opportunity to talk to you regarding more business-related issues.
Thank you so much, CK. It has been a pleasure.
Until then, be safe, be positive. We'll catch up again.
Same. Bye-bye. Ciao.
Bye. High five.
High five.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. Do you know DNA has shut down its print edition after running non-stop for 14 years? If you've not, this comes as a surprise to you, isn't it? DNA is a very popular print media in the country, and they have shut down their print section after running for 14 years. Why? The answers are very clear. During COVID, nobody's buying physical print media. When nobody's buying, nobody's reading what they are printing. So I think it looks like the media segment may be the first casualty of the lockdown, of the COVID lockdown. So let's try to understand this business, how this whole business works. Not in too much detail, but let's understand basics around it. So media can be divided into three clear segments, which is entertainment, news, and education. Education or information, documentaries, etc. All that in education, information segment. So if you look at the entertainment, it's primarily comprised of all the episodes which are coming on different channels, soap operas, and the movies. So the second segment is the TV radio, which is primarily news and little bit of entertainment happening there as well. And then the online media. So we will discuss all these three segments. And of course, the print media. We will all discuss all these four things together, one by one, and analyze all of them. So when it comes to films and entertainment, let's broadly divide them into films and serials which are coming on TV. So what happens in the movies? You go to movie theaters and you pay good amount of money. You pay something like $3 to $4 to watch a movie per ticket. And then so many people watch the movie, and then there's $3-4 to $5 per person. Becomes a huge amount, and that's how the movies make money. They actually have production cost, they also have distribution cost, and then they also have some salaries and stuff, and the profit margin. So they also behave pretty much like any other business with all these different costs associated. They recover the money by selling tickets, which are slightly higher, and then they recover. So if they are producing, the industry itself is producing something like 5 movies, and if an individual watches all 5 movies, he ends up spending something like $20, or in the neighborhood of $20 in a month. So I think for movies, consumers are paying that much amount. But in the COVID season, the movies are also not being made because the artists who have to go to the studio are not allowed to go and work. And so the entire segment of the artists and the workers which are associated with filmmaking are not making any new content. So we will keep this aside for the time being. Let's discuss the print. Obviously, print. So there are in the print there are gossip sections, and then there are news sections. People value the content which is being printed. Some people still like printed material, and they spend their money to buy it. So if there are magazines, there are tabloid, there are newspaper, and so on and so forth. So let's look at the daily, which is mostly newspaper. There are many players. Let's look at India. There are many newspapers, and there are many set consumers for these newspapers. The biggest player is the Times of India, which is Bennett Colony, and they have the largest circulation across India. So what happens is when you buy a newspaper, you only pay 4 rupees. So now you compare, you're willing to pay $5 or something like 250 rupees to 300 rupees for a movie, whereas the value in your mind as a consumer is only 4 rupees for a news publication, and that's what you value, and that's how you pay for it. So this is far below the actual production cost of a newspaper. Now if you see what newspaper comprises of, it comprises of, first of all, the content. It costs them money because there is a whole machinery around bringing the content, the news basically, the photographs, etc. So there is a cost associated with it. Then there is a cost of paper. Then there is a cost of ink. Then there is a machinery cost of printing. Then there is a cost of distribution, and the last mile distribution of basically there is a hawker who actually throws the newspaper in your balcony, in your courtyard, etc. That's how you get your news, and you pay 4 rupees for that content. Now you open the largest publication, which is Times of India. There may be 40 pages because there is a main paper, there is supplement, there is Wednesday edition, there is Sunday edition, there is this and that. So it has a lot of cost associated. So roughly the cost of printing one particular newspaper would be about 40 to 50 rupees total, considering the salaries and considering distribution, considering all the raw material and machinery, running costs, etc. Whereas you just pay 10 times less than what it costs. So how this industry make money? In movies, you actually pay hard currency. When it comes to the print media, how do you make money? As a business house, you actually go and find sponsors, and then you make sponsors to pay very high amount, and the sponsors literally subsidize the consumer of the print media, subsidize salaries, subsidize the running cost, and also profit margins. So the sponsors pay a lot, and the consumers pay hardly anything. So that is the nature of that business. Now, when it comes to print, there are some publications which are selling more than the Times of India in terms of per unit cost. So some newspaper may be more expensive. Some newspaper may be 15 rupees. Some illustrated weekly magazine may be about 20-25 rupees. And their whole strategy is to ensure that the consumer base value their content. And that is why they pay more to buy the content. And the largest publication is Times of India, which rely mostly on the sponsors. So if you just compare this industry, 80% of the print media business is controlled by the biggest guy, which is Times of India, and 20% is controlled by rest of the other guys. So now I think without spending more time on the print, the nature of the business is the sponsors run the show, and the consumer basically get subsidized. The third category is your TV and radio. There also the sponsors plays a major role. So you make a program, your episode, and you try to get your consumer, which is the viewer in this case or listener, tied to your program. So the whole trick is to get consumer hooked down to your content, and that is what it drives the whole consumer psychology. Also the sponsor psychology. So sponsors, to address this consumer base, will be willing to pay as much as you are asking for it. So here the consumer pay per channel cost on a monthly basis, which is like few rupees, like a 10 rupees or 20 rupees per channel, where you get to see all kinds of program. So your cost per program may be about less than 10 paisa. You never know, or 50 paisa. So the whole business is again driven by the sponsors in this case. Now the last category is online. So we'll discuss this after some time. So the true power of the media business lies in the consumer base and the circulation. So as far as you are able to have a large consumer base and you can reach far and wide, that means you have ability to circulate it quickly, and hence you can drive higher sponsorship from the sponsors. And the whole nutshell of the majority of media is that the consumer pays hardly anything compared to what the sponsors would be paying to sponsor that content. So, nutshell, the sponsors subsidize the consumers, subsidize salaries, subsidize media house expenses, and also the profit. Now, what is happening here? The COVID has changed the whole scenario. The COVID, first of all, as I said earlier, the movies are not being made because the artists are not going to go to the studios to produce new content. The print media, news may be coming, but nobody's buying the print because nobody's going to spend money or buying physical news item during lockdown, and nobody would like to risk their life to get something from outside, which can be infected, can bring the virus to your home. So this is happening to the print media. One segment which is doing very well is online. So companies like YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, maybe a few more are running the online business where people can sit at home and can use variety of platforms to view the content which is available on YouTube. So from PC, from laptops to iPad, etc. Variety of platforms can be used to access this platform. So now let's discuss about the online medium. When it comes to, as I said earlier, when it comes to print and other things, you hardly pay anything. But when it comes to online, you pay nothing to access the content. So when the sponsors realize that most of the people now are glued onto the online medium, it is but natural for the private companies to pull their sponsorship from the other segments which are not doing too well. They are not able to circulate or create a stickiness to the consumer base during COVID season or beyond. We don't know how long this will last. No new movies, no print media is being purchased by anyone. So the sponsors find it very easy to pull the sponsorship out from these media and concentrate on the online medium. But look at the difference here. The online medium, the consumer do not pay anything. And there is an opportunity for the sponsors to sponsor the content now, big time in online. So the whole paradigm shift is happening now where the sponsors who drives the media business, majority of media business anywhere in the world are moving to online media, but the consumer do not pay anything for their content. So I think the world is moving towards recalibration where the consumer will have to value the media that they want to see very soon. I think the shutting down of DNA print media is an indication of what is going to happen now. So I am just analyzing the situation where people will start charging for the media that they want to see on YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram. Very soon, this whole will become a reality where the content will be sold just like a news item, just like a tabloid. There will be a per unit price on online medium where people will have to pay for this even up to the unit price, and it will be charged. It will not be too much, but still it will be charged, because otherwise if there is no money left on the table, the media business is going bust. Many media houses will have to shut shop because now there is no money in it if the online medium is not giving them money. So how they can sustain their expenses, how they can sustain their operations. So very soon the next change would be in the media segment where the online will become a major distribution platform. Companies like Facebook, YouTube, Instagram will behave like an aggregator of the content, and consumers will have to pick and choose what they want to see. There will be more packaging on the online where consumer pay for that uh, a handsome amount of money to get access to that content. It could be the school program related to education, it could be entertainment, it could be news, it could be movies. So it is already beginning to happen with Netflix and Prime coming out in a big way. A lot of movie houses are being movies are being launched on Netflix and Prime. Similarly, the YouTube, Facebook will have to enhance their offerings, enhance how the media houses will make money. Because right now the online business in terms of commercial value is very, very low. The media, the content providers are getting very, very little, the payments are very, very minuscule. They are not making any money. And the aggregators are not paying them enough. So the biggest challenge is how do we get sponsors which are not paying for the TV right now. They are not paying for the print, and majority of these sponsors will have to find their audience on online. So this is my analysis, and this is some uh, industry level changes which are visible, and I thought I'll bring to you. Dear viewers, please share your thoughts, share your comments. I'll be more than happy to respond to you as much as possible. So see you next time. Until then, bye-bye.
This video is sponsored by Single Point Solution. Single Point is pioneer in production and distribution of electric vehicles like electric bikes, electric scooters and three-wheelers. Single Point also provide consulting services to small F players.
Hello friends, I'm Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to our show. Today we are discussing a topic which is very, very in discussion, the position of women in our society, especially in Indian society. Well, when I talk about position of women in our societies, I feel that women are organizer, they are teachers, they are health inspector in the family, they are administrator, and on top of it, they are of course queen of family, right? So to discuss more about this, we have Sitesh Srivastava, who has a deep interest in corporate training. He had been associated with many women entrepreneurs during his work as fair. A part of this, he is also connected with radio broadcasting in a very in a very important way. So without wasting any time, I would like to welcome Sitesh Srivastava. Welcome to the show, Sitesh. How are you doing? And today
Thank you,
we have an important topic to discuss, I guess.
Yes, a topic which is very close to my heart. And thank you so much. I'm doing very well. How have you been?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Good, Kanchan. Kanchan, I always believe one Sanskrit shloka, Yatra naryastu pujyante ramante tatra devtaah. Wherever women are worshipped, gods wander those places, frequent those places. So it has been a great conversation series with you always. And this subject, women empowerment for the nation building, is more and more important from an Indian perspective. And we have taken some great steps. In the politics, we always had some great luminaries, some leaders, Sarojini Naidu, Rajkumari Amrit Kaur was a politician then. Who does not know about Indira Gandhi? And there were a couple of chief ministers, women chief ministers in India. But what I want to emphasize and discuss is the larger role of women in the Indian smallest unit, that's called family. And some of the women have done wonderful jobs despite the being part of the conservative family or even progressive family, and then all the other stuff that comes with the raising a family. And that is something which needs to be talked about, that needs to be celebrated, and that needs to be propagated. What do you say, Kanchan?
Yes, I feel that when we talk about, especially in Indian tradition and culture, I feel women always played a very, very important role, right from very beginning, from very antiquity. But even in if we discuss in freedom struggle, we have names like Queen of Jhansi, you see, and all these Sarojini Naidu. So all these played, all these women played a very, very important role during all along. You can take movement Satyagraha, Swadeshi. They have played an important role. And when we see after independence, though there was a little decline to in women's position in terms of having a position in the offices or in any private sector. But in spite of this, I feel now after coming to power by BJP, when BJP is power, I see that there are 38 MLA currently in UP, in UP government. So that shows again a kind of a rise in women power. Now many women are joining army. They are also into administrative work. They are handling like Sushma Swaraj. She was a foreign minister, handled the portfolio very well. So this is my what I have noticed. So what is your what are your points in this?
So Kanchan, yes, Kanchan, I mean, the names that you have taken, they are very respectable names, are great motivational names. But I think, Kanchan, that in a population of 1.3 billion Indians, it's still very, very symbolic when we see women progressing and reaching at the glass ceiling, breaking the glass ceiling and going even above that. And therefore that statistics needs to improve and it starts from the home. It starts from the lowest unit, which is called family, which is not denying that still we have lot of bias towards girls, lot of negative bias towards girls. They grow up with lot of negative sentiments, negative statements, and a feudal mindset. And I would also blame the Indian television serials not to do enough in this aspect. But if I see from the sports, from the jobs, from the opportunities available within government sector and in private sector, we have done well, but still from the 1.3 billion perspective, is still a lot needs to be done. The way some of those bad incidents are taking shape in the northern India at this point of time and other parts of the India, it sometimes is very surprising how can these two poles exist at the same time simultaneously. We have Menka Gandhi, not only a minister, but also a great animal welfare activist. And of course, we have ministers also. And but I am more interested about women who are excelling into corporate sector, into the jobs, into the mid-level, senior level jobs. What are the challenges they face while they grow up? So on one side, we have people who have broken the glass ceilings and they have reached by their sheer hard work. And then there are some who still complain that there is not enough, that their families have done, their spouses have done, and the family pressures have not led them. So as a woman, you have been also doing so many things. Do you feel things have improved in the last at least 20 years, Kanchan?
Yeah, I come from a thought where we believe as a family, we believe them in the equality, and we always in the family from my childhood, it's always stressed that you have to be excel whatever you do. So that is a thought which always been taught as a family, because we are a joint family and there are a lot of girls and a lot of boys, and we grew together. Now when I see other families, so sometimes I feel the basic cause of this ignorance, or not taking girls seriously and just want to give them away in the marriage. So I feel that main cause is education. If you're educated, like new government has introduced Beti Padhao, Beti Bachao, so people should have that idea, which is kind of germinating now, that a girl can give better results as compared to boys when they infuse pairs. So though there's no comparison, because all boys and girls, they are into a set of different role. But then when we think about girls, so we in over of the period of time, the girls been given a backseat. So I think in new India, this thinking is day by day changing. So I think education plays a very main role, and the change whatever we see in the society, though it is very slow, but I feel it is somewhere people are thinking that girls should need to to get out of the house, have achievement of their own, and so that's how society is changing. What do you
Yes,
think?
Kanchan. Yes, Kanchan, and I started realizing this, Kanchan, when I cleared my secondary examination, 10th, and then the higher secondary 12th. And in those days, it was always said girls have scored so and so percentage in CBSC or ICSC. This has continued till today. Now it also includes girls top UPSC list. I have met some wonderful Indian Foreign Service officers, the women, and managing the relationship between India and those respective countries. Very powerful, very impressive, at the same time, very persuasive and very graceful at the same time. So I feel this more and more homes, family members, elders in the family need to realize this about the importance of educating a girl child and giving them the best of the education. Sometimes I still see some old feudal mindset advertisements on the television, and I always feel the guys who are still in the old school guys, they develop such kind of advertisements. And I'm very interested in seeing a coordinated approach. Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao is something that is goes very deep into the rural India, and where still a lot needs to be done. And therefore, we have a lot of luminaries. I mean, I can talk about a Lieutenant General. I recently saw on a program Lieutenant General Madhuri Kanitkar, who is Ati Vishisht Seva Medal, a serving Lieutenant General in Indian Army. Then PD Nitya is an Indian Police Service officer, IPS officer, and Superintendent of Police in North Jammu. She was the only lady posted in Jammu and Kashmir last year when the abrogation of Section 370 was underway. I mean, you can imagine at such a sensitive place a woman IPS officer. Then Dr. Sehrishi Asgar, she is an IAS, she is a Director of Information, Jammu and Kashmir. I mean, we know how sensitive Jammu and Kashmir has been over the years, and there is still a lot of unsettling emotions after this abrogation of Section 370. Then the first for Karnataka, I think probably for India as well, D. Rupa is an IPS and the Home Secretary. I mean, the first Home Secretary for the Karnataka state. And to Kanchan, more surprises on the way in the Cabinet Committee of Security, which is such an important committee. We have two women on that committee. So while before 10 years back or 15 years back, we had ministers, chief ministers, and Sushma Swaraj was foreign minister, which the country would never forget. But they were very high, very high level. So there was a big gap. I think now this gap is being filled up in the mid layer, in the corporate, in the government sector, and that needs to be celebrated.
Yes, and I feel that in recent years we have seen more women voter casting their vote. So that shows their interest in the politics. A part of this, if there's a gender equality is there, then the role which will be played by women in economic policy and politics, I think the effect will be far-reaching. Now, when we come to economics, now a woman is a caretaker, she's a family builder. So when a woman has the capability to build a whole family, why not add more contribution to the nation building?
Yes, Kanchan. And even on the sports side, we see, thanks to Amir Khan, we get about the stories of the Fogart sisters.
Right.
And that was an amazing story. Priyanka Chopra did a story on Mary Kom. Though the funny part is that Priyanka would have earned more than Mary Kom. And and interesting part about Mary Kom, I would say, Kanchan, that she comes from the Seven Sisters northeastern states, which are still struggling to find a name in the mainland India. And they have given amazing boxers, amazing weightlifters from that part of India. And Mary Kom is a 5 times, if I'm correct, world champion. And this year she was the best hopeful to bring a gold from the Tokyo Olympics, which has been postponed for next year. And Mary Kom is right now a Rajya Sabha member as well. So there are amazing stuff. PT Usha, remember in our times, Kanchan?
Right.
PT Usha was a great sensation in the athletes. So I think we need to talk about this in time to time in the Indian society. Whenever we see some injustices being done, as we are seeing some spate of events, we should at the same time stand up and talk about and propagate about these stories at the same time, where the repressive stories don't take the front seat. It is really bad in the modern India, Kanchan.
Yes, and I feel I just want to add here when we see and hear such stories about women. So I think we should be ready to really call bad things bad and good things good, rather than arguing and doing a discussion, endless discussion where it doesn't reach anywhere. So we'll be discussing more about women entrepreneur in our next series, and we'll discuss a profile of few names in the industries. So till then, bye-bye, take care.
I would only say the closing remark that there used to be those days when I used to like what great poet Mahadevi Verma said, मैं नीर भरी दुख की बदली. I think it is time to change that. Thank you for this conversation, Kanchan.
Thank you so much, Sitej. It was wonderful talking to you. Bye.
Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. Today we would like to discuss about deportation of Member of Parliament in the UK Parliament, uh, Debbie Abraham. And she got deported soon after landing into Indian airport without a valid travel document. So why a MP from UK flying to India without proper travel document, and they got deported because obviously no country will allow anyone to enter their shores without proper travel documents. So let's take a step back. Let's understand what are the different regulations which are followed by, in fact, all countries. I would say every country follows similar pattern, similar regulations, which have been set up by the international bodies. The regulation is that when you travel from your home country to any other country, you go with a purpose. The purpose could be many purpose. You know, the purpose could be uh, recreation, travel, vacation. Purpose could be a short-term business trip, or a long-term employment possibility. So these are the 3 to 4 activities. There could be 1 or 2 more activities, like for example you're going on a research vessel, or you're entering temporarily because you are doing some research on a subject. So there are various classification which allows every country to get or welcome citizens of other countries. So when you get into even a tourist destination like Thailand or Mauritius, any country today, you have to always define, or you have to tell the visa officer that what is your purpose. Your purpose is vacation, and the visa officer will ask you for how many days you are going to live in my country, where are you going to stay, how you're going to carry on your take care of your expenses, and so on and so forth, because no country will have a situation where the people from other countries come into their country without a purpose. No country will allow. So that is how the regulations which are followed by every country today, whether it is large country like United States or UK or India or China, you have to have a purpose because you are now going out of your home country to another country, which is called foreign. So now, why a member of parliament come to India without proper document? So obviously, the Indian visa officers will reject her entry because she does not have a valid visa. And the best part is the Indian authorities tried to give her visa. They said, yes, we will give you the visa. You are most welcome to our country. But tell us your purpose. Tell us where are you going to stay. Tell us who you are going to meet. So these are very basic questions. Anyone who's traveled even once outside from their home country to any foreign land should have answers to these basic questions. And see the arrogance of this person. She says, I don't know anyone and I do not know where I'm going to stay. I will find, but you give me the visa. So, so my friends, the point is how any country, a sovereign country, accepts this kind of narration and grant visa to somebody who comes without a purpose. After all, you are a UK citizen. You are entering a sovereign country like India. You have to give your purpose. You may be a member of parliament, but you should have a proper travel document. So I think this is where the situation is, and I'm aghast to see that there are people who are talking about that Indian government should have given her the visa. But you have to tell, you're a foreigner, you have to tell what is your purpose. Without saying what is my purpose, either it's a vacation or some business or some discussion, which country will allow you entry into their own, to a foreign person. So this is something which I wanted to bring to everybody's notice, and this is a discussion item. So I most welcome your comments, and I will try and reply to all your comments as quickly as possible. So as usual, I will see you tomorrow. Bye bye.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. Let me also welcome my friend, my mentor from UK, Mr. Naval Gant. Naval, good morning.
Good morning, CK. Lovely day in London. Thankfully, the rains have abated for a couple of days. So I'm looking forward to playing golf at the weekend. It's now Thursday. My goodness, the week goes so fast. So what's new in your world? Where are we going today?
Well, as far as the weather is concerned, we are in the middle of monsoon, so we have not seen sun very often for last 15 days. It is raining constantly, and we are thoroughly enjoying it. But I'd like to share something with you today. I've been reading your book, which is "Can You Handle the Truth?" And I have few questions. With your permission, I will like to ask your opinion.
Yeah, go ahead. Anything you like.
So, Naval, in fact, at several places you talk about the business intent, business purpose. Because this book has been written for the audience, which are really leadership, the CEOs and the CIOs, business coaches, business leaders, and you talk about business intent, business purpose. So, would you like to tell us a little bit more? What do you mean by business purpose? Because I think when I look around, I see that people have business purpose, but at some point in time, they don't follow the initial business purpose. They keep changing their business purpose. So, is there a theory behind you emphasizing on this word called business purpose?
Do you know what, CK? It's a great question, because you and I have grown up in an era where mission statement was the absolute utopia of what the organization would be. I know companies, indeed, when I had a proper job, companies that I work with would spend lots of time defining the mission of the organization. And then over the last maybe 15 years, that mission has turned into a vision statement. So you would see the chairman and the chief exec talk about the company's vision, and that could be a short-term and a long-term vision. And then, of course, you need to break that down into objectives, and objectives need to be smart, specific, measurable, etc., etc. So we've worked with this MBA type speak language for years. And we've always made the assumption that it's predicated on something else. So, for instance, do we know our purpose of why we're here? Now, that's a really tough question when you start to really think about it. But when you get that answer, you find out what drives you. And when you know what drives you, you will do everything to fulfill that purpose. So it's really important that an organization engages with its purpose. What's right at the center? Why are we doing what we're doing? Simon Sinek talks about people know what they do. So in big organizations, they know what they do. They get there at 9 o'clock, they leave at 5 o'clock, and they go through the motions for the hours in between. They might go to lunch at 12, but it might be 5 past, but that doesn't matter, okay? So they know what they're doing. A lot of people will know how they do it, so some really technical issues, and I'm sure you do this on a regular basis, you've got your routine, how to make a video, how to put it online, how to interact with Facebook. So we've got our own processes, whether they're written down or they're just mentally there because we've done them all the time. So we know how we do it. But Simon Sinek then goes on to ask the question, but it's the why that drives us. Now, we've been saying this even before Simon Sinek was saying it, probably about 10 or 15 years ago. It's that why. What is the purpose of the organization? Now, I've only met a few chief execs that have been really engaged in their business. One in particular is a guy called Bill McDermott. And I met him when he was the chief exec of SAP. Big organization, employs probably about 90,000 people directly around the world, but has got probably equally as many consultants around the world. SAP is a very big organization. And when I met him, and it's about 4 years ago now, we were having lunch with his new graduates, the new intake. And he just asked me along because I was doing some coaching with some of his team. And he asked me along, and I asked him, he mentioned purpose. And I thought, well, here's an opportunity. He's got some young people there. And I just said, so what do you mean by purpose? So what is it that SAP do for you? You know, there are about 9 people around this table. What is it SAP do for you that fulfills your purpose? And one of the newest graduates piped up and said, well, the reason that we see SAP as successful is that it's got a vision which is underpinned by a purpose that everyone understands. I looked at Bill across the table and he had a big beaming smile on his face because it's almost word for word what he had been saying for years. And I thought, well, okay, anyone can repeat anything, can't they? It's just this youngster has learned these things off pat. So I said, that's fantastic. You know, can you tell me what it means? Well, in the next 10 minutes, this young man explained everything, what it meant, not to the organization, but to him, and why his purpose was aligned with the business purpose. And why it's so important is when you hire anybody and their purpose is aligned with your purpose, you get a completely engaged employee and bingo. It's a great marriage, because as long as they've got that clear line of sight to the purpose and it fulfills their purpose, they're with you all the way. They'll be innovative, they'll be creative, they'll push the boundaries, they'll ask questions. And that's the type of organization we should be building. So I hope that sort of explains it. Short of asking you what's your purpose, but we're not going to do that today because we probably answered that question before. But does that make sense? That's why purpose is so important.
It's brilliant, Neville. In fact, I can put this to myself. When I started my career, for almost like 15 years of my life, I was always reciting a motto of my company, my first company, which is driven by values, powered by intellect. So I think when you mentioned SAP, I remembered myself in the younger days. But this brings us to the next question, which is also written in your book many times, which is accountability. So you are talking about business purpose, and you have mentioned this word accountability several times in combination. So would you like to throw some light on this one as well?
Well, I will dispel a myth immediately. I don't mention accountability because I'm a qualified accountant. Right, so that's number one. But we should all be accountable for our actions, whether we're 3 years old or 103 years old. If we make a decision, we need to be accountable for it. That's not to say that we've made the best decision, but we've made the best decision based upon what we know. And we might have had to fill in a few gaps into what we don't know. And then we mention, and we've mentioned this in the past, then we mention feedback. So once you go down this route, if you get feedback which questions your decision, go back and review it. You know, don't just say,
oh, it's negative feedback from one person, or it's just negative feedback, which is an outlier. You know, we're still going to go storming ahead. If you start to do that, actually, you're not recognizing that you might just have missed something. That gap you filled with an assumption, because you had to make assumptions, was wrong. And it's fine, because no one's perfect. You get things wrong. But the question is, at what point do you then change it? So this accountability issue is just be accountable for every action you do. If you get it wrong, it doesn't matter really in the whole scheme of things, as long as you go back and you put it right. We also talk about whistleblowers on occasion in the book. If we'd have listened to the whistleblowers in 2007 and 8, we wouldn't have had that financial crisis that hit the global arena a year later. But we didn't listen to them. We gagged them. We put on non-disclosure agreements down there because we didn't like what they were saying. But the fact is, they were pointing out something that we were doing wrong. When I say we, I'm talking about the we in general here, not me personally. I had nothing to do with that. Although from one side of life is I had at the time, I could have remortgaged and got 3 times the mortgage that I could have really ever wanted. And the reality was I probably would never have been able to afford it. So some of this is personal accountability, you know, actually learning to say no. And that's one of the most difficult small words that we need to understand and need to use more often, probably. So accountability, you're accountable. You're accountable for your actions. You're accountable for your children's education. You know, it's the teacher's responsibility to help them with their education, but fundamentally they're your kids. So you can see where this is going, you know. At what point do they become accountable?
Absolutely. In fact, you're bringing the subprime crisis, I think, beautifully explained where the accountability was missing during the subprime crisis. And I think the entire world suffered because of that. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you are a business coach, if you are a leader, if you are a CEO, you must read this book called Can You Handle the Truth? Please write to me and I will share a free copy. As usual, Neville, it has been my pleasure to talk to you today. You have a nice day and we will again talk tomorrow.
And as usual, the pleasure's all mine. I always like answering your questions, even if I don't know the answer. Have a great day, CK and everybody. And tomorrow's another day.
Thank you and bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hello friends, welcome to Top Brass. Today we will talk about coronavirus. And today I would like to talk about how do you prevent all these virus outbreaks in the first place itself. And if you go back in history, you would know that the migration of humanity from jungle dwellers, forest dwellers, cavemen happened to a civilized world because of cultivation. And when humans move out of the caves and started cultivating their crop, they also started living along with the animals. So those animals we call them domesticated. But before we domesticated these animals, they were living in the wild. So what we did as humans, we got these animals, we breeded them, and we have all these different animals today that are known as domestic animal. But what for? You know, why we are domesticating these animals? For the benefit, for our own benefit, for different consumption purposes. Now we all know that like we have diseases, all animals may have also diseases. In fact, as a matter of fact, they have all the diseases. So when you are living with the animals, that opened up the Pandora's box, and all the uh, diseases which infects animals started infecting us as humans. So the biggest example is chicken pox. Why we call this disease as chicken pox? Because obviously it originated from chickens. So there are diseases like mad cow, bird flu, now the coronavirus, which some says that it has come from eating different kind of reptiles and different kind of animals which people in China were consuming. And I'm not sure whether how far it is true, but if it is not cooked properly, also some of the diseases, viruses remain in your food, and if you consume, it will infect you. So I think this is the background of my conversation today, and what I feel that some of these things which are coming out is because of the lifestyle issue. I think the Indian civilization realized this eons back, and they became vegetarian, and almost 50 to 60% of the Indians are vegetarian, and some of them are vegan also. So so I think that is the prevention that we are talking about. What I want to basically say, some of the people, some of my viewers may not like what I'm saying, but it's okay. I will have to speak, and I will wait for your comments to say whether I'm making logical sense or not. But I think if you start eating animals, there is a big chance that the animal, if it is infected, you will also get those diseases. So I think the best way to not get into all these different kinds of diseases which are erupting in last decade or so, things like mad cow, bird flu, swine flu, now coronavirus, the simple solution is stop eating animals, start eating vegetarian food, and that could solve some of these big issue. And you don't have to also kill animals for your consumption, and you can prevent diseases to become an outbreak like this has happened. It's such a serious situation which is now the world is facing. You can say that it is happening out of China, but the world is a vastly connected place. It's a global village, as we say it. So if it erupts in one corner of the earth,